In the dark room, he lay wearily on the hospital bed. If there were an infinite source of energy, capable of filling everyone's boundless hearts with infinite benefits, then could justice and fairness be implemented? His listless eyes slowly closed, and never opened again. It's a pity, in the end, he couldn't realize his ideals. Then he transmigrated. Those beautiful purple eyes now had their spirit back. After 500 years of cultivation, he reached the highest realm, the Great Ascension stage, becoming the first human emperor in the Jiuzhou continent, Jang Li. The people all looked up to the sky. It's about to begin. Human Emperor Jiang is about to undergo the tribulation of becoming an immortal. At this moment, the immortal Ascension heavenly ladder will appear. Bolts of red and black lightning tore across the sky, plunging down rapidly, striking directly at Jang Li, attacking every part of his body. The tremors it created shook the surrounding world. When the lightning dissipated, a scorching hot pit appeared in the ground below. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing Jang Li's figure. The people sighed in disappointment. The immortal Ascension heavenly ladder still hadn't appeared. This was the 50th time human Emperor Jiang had undergone the immortal tribulation. It was the 50th time. Some people doubted whether the possibility of ascending to the immortal realm was real. An old man affirmed, "It's real." Those ancient figures who had seen the immortal Ascension heavenly ladder recounted. It's absolutely true. Thousands of years ago, great cultivators in the Jiuzhou continent often became immortals. As long as they passed the tribulation, the immortal realm would descend the heavenly ladder, welcoming the cultivators. It's just that, for some reason, the immortal realm no longer descends the heavenly ladder. Naturally, the path to ascension was also cut off. Jang Li, high above, also sighed. Transmigrating to the world of cultivation, yet unable to ascend, was truly a pity. Without any talent, through his own efforts, wisdom, and luck, he overcame all challenges to reach the Great Ascension stage. If he had a little talent, he could have avoided some detours along the way. Forget it, those detours weren't necessarily without their own fun. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded. Jang Li was stunned. Detecting host signal, growth system activated. He turned around in shock, and several information panels appeared in the air. Name, Jang Li, age 518, identity, current human emperor. Cultivation, Great Ascension stage. He pondered as he looked at it. Lamenting system, aren't you a little late? It replied, this is the growth system, here to assist the host in defeating all who look down on the host. He murmured the name. Please accept the beginner's gift, host. Jang Li accepted it. The system's display changed, showing the items. 1 bottle of elixir of supreme qi gathering, quantity, 10 pills. Effective for the qi refining stage. 1 book titled 4 ounces deflects 1,000 pounds, a secret technique of the Tao sect. Incomplete edition, invincible in the qi refining stage. Can be completed for 100,000 origin points. 1 pill of supreme foundation establishment elixir, helps the qi refining stage achieve perfect foundation establishment. His current origin points were 0. Jang Li opened the book to take a look. For use in the qi refining stage? System, what's my cultivation level? Did you give me the wrong beginner's gift? This is for the qi refining stage, you should give me a Great Ascension stage beginner's reward. No matter how many times he asked, the system still replied that it had checked and hadn't given the wrong reward. Jang Li was speechless. Alright, stealing my lines now. The system reminded that he couldn't refuse the beginner's mission or desert. The penalty for failure was the inability to unlock the remaining functions of the system, including the store, infusing with spiritual energy, evading the heart devil. He noticed the last one, space teleportation. Beginner's mission, Jiang Yixing, relying on his status as the patriarch's son, has repeatedly made things difficult for you. Defeat Jiang Yixing. Jang Li was quite surprised. Isn't that the time when I first transmigrated? The original host's identity was Jang Li, born in the Jiang family of the Qinghuang dynasty of Great Zhou, the son of the patriarch. Unfortunately, both his parents died early. Jiang Yixing, relying on his father becoming the new patriarch, and having the best talent in the entire clan, made things difficult for everyone, being particularly excessive towards Jang Li. The original host was weak-willed, not daring to resist, only knowing how to resent in secret, and eventually died from anger. Then I transmigrated. After assessing the situation, I believed that staying in that family would only be harmful, so I left the family and ran away. Jang Li thought carefully. Jiang Yixing's talent would at most reach the foundation establishment stage in his life, with a lifespan of about 140 years. By now, he's definitely more than dead. And the key is, this beginner's mission doesn't seem like it's for the current me to complete. He asked the system what era it was now. It replied, Yanli year 4300. It's already 4,800 Yanli years now. No wonder it's called a growth system. This system activated 500 years late. No matter how much he requested a new mission or explained that he was now at the Great Ascension stage, and it didn't make sense to fight a Jiang Yixing who was either at the Qi refining or foundation establishment stage, or even requested a system restart or uninstall, the system stubbornly refused. It insisted that he complete the beginner's mission. Jiang Li sighed helplessly. He had felt it was strange when he first heard growth. I'm the number one in Jiuzhou, what's there to grow? Helpless, he had to try and see if this lousy system had any other uses. System, can you take me to the immortal realm? That space teleportation thing? The system will subsequently unlock the space teleportation function, which can take the host to the immortal realm. He asked if it could teleport him there now. Indeed a good talent, and useful too. But its answer was still, please complete the beginner's mission. He bargained, you take me to the immortal realm first, and through the immortal realm I can reach the netherworld. I'll find Jiang Yixing in the netherworld, and then defeat him, thus completing the mission. Be a little understanding, can you keep a tab? People don't even let me beat a dead person. The system repeated the same old sentence. He shook his head in frustration, this crappy system. Then I'll try going home. Jiang Li flew away. Maybe Jiang Yixing is still alive. Although his aptitude is ordinary, he might have been constantly eating longevity pills. It's also possible that he received guidance from a high-level cultivator and broke through to the nascent soul stage, greatly increasing his lifespan. It's not entirely due to my own hard work that I cultivated to the Great Ascension stage, but also due to the small assistance of the heavenly spirit root and the boundless Tao body. Soon after, he arrived at the place. Great Zhou Kingdom, Qingqing, Jiang family. Jiang Yixing's memorial tablet was still placed in the house. Jiang Li disguised himself to conceal his identity. Now he felt a bit panicked. He's dead. What should I do now? Find someone else named Jiang Yixing and beat them up? Or find someone and force them to change their name to Jiang Yixing and then beat them up? Or at Jiang Yixing's grave? He looked at the old man who had just come out of the residence. This person's appearance seems a bit similar to Jiang Yixing's. If not his son, then probably his grandson. I wonder if beating up his grandpa can be considered beating up Jiang Yixing. Outside the large square, the scene was extremely crowded and lively. Jiang Li's statue was placed in the center, attracting many people to come here. Most people knelt down to worship and light incense for him. Human Emperor Jiang above, bless me to break through my cultivation bottleneck soon. Son, pay respects to Human Emperor Jiang. Ask for Human Emperor's spiritual energy. The little girl asked her father, who is that? He gently stroked her head. This requires telling the history of our Jiuzhou. The Human Emperor's palace is revered by all of Jiuzhou, with a supernatural status. One of their responsibilities is to mediate between the forces of all sides, to prevent the immortal cultivation forces from fighting to the death, causing suffering and devastation to the people. Cultivating to the peak, one thought can overturn mountains and seas. If two people cultivating to the peak want to take each other's lives, it will bring a cataclysmic disaster to the Jiuzhou continent. In the past, when the old human emperor ascended to immortality, and the new emperor had not yet been decided, the ancient sects and the imperial court had conflicts, escalating into battle. The flames of war swept across half of Jiuzhou. Anyone who dared to step forward to persuade them was suppressed and eliminated by the ancient sects and the imperial court, until the new human emperor Jiang Li ascended the throne. He carried the wishes of the people and killed the ancient sect's headmaster and the imperial court's ruler, only then calming down this era of Jiuzhou's terror. Human Emperor Jiang is benevolent. Although he could defeat all countries single-handedly, he did not. Instead, he allowed the countries to develop on their own, only silently watching over the Jiuzhou continent. Jiang Li, while chewing on a candied haws, looked at the father and daughter and thought, not at all, I really still can't control them. Immortal cultivators both seek longevity and are fiercely warlike. Suppressing them constantly isn't a long-term solution, so immortal cultivators need a path for competition. The early human emperor established a principle, not to suppress them, allowing the numerous imperial dynasties and sects of the Jiuzhou continent to encourage competition and promote each other. Therefore, the number of geniuses in Jiuzhou is very large, and a basic structure is formed from more than 1,000 small countries, together with the 9 major imperial dynasties that make up the Jiuzhou continent. Among them, there are those with 10,000 years of national fortune, lasting without decline. Only then can they be called great imperial dynasties, such as the Jiang family's Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. In the end, this Qingqing is really lively. He looked up at his statue. This statue was emitting the power of faith. However, after reaching the great ascension stage, the power of faith was no longer of any use to him. I even deliberately cast a bronze one, specifically to store the wishes of the people. Keeping it for the next human emperor is also good. He bought 2 more candied haws. The vendor happily sold them immediately. Suddenly, behind him, a crowd of people stirred with emotions. It's been 10 days. Why hasn't the city lord sent people to look for our children? Let me see the city lord. Our children must be in Qingqing. We beg the city lord to arrest the kidnappers. His eyes narrowed, carefully observing. A servant opened the door and said to them, the Jiang family's ancestral rites are coming soon. What kind of system is this chaos? They are very busy now. Who has time to care about you? Hearing this, another person became very angry. Not even one person is being sent? That's too much. The person standing next to him advised, don't be impulsive. If you get arrested, you won't be able to do anything. He went closer to them and asked, what's going on? Who are those people? He turned to look at him and replied, they all come from neighboring cities. Their children have all gone missing. After searching for a while, they found their way to this Qingqing. He criticized, the Jiang family's ancestral rites are so important that the city lord ignores everything else? His job is only to serve the Jiang family? Upon hearing this, the other person put his hand to his mouth and signaled for silence. Young man, where are you from? Don't talk nonsense. He whispered to him, I advise you, don't interfere in other people's business. This isn't something you can handle. He ignored his advice, taking out a storage ring. The other person was surprised. Storage space carried with you. This isn't something ordinary people wear. He held out a token, saying he was Jang Li. He was startled and horrified. Dao Sect token. Holding this token is like seeing the Dao sect leader in person. This person is a Dao sect disciple. But this name was too strange. He had never heard of it. That's great. Senior agrees to handle this matter? I'll tell you quietly. Come over here to talk. My name is Yuan Wuxing. I'm a cultivator passing through this place. Seeing them so pitiful, I wanted to help. This matter shocked me. Following the traces of their children, I eventually lost their trail when they reached Qingqing. Moreover, the matter of the missing children isn't recent. Qingqing and several surrounding cities have been continuously happening for 200 years. Every time the Jiang family's ancestral rites arrive, there are successive events. The missing children are all infants under the age of 1. You mean they are kidnapping infants? Yuan Wuxing waved his hand. We don't have concrete evidence, so we don't dare to say it casually. Jiang Li frowned. The city lord knows but acts like he doesn't. See, which means that. Yuan Wuxing wasn't sure. To put it bluntly, the Jiang family relies on human Emperor Jiang. Who dares to do anything to the Qingqing city lord? Don't mention Qingqing. Even throughout the Great Zhou Kingdom, I'm afraid there aren't many who dare to touch the Jiang family. Jiang Li didn't think so. This is the Great Zhou Kingdom. Among the 9 great imperial dynasties, only the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty is special, linking the fate of the nation with the law. Governing the country with the law. If the monarch knowingly allows someone to violate the law without punishment, then the fate of that nation will be affected. In severe cases, the fate of the nation may even kill the monarch. Yuan Wuxing shook his head in frustration. Governing the country with the law applies to every country in Great Jiuzhou, except for the Jiang family. People say that human Emperor Jiang is selfless and impartial, but who dares to guarantee that he has no ulterior motives towards his own family? The Jiang family dares to do this. Perhaps they even have human Emperor Jiang's tacit approval. Jang Li denied this. As far as I know, human Emperor Jiang left home 500 years ago, and has never returned to the Jiang family since. If that's the case, no matter what, the relationship with the Jiang family has faded. Yuan Wuxing still didn't believe it. What if it's to build an image of selflessness and impartiality? Blood is thicker than water. He really has never returned? He looked at him thoughtfully. Then asked, "You said you couldn't find any evidence, right?" He said, "That's right. Living, you should see the person. Dead, you should see the corpse. But I couldn't find even a trace. If those children died, there should be resentment. But he couldn't feel even a little bit. The number of missing children is so large that it's hard to hide, so he also thought that perhaps he was wrong. He raised his head to look at the statue. You're right. Without any evidence, falsely accusing good people is really bad." Jiang Li flew into the air, observing everything. He used his divine sense to encompass a range of several hundred miles, to see what had happened. A giant halo appeared, scanning the surroundings. The results showed that nothing unusual was found. He observed until late in the afternoon. Finally, he found something unusual. There was a space distortion. "I thought I wouldn't get anything today." In the backyard of the Jiang residence, the Jiang family had hidden a space node. Without entering the space, it couldn't be detected from the outside. No wonder I didn't detect anything unusual when I went in this afternoon. A figure gradually appeared in the courtyard. It was the old man he had met this afternoon. He came out of the space, walking out with a cane. Then Jiang Li jumped down. He used a spell to make that space reappear. He opened it and stepped inside and saw the bones and corpses of many children. The eyes, nose, and mouth of the children were bleeding, looking very pitiful. Cultivating the demonic path, using living beings to nourish one person, is forbidden in the cultivation world. To follow the path of sacrificing the blood of infants. They are all dead. He thought he could catch up and save one or two who still had a chance to live. His eyes became sharp. 500 years and I didn't come back even once. It's really my fault. Jiang Li left that space, in a corner of the courtyard. The Jiang family patriarch came over and said to the old man in the devil robe, "Didn't you say you wanted to start closed-door cultivation to break through to the peak of the nascent soul stage? Why are you out so quickly? Have you started spirit transformation?" He frowned unhappily. "Spirit transformation isn't so easy. It's not enough. Find me a few more children." He hesitated, "But those people who lost their children are making a scene outside Qingqing, and even some loose cultivators are helping to investigate, suspecting us." The old man in the devil robe smiled sinisterly. "Then arrest those foolish and nagging people and sacrifice them together. Let them reunite with the children." He suddenly appeared, interrupting between them. "You're really kind. Then why don't you go down and reunite with your parents instead of standing here talking?" He was startled and immediately turned around, shouting, "Who's there? How can I sense him?" Jiang Li didn't say anything, but only raised his fist as an answer. The fist struck the old man in the devil robe's face. The power of it was so strong that it caused a huge explosion, and everything nearby was blown away. After a moment, when the smoke gradually cleared, the devastated scene of the Jiang family residence was revealed. The old man in the devil robe was injured, lying collapsed in one place. The Jiang family patriarch cowered in fear. That person didn't use any magic, just a simple punch that defeated the ancestor. With nascent soul cultivation. The nearby people curiously looked over. "What's going on inside the Jiang family? I thought it was an earthquake." The ancestor threatened him with a trembling voice. "Do you know who I am? I'm Human Emperor Jiang's brother." He retorted, "Human Emperor Jiang's cousin died a long time ago, right?" Jiang Li threw the memorial tablet into the old man in the devil robe's face. "Then who's speaking in front of me? I understand now." Jiang Yixing, relying on sacrificing infants, cultivated the demonic path to the peak of the nascent soul stage, prolonging his last breath until now. As he stepped forward, Jiang Yixing stepped back. "You already know that I'm Human Emperor Jiang's cousin, and you still dare to touch me?" Within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Jiang Li listed a series of his crimes. "The people painfully begged you, but you knew and acted like you didn't see. Even the prefect above also resolutely ignored it. Relying on the identity of the Jiang family's clan member, you wanted to do whatever you wanted. Even if everyone found out that you were cultivating the demonic path. It didn't matter, just say that human Emperor Jiang had tacitly agreed. After all, we're relatives by blood, not wanting to see my cousin die of old age, reasonable and justified. In that way, no one would dare to touch you. I also don't know if the Zhou Emperor's imperial decree of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty doesn't dare to touch human Emperor Jiang's family either. He said to the person behind him. You come out. Don't just watch the show there. A young man with white hair named Lao Ji came out. I say, aren't you going a bit too far? Half of the city lord's mansion next door has collapsed. He said he just shattered his dirty place conveniently. Open and clear, no need to spend effort to find evidence to convict anymore. Everyone looked in horror at the things that were revealed. Why are so many corpses hidden in the Jiang family? They're all the corpses of children. Could they be the children of those people crying? In front of the city lord's mansion? He took off his mask, feeling extremely ashamed. As the Zhou Emperor, such a serious matter occurred in the place of my rule, and I couldn't detect it, even letting you run rampant. 500 years without thinking about the family, not stopping them from the beginning, can also be considered my fault. After all, it's using my name to cause big trouble. Jiang Yixing stared blankly at the person in front of him, His Majesty Jiang Li. The others, seeing this, knelt down one after another. Unexpectedly, its human Emperor Jiang, His Majesty. Yuan Wuxing was confused. That person is human Emperor Jiang, so what's with that Dao sect token of his? Jiang Yixing pleaded in fear those children weren't killed by me. Your Majesty, look, I don't have the resentment of children on me at all. He looked at him coldly. You've grasped the key point here. That's precisely why I deliberately called Brother Ji over. Yuan Wuxing understood. It's the time path cultivation of the Great Zhou royal family. The Great Zhou royal family researches the time path, which can rewind time. Anything can be seen with clear truth. Moreover, the Great Zhou Emperor has always been known for strictly adhering to the law, never exceeding the limits. Lao Ji said he would go into the river of time to clearly see what Jiang Yixing was doing. According to the laws of Great Zhou, execute a punishment against you. He formed hand seals, and a golden circle of light with complex patterns appeared. Lao Ji's body was sucked inside. Then completely disappeared. Not long after, he reappeared. Standing in the middle of the river of time. Lao Ji raised one hand, creating a small spark of fire. His eyes stared intently at it, reflecting the crimes Jiang Yixing had committed. After watching, he came out. Jiang Yixing cultivated the demonic path, killing countless people. Escort him to the heavenly prison. Choose a day to utterly destroy both his body and soul as his punishment. Those city lords and other officials who committed the crime of covering up and not fulfilling their responsibilities will all be arrested. Jiang Li asked him one last question. Where did you get the method of cultivating by sacrificing the blood of children? Also, how did you know that the power of faith could dissipate the resentment of children? Jiang Yixing sneered. Human Emperor Jiang is really majestic. The great Ascension stage is really good. Not like me, with ordinary talent, no heavenly spirit root, and no boundless Tao body. Without tricks, I would only die in the Foundation establishment stage my whole life. He shouted at him, don't play dumb here anymore. When I first started cultivating, the heavenly spirit root concealed itself, the boundless Tao body was blocked, and my body was only the worst of the 5 elements trash bodies. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been bullied by Jiang Yixing. I can cultivate to the great Ascension stage, having experienced countless life and death situations. Even I myself can't finish counting. I don't even need to bully the weak. But you went in the opposite direction, slaughtering children. You really have no humanity. Jiang Yixing painfully closed his eyes. At this time, he was willing to speak. It all started with a black-clothed man 380 years ago. At that time, my lifespan was about to end. And I had painfully cultivated to only the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage, and I could only wait for death. That black-clothed man came in front of me, casually pointed a finger, and immediately made me rise from Foundation establishment to Golden Core. He then told me the method of sacrificing the blood of children. I was resurrected from the dead. My desire to live was greater than anyone else's. I extremely wanted to use this method, but I was worried that the resentment of the children would expose my cultivation of the demonic path. He saw that I was hesitating, and then told me that the power of faith could eliminate resentment. Then he disappeared without a trace, and I never saw him again since then. Jang Li pondered, if I hadn't reached the great ascension stage, only relying on the power of faith, once Jiang Yixing's matter was revealed, it would have become a blow to me. He raised his head to look at the sky. Is this purely spreading the demonic path, or is it a conspiracy against me? But 380 years ago, I was only a human emperor candidate. Could it be that the black-clothed man left a dark hand for all the human emperor candidates? After dealing with Jiang Yixing's matter, the two walked around and talked. Lao Ji said sadly, 380 years ago, the black-clothed man, it's a pity that I can't reverse time as far as that. Hearing this, he sighed, Brother Lao Ji, you're good at everything, a righteous emperor who loves the people, impartial and respectful of the law. A friend who values loyalty. He told him to say whatever he wanted directly. Jiang Li shook his head in frustration, but you are a cultivator who doesn't focus on cultivation, wasting your God-given talent. Now letting you rewind 80 years is enough to burn out your life. Right, he said unhappily, if you can do it for me. Jiang Li sighed again, I want it too. It's a pity that the time path completely relies on understanding. I've tried it, I really can't learn it. The Chong Tong is a symbol that only founding emperors have, pure emperors, most suitable for cultivating the time path. He said that wasn't wrong. According to legend, the God Emperor was originally a giant fish in the river of time. During one coincidence, he took the opportunity to jump out of the river, transforming into a human form and coming to Jiuzhou, creating the Grand Jiuzhou. Therefore, the descendants of Jiuzhou are very close to time. Jiang Li patted him on the shoulder and advised, therefore, Comrade Lao Ji, you must practice harder. Lao Ji didn't bother to listen. If there's nothing else, I'm going back. No need to see me off. In a dark space, there was a beautiful girl sleeping soundly. Two men kept sighing, wanting to touch her. Too beautiful. I can't believe there's such a beautiful woman in the world. I really want to take her as my own. Jiang Li flew into the air and called out the system. It congratulated the host on undergoing arduous cultivation and difficult battles, defeating Jiang Yixing. Do you want to summarize the rewards? He immediately agreed. It said arduous cultivation and difficult battles. When did that happen? Not long after, he felt a source of power pour into his body. But this power is not even as much as each time I inhale and exhale. Then he suddenly realized it was for the qi refining stage, so it's fine. He looked again at that golden power. If I could use it from the beginning, then when I was at the foundation establishment stage, I would have reached a perfect realm. This can be said to be a privilege that only true disciples of major sects can have. Knowing it was good stuff, he decisively threw it away. I don't need it anymore. Seriously, who would refine power of unclear origin? He had to go and study the other rewards, Dragon Tiger Arhat Extreme, Body Refining Cultivation Method, Mid-Grade Spiritual Sword. Jiang Li selected a few things and put them into his storage ring. Inside were two large containers. One container held useless new player gifts, and the second container held useless things the system gave. The system announced the release of a new mission. After joining the Huayan sect, Yun Bo, a descendant of the great elder of the sect, believes that your 5 elements spiritual roots lower the average spiritual root level of the entire sect, making things difficult for you everywhere. Please use your strength to defeat him. This mission can be abandoned. The rewards from this mission are a chance of enlightenment, a piece of a mysterious map, and a random upper-grade spiritual artifact that can be upgraded. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. A piece of a mysterious map, that's interesting. Then accept it. Activating the new function of the system, the shop, Jiang Li exclaimed in admiration, this seems to be an interesting function. Open the shop. A series of lists appeared around him, listing items. Jiang Li sighed in disappointment. Why are they all things from this world? I thought there would be telephones, computers, nuclear satellites from my previous life. Or things from the immortal realm. Whether there are telephones or not doesn't matter. I mainly want to try to see what it feels like for a normal body to resist a nuclear weapon. He asked the system if there were products from other worlds. It replied, please invite the host to another world first. Jiang Li was speechless. Another useless function? If I could go somewhere else, what would I need the system for? Jiang Li had to ask it to sort by the number of points from largest to smallest. A long column appeared in front of him. The first 4 were, in order, Collection of Human Emperor Palace Cultivation Methods, Dao Sect Yin Yang Heavenly Seal, Tribulation Transcending Stage Puppet, Immortal's Handwritten Letter. He noticed the Yin Yang Heavenly Seal. Could it be the Dao Sect's treasure for suppressing the sect? Why is Lao Bai's stuff here? Jiang Li secretly speculated, could it be that these things didn't appear naturally, but were stolen from the sect? Never mind, I'll do the mission first, and then think about it. He closed the shop. Then he suddenly remembered, try shaking the communication talisman to contact the Human Emperor Palace. After transcending the tribulation, I came straight here. I don't know if they're looking for me over there. A blue talisman appeared, calling Zhang Konghu, the commander of the Human Emperor Palace. Not long after, a person with a swollen face, 2 bleeding nostrils, and several teeth missing appeared. He shouted in panic, I was just about to contact you, brother. There's a big problem. Jiang Li asked him, what's with this face? Zhang Konghu's face was originally very handsome and dashing. He was someone who could resist a tribulation-transcending stage person with just his body. Only a handful of people could beat him like this. He didn't argue with his wife, there was no heavenly demon invasion, and he didn't invite no the old Buddha to eat pork. Seeing Jiang Li constantly guessing wrong, Zhang Konghu told him not to guess anymore. Brother, you only get the worst prize in the lottery. You don't need me to tell you what your luck is like. He asked him to speak. Zhang Konghu became serious, and said that a beauty was about to cause a fight. Jiang Li was surprised. A beauty wants to cause a fight? What major sect matter is it? Zhang Konghu explained in more detail. It's like this, the emperor of the Mengjiang dynasty has taken a concubine in recent years. The golden chamber is full of jewels, and he never lets outsiders see her. He himself doesn't care about court affairs, staying quietly in the golden chamber. He thought to himself, there are emperors who are infatuated with beauty and neglect state affairs, and there are those who are immersed in cultivation and seclude themselves for dozens of years. These are common occurrences. If it's not within the scope of the Human Emperor Palace's management. If the emperor doesn't manage the court, the Human Emperor Palace will take action to deal with it. Then there would be too much to manage. It would be better to directly unify the 9 provinces and be done with it. He added, it's said that the Mengjiang emperor and the concubine only look at each other when they do things between men and women. Jiang Li exclaimed in admiration. The relationship between Wei Huang of the Dawei dynasty and the Mengjiang emperor is very good. After hearing that Yu Huang had emerged from seclusion, he went to the golden chamber to find the Mengjiang emperor and understand the situation. It's obvious that something is going on. Jiang Li remembered that Wei Huang was also a person who was obsessed with women. So he also wants that concubine? But the Mengjiang emperor doesn't agree. He said that's right. Wei Huang said he could choose any spiritual stones or cultivation methods, but the Mengjiang emperor still didn't agree. The two of them argued and fought, causing half of the imperial palace to collapse. He sighed with emotion. Is this fighting over a woman? The way you guys talk is really high level. Should I spend money to find a script teacher for Zhang Konghu? But the 2 dynasties starting a war is a big deal. A 7th-level emperor can lead hundreds of thousands of soldiers, or even more. In the 9 provinces, that's an army composed of hundreds of thousands of qi refining, foundation establishment, and golden core cultivators. From the nascent soul stage and above, there are probably quite a few. It's fundamentally different from the armies of ordinary people in ancient times in his previous life. Speculating on his own, the true qi of the 6th level of qi refining is only more than a bullet. The explosive power of the golden core stage can be compared to a missile warhead. If it were placed in his previous life, it would be World War II. The scope of the battlefield is very likely to spread to the territories of other dynasties and sects as well. Perhaps it will come to a great battle across the 9 provinces. Jiang Li decided to make a trip. I'll try to dissuade them if I can. If not, I'll have to use force. He sighed again. It's not difficult for me to fight an army of hundreds of thousands of people, but it would take a lot of effort and be a bit troublesome. Only then did he remember his injury, asking who beat him. Zhang Konghu pointed to his bruised face. This is the problem, Brother Jiang. I remember after the agreement to fight between the two emperors, I immediately went to dissuade them. After all, I have the responsibility of the human emperor palace to maintain stability in the entire 9 provinces. Who knew that as soon as I saw that concubine, my whole soul was captivated? That person is very beautiful as a celestial being. No, even immortals are not as beautiful. Too beautiful, I want to have her. She's mine. No one can compete with me. At that time, I wanted to snatch that concubine away, and my body almost lost control. In that urgent situation, I had no choice but to slap myself to wake up. Jang Li saw that this matter seemed not simple. Those 2 emperors were lustful, no different from Shu Huang. It wouldn't be strange for them to fight over a concubine without caring about national affairs. But Zhang Konghu was different. To be able to become the leader of the human emperor palace, not to mention his cultivation, his temperament must be top-notch. For a concubine to be so beautiful that even he was moved, there must be a problem. How long until the agreed fight? They said it would be a life-or-death battle in 2 weeks. I've decided to go. It'll take half a day to get there. You keep an eye on those 2 emperors. Zhang Konghu immediately agreed. The moonlit night was still. Jiang Li stood in the sky observing. He saw that they were fighting again, but this time there were 3 figures. Zhang Konghu was one of them. Beauty is only worthy of the strong. The remaining 2 people were the 2 emperors. Get lost, you mortals. This is the Mengjiang dynasty, and everyone must listen to me. Jiang Li lamented, I told you to keep an eye on the 2 emperors, and you've also been infatuated by the concubine. He hit him hard on the head. Calm down for me. The other 2 were also hit. All 3 fell to the ground. Falling face down, dust flew everywhere. Zhang Konghu sat up. At least I've regained my senses. But brother Jiang, your hand is really ruthless. It almost shattered my bones. He flew down. Luckily you still have some sense. Knowing that the battle can affect others, you fought in the sky. Jiang Li threatened coldly, if you dare fight on the ground, I'll beat you down to the underworld. Zhang Konghu embarrassedly scratched his head and smiled. The 2 emperors bowed to Jiang Renhuang in confusion. He asked, can I meet that concubine? The Mengjiang emperor politely invited him. They went inside the luxurious golden chamber. He said that beauties often sleep. He had brought her to the golden chamber for 3 years, and she had been sleeping for 3 years. She rarely wakes up. No matter how loud the commotion is, it's hard to wake her. A quiet girl lay on the large bed. Her platinum blonde hair was long and lustrous, and even her eyelashes and eyebrows were white. She wore many exquisite ornaments all over her body. He stared at her. I've met this person before. To be more precise, I've seen her painting before. That painting was drawn with ordinary ink and paper, but it was listed as a forbidden item. This beauty is exactly like the one in the painting he once saw. Is it the original, or just the same appearance? The Mengjiang emperor hurriedly stopped Jiang Li. That's enough. Don't look anymore. The beauty is mine. He irritably pulled him out. Go outside and calm down a bit. His face turned pale from difficulty breathing. Let go of my collar quickly. I can't breathe anymore. When everyone was outside, they asked curiously, Jiang Renhuang, did you not have any reaction after seeing the beauty? He only said calmly that she was very beautiful. They were stunned. That's it? That's it? That's the most beautiful person I've ever seen. That's all? There's no feeling of wanting to take her as your own, no feeling of excitement wanting to enjoy her? Everyone admired him. Jiang Renhuang's temperament surpasses ordinary people. Leaving that aside, he asked about the main issue. Where did you find this person? The Mengjiang emperor left the initial route to hunting, and went deep into the forest alone. He accidentally discovered a beautiful girl sleeping on a tree like an immortal. Feeling that he was too ordinary to deserve to touch the beauty, he used nothingness to bring the beauty back to the imperial palace, built the golden chamber, and used it to protect the beauty. Jiang Li pondered for a moment, and said, this woman is quite special. I plan to go to the Jiangshan Pure Land for a trip. There are some things that need to be confirmed. I hope that the 2 monarchs can maintain their temperament, and not be weak in the face of beauty. As for Zhang Konghu, keep an eye on the exit for me. Don't let anyone come back before I do. He obeyed the order. Just to be sure, he decided he needed to set up a grand protection formation here. Jiang Li took out a gold coin. Then he grabbed it to cast a spell, and a bagua diagram appeared. Its scale was very large, covering the entire surrounding area. Zhang Konghu wondered, when did you learn how to set up formations? Didn't you completely give up cultivation of all kinds of arts? His cultivation was very high, and his combat power was extremely strong. But he was not proficient in formations, refining pills, or refining weapons. No matter how he learned, he didn't know how. When he heard the teacher lamenting about the formation aspect, Jiang Li decided to give up and not learn anymore. So it turned out he learned it when he was humiliated by Lao Bai. Seeing that he didn't understand, he explained that it was based on the jade slip given to him by the Dao sect master. There are two largest great sects in the western regions of the 9 provinces. One is the Merciful Buddhist sect, and the other is the Hongchen Pure Land, which only has women. The Buddhist sect does good deeds and blesses the world, and is known by many people. Hongchen Pure Land is almost hidden from the world, and rarely comes out. People only hear of it, but have never met. But there are many legends about it. One of them is that the founder of Hongchen Pure Land has a beautiful appearance. Even the Buddha had to be moved. On a clear blue lake in a faraway place, Jiang Li boldly came to visit Hongchen Pure Land, hoping to be forgiven. Inside the outcrop of rock in front of him, a formation diagram appeared. It sucked his body in. Then it brought him inside. Qingyu Daogu and Jingxin Xingnu had been waiting. She came out to greet him. Jingxin greets you. Renhuang Jiang is still the same, carefree and at ease. He also greeted her back. Qingyu Daogu folded her arms and looked at him. You also know that you're being presumptuous by coming here, so there's no need for hospitality. Hearing this, Jingxin said, Renhuang Jiang has come to visit, how can we be so unreasonable? Jiang Li took the opportunity to mock. After many years of separation, Xingnu Jingxin is still so gentle. Much better than some dogu who unreasonably makes a scene. The woman behind her was very angry when she heard this. She constantly told herself to endure, not to hit him. He asked curiously, your cultivation and prestige in the sect have surpassed your master, so why don't you become the head teacher? Jingxin pouted, because the title Jingxin Dogu doesn't sound good. He looked at the uncomfortable-looking ant. This head teacher was once in love with a Buddhist disciple from Mount Miluo. But that Buddhist disciple's intentions were not upright, so I killed him. From then on, she harbored hatred. Jiang Li shook his head and sighed. It's clear that you met someone and felt uncomfortable in your heart, so why do you put all the blame on me? Jingxin also spoke up for him. When the immortal tree of our Hongchen Pure Land was about to die that year, it was Renhuang Jiang who saved it. Hearing her mention this, she became even more angry. At first, I offered a reward to the world. Whoever saved the immortal tree could choose any treasure in the sect's treasure house at will. You did it, so of course I will follow the rules. She angrily pointed at him. But you took the key to the treasure house, causing the disciples of Hongchen Pure Land to have no choice but to go down the mountain to find ways to make money. He said calmly, what are you talking about? There are so many tragic love stories. Shouldn't you thank me? Both of them were speechless to him. Moreover, he had already returned the key. He took 10 before returning it. It was really unspeakable. Jingxin was flustered. If her master hadn't mocked Jiang Li at that time, he wouldn't have deliberately taken the key. She grunted, don't think that just because you saved the immortal tree, I will be grateful for your kindness. Speaking of their treasure house, Jiang Li had once seen a painting in it. That painting only existed in Hongchen Pure Land. The person in the painting had an appearance that shocked him, and he would always remember. Jingxin said that the person in that painting was their ancestor, the Hongchen Immortal. When she ascended to become an immortal, she was not yet broken. A mortal came down to earth. She had an appearance like a saint. Every frown and every smile had its own charm. Whether it was a man or a woman, even if they had transcended the tribulation stage, they could not resist the fascination. It was rumored that the immortal's appearance caused many people in the immortal realm to be moved, and they took action at any cost. The immortal was powerless, so she came to the 9 provinces and did not return to the immortal realm. However, the disputes continued. The immortal had no choice but to use immortal power to restore peace. Daozong Washihai heard the news and personally wanted to draw a portrait. After meeting, he had to exclaim, this girl is the embodiment of the beauty of the world. Immortals are only ordinary before the heavenly Tao, How can they resist the charm of the heavenly Tao? Later, a teacher in the Western world founded Hongchen Pure Land, calling himself the Hongchen Immortal. Jang Li became serious and said, I suspect that I have met the ancestor of your sect, and she has been resurrected. In the silent scene, his voice was heard clearly. But I also know that the ancestor of your sect has long been returned to heaven. Qingyu pondered, there are only legends about reincarnation in the 9 provinces. I have never heard of someone who has died and will be resurrected. But their ancestor did not value common sense. She agreed with her. Jang Li said that he was only an outsider, and it was not convenient to offend the ancestral appearance of your sect. He still invited the two to go to the mausoleum to see the immortal body of your sect's ancestor. She pointed to indicate that they should go this way. What are you saying, Jiang Renhuang? From the moment you saved the immortal tree, you have been the benefactor of our Hongchen Pure Land. Benefactors are not considered outsiders. They entered a dark room. In order to prevent her body from being stolen, the ancestor left a crystal seal. Only she can open the seal. It is certain that after the ancestor was resurrected, she left on her own. Sure enough, in the golden chamber is the ancestor of you people. Unexpectedly, there is such a thing as dying and then resurrecting. She was worried about what the state of the ancestor was like now. Whether she had completely recovered all her memories or was just acting on instinct. She instructed her, you and Jiang Renhuang should quickly go and see the situation at the Mengjiang Emperor's side. Jingxin immediately agreed. They teleported immediately. Jingxin looked at the girl in front of her. It was indeed Hongchen ancestor. Zhang Konghu peeked in a corner. Why can the Xingnu Jingxin look at her like brother Jiang, without being charmed? She could feel the feeling of bloodline connection with the ancestor. This was probably the reason why she could resist the charm of the Hongchen Immortal. Zhang Konghu was shocked. So the Xingnu is a descendant of the Immortal. Hongchen Pure Land has many beauties, and there is no decline. There are 2 reasons. One is that the master goes down the mountain to experience, and takes in female disciples that she likes. The other is that Hongchen Pure Land has an immortal peach tree. The immortal peach can cause women to become pregnant. Children born are naturally considered to be children of Hongchen Pure Land. Hongchen Immortal used the immortal peach, and Jingxin naturally belongs to the latter class. The beauty of the ancestor could not be compared to ordinary people like her. Compared to the unique Hongchen Immortal of all ages, she could only be considered a beauty who is seen once every 5,000 years at most. Jiang Li went outside to explain to the 2 emperors. Hongchen Immortal has a complicated background. Leaving her here will only add to the trouble. Moreover, she is the ancestor of Hongchen Pure Land. It is reasonable to take her back to Hongchen Pure Land. What do you think, Mengjiang Emperor? He firmly opposed it. Hongchen Immortal has been sleeping in my place for a long time and is used to it here. You can't take her away. Jiang Li sighed, I know your rules. If you can't decide what to do, the biggest fist wins. The strong are respected, and the weak suffer. Come on, I'll take a few moves with the Mengjiang Emperor. The 2 clasped their hands and agreed, then excuse us. Count me in 2. They thought to themselves, so what if he's a Renhuang? We're emperors too. Is your unit higher than ours? Saying to take her away is the same as taking her away? We don't care if the human emperor palace is revered throughout the 9 provinces. This time, our 2 great dynasties don't care. Soon, the result of the fight was clear. The bird that hadn't fallen asleep on the branch was startled by the shout and flew away. The Mengjiang Emperor lay trembling on the ground, ordering to call a physician to save him. At the same time, in Zhengxia, a girl was diligently cultivating. For some reason, the spiritual power has not increased in recent years. She felt that her body was like an empty bucket. How much spiritual power went in, that's how much came out. Was her Shiji Jingxin very busy in the sect? Did she still remember this Jinan stage shimmy? She really wanted to ask for more guidance on the knowledge of cultivation. A girl came over to remind her, Du Xiner, you always mention the Xingnu Jingxin all day long. We don't dare to get close to her. Although it is said that she is not a strict person, she has a cold feeling. Du Xiner hurriedly said that it was not true. At that time, she took a book to find Jingxin, stuttering that she had a problem on the path of cultivation and wanted to ask her for help. Jingxin smiled and asked where she did not understand. That expression made her very fascinated. She also said that if she did not understand anything in the future, she could come and ask. Du Xian'er was very happy and thanked her happily. Shiji Jingxin was obviously extremely gentle. The door to the room was opened. Xingnu Jingxin smiled maliciously and said, "Sorry, Shizun. We have to invite you out." Then the two of them lifted her up and decisively threw her out. Qingyu Daoge was very angry when she was treated like this. But in the end she had to let it go. Who made her not a descendant of the Hongshan ancestor? She was just a chief disciple who was brought back to the mountain by the first chief disciple. She had no resistance to the magic power of the Hongshan ancestor. Recalling that at that time, she babbled that Shiji was hers and no one should try to snatch her. She gnashed her teeth and tightly bit her handkerchief. Damn it, why was Jang Li okay? The beautiful Hongshan ancestor leaned back on the crystal stone. Her eyes slowly opened. Jang Li thought to himself, the mortal immortal is about to wake up. Only a moment later, she had completely awakened after many times of confusion, and jumped up and flew towards them. The two bowed politely. 36th generation descendant Jingxin greets the ancestor. 72nd generation Renhuang greets the Hongshan immortal. She asked in confusion, "I am your descendant. Who am I? What is Renhuang?" She did not know what the ancestor still remembered about the past. She only remembered that she woke up from within the crystal. Outside the crystal, there seemed to be something binding her. After escaping from the restraint, she immediately went down the mountain, just walking east, passing through two small towns along the river, to the dense forest. Along the way, she became more and more sleepy, and finally fell asleep on a large tree branch. After waking up, she saw that she was in a golden room, and a man was looking at her blankly. She asked him, but he did not answer, just smiling foolishly. She was bored and went back to sleep. Several times, you people appeared in front of her. Jang Li asked if she still remembered the matters of the immortal realm, or the matters of her descending to the mortal world. The Hongshan immortal shook her head. They realized that after she was resurrected, she had lost her memory. Or rather, mortal beings did not retain their previous memories. He raised his hand and conjured a simulated image of this small land. This is where the Hongshan immortal woke up. Then you passed through two small towns along the river, right? She nodded. He pondered for a while. She said that she was sleepy. Jingxin told her to rest. The two went outside to talk. She asked him if he had discovered anything. Jang Li frowned and said, "After I took the key to your treasure house, you had no money to buy spiritual grain. You had no choice but to go down the mountain to find ways to earn spiritual stones." Although he gave her face and returned the key, Jingxin was shocked and blushed. Gave her face? But you should also remember this lesson. Move some people from the Mengjiang dynasty and let them settle here, right? She nodded, needing some mortals to migrate here. Jang Li thought, the people of the 9 provinces can all be fixed. The mortals in the 9 provinces are cultivators who can only circulate in the qi refining stage for their entire lives. Those mortals build villages and towns. In addition to Shengzaizen and Zaihezen, which you just pointed out to the ancestor, there are also 6 other towns. They grow spiritual grain and hand it over to you every year. He realized that the main problem was here. Hongshan Xianzi constantly passed by those 2 small towns during the day, either going around or through them. With her beauty, how could the people of the small towns not know about it? But they didn't have any such information, leading to the disappearance of their ancestral master for 3 years without anyone knowing. That's right, the location of the ancestral master's tomb is extremely remote. It's reasonable that no one would see her going down the mountain. But for her to pass through 2 small towns with so many people during the day without anyone seeing her is truly unreasonable. Can't be, each small town has a Jin Dan stage shimmy station there. Those 2 small towns have been providing a very good tribute of spiritual grain every year. How could they have a problem? Jang Li raised his eyebrows in confusion, discovering a problem but denying it instead of solving it. After speaking, he flew away. She wanted to say something, but it was too late. She could only angrily take a book from her storage items. She slammed it hard on the ground. Didn't they say men like women who are a little silly? This is a fake book, it's useless at all. After venting her anger, she flew after him. And Shizun kept saying this book was great, calling it a legendary book of Jiuzhou. What a liar! The poor book was left behind. Qingyu Doga sadly picked it up. Good or bad, I wrote it. The two had arrived at the place, and there were many people coming and going here. Jing Xian looked at them and sighed. No wonder Hongchen Xianzi moves everyone's hearts. Coming to this place, she doesn't cause the slightest ripple. There's not a trace of vitality here, whether it's the waiters, merchants, or passers-by. They are all dead people. This entire Shanghai town is a dead city. How could dead people have feelings for beauty? They went into a tea house. The waiter enthusiastically greeted them. The two of you look unfamiliar. Are you new here? It's rare to see you. Is this the immortal of Red Dust Pure Land? He took out a red spirit stone. Waiter, I'd like to ask a few questions. He immediately waved his hand to refuse. Esteemed guests, I can't accept that. The two of you are noble people of Red Dust Pure Land. How could I accept your money? She sized him up. This waiter's movements are natural and smooth, without any stiffness. Judging by the naked eye, he's no different from a living person. Let me use my divine sense to check. The Dantian and Sea of Consciousness both have worms. One controls behavior, and the other controls thoughts. It's a very skillful control technique. It's genuine control that only the Gu clan people have. He raised his head and asked him, have any very beautiful immortals passed by here in the past few years? He happily replied, of course. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, an immortal as beautiful as in a painting passed by this place. Everyone didn't bother eating, and all ran out to see her. But the immortal didn't even glance at us. Some people wanted to follow the immortal, but were stopped by Xian Yuanzi. Jang Li curiously asked who Xian Yuanzi was. Jing Xian said that it was Yuanling Xianzi, the guardian of this town. She is a Gu clan person. He turned to ask the waiter, what was Yuanling Xianzi's reaction when she saw the beauty? Did she have an infatuated expression or did she try to capture her? He immediately waved his hand. Esteemed guest, don't talk nonsense. Yuanling Xianzi doesn't have such abnormalities. She's very normal, only casually praising her beauty. Jing Xian found it strange. Shimi Yuanling is a Gu clan person. Of course, she's not a descendant of Hongchen Shizu. Why wouldn't she be affected? Jiang Li picked up his teacup and suddenly said, by the way, do you know that you're already dead? He was startled. What are you saying, esteemed guest? He said he was joking. You can go now. He immediately left. She pondered, why isn't Yuanling affected? There's another problem. She should be at the Jin Dan stage. But from the level of Gu worm cultivation, these people are just like living people, unaware that they are dead. This isn't something a Jin Dan stage cultivator can do. This technique of maintaining the corpse's life as it was when it was alive is very advanced. Only a Huashan stage cultivator can discover the flaws. But it's not certain that only the Gu clan people know how to use Gu worms. I've traveled the world for many years, and I've seen many strange things. It's a pity that the Gu clan chose to live in seclusion, and I don't understand much about the Gu clan's affairs. How long has it been since you came here? But if it was Huashan stage cultivator, it wouldn't be like this. Jing Xian sadly lowered her head. Huashan stage cultivators no longer eat grains. Among the elders, spiritual grain is just a small matter. There's no need to worry about any problems with the spiritual grain. Therefore, the sect only sends people with very low cultivation levels, only Jin Dan stage disciples here. It's enough to have a Yuanling stage manager to manage these 8 small towns. And there won't be any problems. Jiang Li bluntly said, but now there's a very big problem. Jing Xian regretfully replied, it's my negligence. Then her eyes changed, but first, I have to go see Yuanling. Yuanling isn't here. I just used my divine sense to check. There's no aura of a female Jin Dan cultivator in Shanghai town. But I saw a female Jin Dan cultivator in Shanghai town. She should be one of your people. She happily said, that's Du Xian or Shimi. She's guarding Shanghai town. The two of them went there together. Du Xian was still diligently sitting outside, cultivating. She sadly realized that her spiritual power still wasn't increasing. Maybe she really wasn't suitable for cultivation. Someone without talent like me is just a burden in the sect. It's better to go out and take on tasks. The Shiji with talent don't need to waste time here. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Who said you were a burden? She raised her head to look. When she saw Shiji arrive, she happily smiled. It's been years since we last met. That's great. I'm having problems with cultivation again. I always wanted to ask Shiji for guidance. She hugged Du Xian tightly. Choking with sobs, she said, "It's Shiji's fault, it's Shiji's negligence." Du Xianer smiled and replied, "Shiji is too serious. Isn't it just explaining about cultivation knowledge? It's nothing big." Jing Xian bit her lip and shed tears. "I'm sorry." Jang Li stood silently, watching the two of them. It's been years since they last met, and now they're separated by life and death. Not only has Shanghe Town become a dead city, but so has Xiahe Town. The girl coaxed Jing Xian, "Shiji, don't cry anymore." "Sorry, I was rude." The girl looked at him. "Shiji hasn't told me yet, who is this?" Jing Xian introduced, "This is the current Renhuang." He nodded as a greeting. The girl whispered into her ear, "So it's the person Shiji often mentions." She only smiled gently, without saying anything. DNH happily chatted with Jiang Li. "I heard Renhuang's martial strength is extraordinary, the number one in Jiuzhou. There's nothing he can't do, comparable to an immortal. Is that true?" He looked into the distance. "I once thought I could do anything, but now I realize, even if I become an immortal, I still can't change life and death. I'm just a mortal after all. Let's not talk about this. We didn't see Yuan Ling in Shanghe Town. Where did she go?" "I'm not sure either. Recently, Yuan Ling Shiji often leaves Shanghe village, and each time she leaves for several months. But she'll be back during the harvest season. It's also a matter of the past few days." The two looked at each other and nodded at the same time, indicating they understood. Jing Xian said, "Let's go see the situation in Shanghe Town. They'll stay here with you during this time." Du Xianer happily cheered, "That's great. I can finally listen to Shiji explain cultivation knowledge again. Then Renhuang, can I ask you to guide me in cultivation?" He readily said, "Sure." The girl hesitated. "My cultivation has always been stuck at the Jin Dan stage, without any progress. Why is that? I've clearly tried very hard. Is it because I don't have the talent?" Jiang Li gently stroked her head. "This is normal. You can't rush cultivation. It'll get better slowly. I also had times like that." Xianer's face immediately lit up. "Really? Then I have confidence again." He thought to himself, how can a corpse increase its cultivation? On a bright moonlit night, Jiang Li went outside and used a talisman to summon Zhang Konghu, the leader of the Renhuang Palace. His face appeared. "Jiang Ji," he told him to go to Nanjiang for a trip to find the Gu clan people. Konghu curiously asked, "What's the matter with finding them?" "To investigate about the matter of being able to control the actions of the dead, to make the dead unaware that they are dead. What level of cultivation is needed to refine that Gu worm? Speed it up, go now." Although he didn't understand anything, he still followed orders. Jing Xian came from behind and asked for help. "Can you use your divine sense to help me check the remaining 6 small towns?" "My divine sense can only cover the 2 places, Shanghe and Xiahe Town. Everything is normal, they are all living people." She breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Speaking of which, I'm very curious, how wide is your divine sense's range after all?" Jiang Li wasn't sure because there were only 8 small towns here. Jing Xian was shocked. 8 small towns? Then what if there are countless small towns? Is it possible to? He used his divine sense and discovered that Yuan Ling had finally returned. At this time, Yuan Ling, unaware of anything, was flying in the sky. She was drunk and talking nonsense. "Not enough to drink yet, I can still drink. I have to go find spirit stones, go buy wine." Then she suddenly shouted. Then she was dragged back to her residence. She looked around unhappily. "Who dares to touch me in red dust pure land?" Jing Xian appeared with an angry face. "Tell me what you've done. Why haven't you returned for months?" He stared at her. "Yuan Ling, so that's it." No wonder she wasn't affected by Hongqin Xianzi. Seeing Shiji Jing Xian, her face turned pale. "Why are you here?" "Let me explain. There's nothing here, just a bunch of bumpkins who only know how to farm. So, I went to Mengjiang Huangchao to play for a while. But I always come back for every harvest season. You see, I always submit the spiritual grain on time every year, never late." Her face darkened, and she gritted her teeth irritably. "That's right. Precisely because the spiritual grain has never had a problem. That's why no one comes to inspect." Her hand clenched into a fist. "I'd rather the spiritual grain had a problem, so that the problem of these 2 small towns could have been discovered." Jing Xian angrily shouted, "Why isn't there a single living person in Shanghe and Xiahe Town?" Yuan Ling trembled. "You found out?" I didn't want to do it either. Going to Mengjiang Huangchao requires spirit stones. I took the spirit stones for buying the spiritual grain, just a little bit. Those commoners complained that my spirit stones were too little and wouldn't do it anymore. At that time, I was angry, and I killed all those commoners. As a result, someone demanded to go tell the sect. At that time, my brain completely lost control, and I killed that person. Afraid that the sect would discover, I used corpse goo to control their dantian, so that they could still grow spiritual grain as before. The more Jing Xian heard, the angrier she became. Just for this reason, the people of the entire town have lost their lives. Jang Li sighed in frustration. She questioned, then what about Xia town? Do Xian is your shimmy? How could you do it? Yuanling said there's no other way. Xia town is too close to here. I was afraid that Du Xian or shimmy would see through the flaws, so I killed her too. Conveniently, I killed all of Xia town as well. She laughed madly. Shiji, look, letting them grow spiritual grain. In the future we won't have to hand over spirit stones anymore. Isn't that great? Jing Xian didn't think so. But for these 3 years, the sect has always sent spirit stones for her to purchase spiritual grain. Of course, she wouldn't give the spiritual grain to a bunch of dead people, but would spend all her time having fun in Mengjiang Huangchao. Jiang Li pondered. But Yuanling relies on corpse goo in the dantian to control actions, but there are also goo worms in the sea of consciousness of the people in the town. So the goo worm in the sea of consciousness is used to control thoughts. Yuanling cringed and begged, Shiji, please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. I promise you, I will repent in the future. She coldly said, there's no future anymore. Do you know, you're already dead too? That's right, Yuanling is also just a corpse controlled by corpse worms, only she herself doesn't know it. In the familiar stone cave, a girl smiled sinisterly, there's no other way, I can only act first. After poisoning for 50 years, it's finally time to use it. Red dust pure lands Shiji and Shimmy. Yuanling collapsed in pain. I'm dead? How could that be? Shiji Jing Xian, you're scaring me, right? Yuanling doesn't even know she's dead, so you can't expect her to be able to point out who killed her. Jiang Li understood roughly everything. First, Yuanling killed all the people in the 2 small towns, using corpse goo to control everyone so they could produce as usual. It's just that based on her level, she could only use goo worms in the dantian, only able to control the corpse's actions. Then someone killed Yuanling, used goo worms to control Yuanling, and then planted goo worms in the sea of consciousness for everyone, controlling their thoughts. In this way, the people in the 2 small towns are no different from living people. Even a Yuaning stage cultivator wouldn't be able to see the problem. What is the purpose of the person behind all this? Jing Xian smiled and said, can you leave for a moment? I want to be alone with Yuanling for a bit. This smile made his skin crawl. Jiang Li agreed, I'll wait for you somewhere else. Not long after, a painful scream rang out. Yuanling was dead. Next, Jing Xian began to clean up. Yuanling's corpse completely disappeared. She came out and said to him, you've been waiting long. Jiang Li frowned and said, it seems like something happened to Du Xian. In the dark courtyard, there was a faint light. It was light from Du Xian's room. She was taking spiritual rice from a vat, then putting it into a large bucket. The two realized that Xianer didn't seem to know they were here. After harvesting the spiritual grain, the people in the town separate the spiritual grain into spiritual rice, collecting it here. This is the spiritual rice they offer as tribute. These things are handled by someone specially responsible. There's no need for Xianer to take action. She only needs to supervise. Why does she have to waste her strength to pour this vat of spiritual rice into that pile of rice? This vat is also normal spiritual rice. Jiang Li advised her not to use her divine sense to check this vat of spiritual rice. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to bear it in her heart. If he said that, wasn't he telling her to investigate further? Jing Xian still decided to use it. Unexpectedly, this could resist divine sense. Then she strengthened her divine sense. She didn't believe it. But when she saw it, she was completely stunned. What was inside made her want to vomit. This isn't a vat of spiritual rice, this is a vat of goo worms. She shook Xiana's body. What do you want to do? The girl unconsciously said, isn't there a rule in the sect, that this vat of spiritual rice must be put into the big pile of spiritual rice? Jing Xian questioned. Who said that? Red Dust Pure Land doesn't have any such rules. Jang Li took a small grain and put it on his fingertip. Do you know what this is? Inside that grain is a goo worm. But Xiner still didn't know anything. Isn't it spiritual rice? Is there anything else? I have something to say to your Shiji. You go outside and wait. The girl owed and did as she was told. He turned the lid of the container. Someone has changed to Xiner's perception, making her think this is normal spiritual rice. This is a technique of corpse goo. Jing Xian was distraught. These goo worms, even after being cooked, are still alive. Their vitality seems to be even stronger than before. Someone put goo worms in the spiritual rice, to have the people of your Red Dust Pure Land eat them. It's just that I don't know what the effect of the goo worms is. A familiar nameplate appeared. Zhang Konghu appeared and said he had found the Goo clan people. Jiang Li praised, right on time. They said that to be able to refine goo worms that make corpses act like living people, at least a He stage is needed. But based on the records they guessed that the strongest in the Goo clan is only Yuaning. He asked who can learn goo techniques. They said you must read the ancient books hidden in the ancient tombs to learn. The goo art ancient books are sealed tightly, outsiders can't cultivate. But he tried it, could easily steal ancient books, no one even found out, of course he returned it afterwards. Jiang Li paused and thought, without saying a word. Oh yes, they also said, in the Goo clan, the mind-controlling goo art which the ancestors passed down has been lost. They have been hiding in the world, hoping we release information so everyone can rest assured. What is mind-controlling goo art? The Goo clan says the goo worm is extremely scary. Just let someone swallow it, and the next day they'll become a He or Huashan stage. The master of the goo worm can control the person's mind, and the person who ate it won't even notice. Jiang Li held out the bowl filled with spiritual rice. See if this is mind-controlling goo art. Konghu confirmed that it was this, small like a grain of rice, tough like a strand of hair. Quiet when it meets water, fierce when it meets fire. Where did you get such a big bowl? Jing Xian blankly collapsed. How many shimi have eaten it? There are Shirbua who occasionally eat it too while in Bigu. The people in Red Dust Pure Land still don't know anything. Qin Yu Daogu was quite worried in the room. Why hasn't Jing Xian returned yet? Did she run into something difficult? With Jiang Renhuang there shouldn't be any trouble. A female voice suddenly rang out, those two won't be coming back. Long time no see, Xianai. She turned around to look. What are you doing here? You were expelled from Red Dust Pure Land, why are you back here? She replied calmly, not even a call of shimmy, how heartbreaking. Qin Yushiji, she mocked, what's wrong? You were expelled from the sect, so you still hold a grudge? Or are you saying you want to come back and snatch the position? You can't become the leader, you always feel unconvinced? Xianai replied with a laugh, I am unconvinced. You and I are both at the He stage, our strength is equal, but why doesn't everyone choose me? Qin Yu accused, Red Dust Pure Land won't fight and scheme against each other. Someone who loves power like you, only knows how to enjoy yourself, among the disciples you are the troublemaker. In your heart you only know the secular world, you don't know tranquility, of course you won't be popular. She curled her lips and sneered, not popular, so what, now I don't care about popularity anymore. Shiji Qinyu, do you know? After leaving the sect, I wandered around, but accidentally discovered the hiding place of the Goo clan. To the Goo clan, which only has Yuaning stage, my He stage is like entering an uninhibited realm, flying around at will. If I want to learn Goo techniques, I'll just learn them. If I want to take any Goo worm, I'll just take it. She asked, you stole Goo techniques? Now you're back here to take revenge on us? Xianai denied, wrong, I acted 50 years ago. Starting from that time, starting from the place you didn't discover. Jiang Li asked Konghu, did they say how to break the mind-controlling Goo? Like other Goo worms, either the master of that Goo worm takes the initiative to break it, or kill the body of the Goo worm. What? It's like the mind-controlling Goo has no effect on those going through tribulation. The lightning tribulation during the tribulation will destroy the Goo worm. I'll explain to you later, let's pause here. He turned to say to Jing Xian, the people in the town are still acting normally. The mind-controlling Goo hasn't been activated yet, things haven't reached the point of no return. Your fellow disciples are still waiting for you to return and save them. With me here, there will be a way to turn things around. She gained more confidence. That's right, things haven't reached the point of no return, the evil person controlling things behind the scenes. Probably still needs a long time, still hasn't activated the mind-controlling goo, which shows that person is waiting for an opportunity to act. Mistakes can be made up for, there is still a chance. She grasped his outstretched hand. Jang Li, thank you? Returning to Red Dust Pure Land. Qingyu was stunned when she learned that the spiritual rice was mind-controlling goo. Qianai curled her lips and laughed gleefully. I came back from the Goo clan, and I was still troubled about how I could use what I had learned here. Luckily there was that self-righteous Yuan Ling, who gave me inspiration. Her dying by my hands can be considered to have some value. She completely didn't expect 50 years, yet she didn't discover anything. Didn't discover that 2 people in the town were dead, didn't discover that there was a problem with the spiritual rice. Aren't you very curious, in these 50 years, how many people in Red Dust Pure Land have eaten the poisoned spiritual rice? She waved her hand outside. Come here, I'll show you the fruits of my unremitting efforts. Hundreds and thousands of people appeared, unexpectedly, so many people had been poisoned. Qingyu was panicked, even 2 HT stage cultivators. She channeled spiritual power into her hand, a small green flame appeared. I only hate that I was too benevolent, I should have killed you at the beginning. But it's not too late to rectify it now. Xianai laughed crazily. Shiji Qingyu has great momentum. When it comes to fighting, this shimmy will naturally be inferior. But these disciples have all been controlled by my mind-controlling goo. Their life and death are at my will. Dare to touch me and see, I will have those people commit suicide. Qingyu completely didn't expect her to be able to do that. The hand she raised was lowered again. Xianai raised her hand, signaling, don't believe me? Then I'll show you. Take out your heart. So what? The girl behind her actually did it. The woman furiously called her name, Xianai. The cries for help from the disciples echoed continuously in her mind. She gritted her teeth in anger. Xianai has control, even if only for a moment? Or is she controlling these disciples to become like this? Hundreds and thousands of cries for help entered her ears. Qingyu frowned tightly, looking at Xianai. What exactly do you want? The position of sect leader? I'll give it to you, anything, I'll give you anything, just let these disciples go. She laughed scornfully. This position of sect leader, there was a time when I really wanted it, but now I need something else. Jang Li and Jing Xian had arrived before Red Dust Pure Land. She didn't understand why the Guardian Sect Grand Formation was blocking them outside. I heard no one has ever broken this Grand Formation, right? That's right, Red Dust Pure Land was built a long time ago, and it's famous everywhere for its beauty and mystery. There are countless people coveting its beauty, causing even more danger. But it all stops at the Guardian Sect Grand Formation. She was sure Master wouldn't block her outside. Could it be that the core of the Grand Formation has been taken away by someone else? Xianai stepped on someone and said arrogantly, Jiang Huang, Jing Xian, you're too late. She really didn't expect the mastermind behind the takeover. It really is her, Xianai senior sister. Why do this? Is it for the position of sect leader? Xianai said that she was no longer interested in the position of sect leader. What exactly does she want? Originally, I wanted to maintain the poison for another 50 years before seizing the throne, but I heard that ancestral master has been resurrected. I am not a descendant of the founding master, so I can't meet her. But I'm very curious, so I controlled the guard who had painted a portrait of the founding master and showed it to me. She was fascinated. So beautiful. The founding master is truly too beautiful. How can there be someone in this world with such gender-neutral appeal? Now I only want the founding master Hongqin. The strong will worship me, and the beautiful will belong to me. I want to be by her side. To tell the truth, if Jiang Huang hadn't discovered that the family's founding master had been resurrected, Hongqin Pure Land could still have peacefully spent another 50 years with her. Qingyu stamped her foot hard. If anyone wants to blame someone, blame him. She cried out in pain. She worriedly called out to her master. Jing Xian channeled her spiritual power, clasped her hands, and formed a lotus-shaped circle of formation beneath her feet. Its name is Peerless Azure Lotus. She launched it towards the barrier. But then she was stunned to realize that the formation was not damaged at all. Not giving up, one wouldn't affect the formation, so let's have dozens of Peerless Azure Lotuses come together. The sea surface rumbled and vibrated, with water splashing everywhere. Jing Xian was soaked. But the formation remained as firm as ever. She panted, It's no use at all. Jang Li placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "Let me." Xian'ai laughed with delight, as expected of the formation brought from the heavenly realm by the Hongchen founding master. Even if an ordinary immortal attacked it, this grand formation wouldn't be affected in the slightest. Jing Xian worriedly asked, "Is it that you aren't skilled in formations?" Xian'ai kindly reminded, "Jiang Renhuang, I respect you because you contribute to Jiuzhou. I don't want to smear you either. Step back, or your invincible myth will be defeated today." Jiang Li raised his fist. "Head teacher Qin Yu, today I will show you this. Don't hold a grudge against me. Can we erase everything?" Qin Yu tremblingly agreed. Then he swung his fist at the grand formation. Cracks appeared on the barrier. Then it was completely shattered. She was shocked, speechless. Xian'ai was also completely surprised. She raised her hand high and ordered, "Appear for me. Don't touch them. These disciples have all been implanted with mind-controlling goo. As long as I think in my mind, they will all commit suicide. Can you act faster than my thoughts?" He calmly admitted that he indeed couldn't think as fast. Xian'ai was extremely confident. Even an arrogant Taoist like Qin Yu must be cautious of these disciples' lives, so they must obediently listen to my words. My request is not much. Let me take the Hongchen founding master away, and you must swear to heaven. Jiang Li interrupted her. "But why should I act faster than your thoughts?" Xian'ai panicked. "Damn it! I must immediately control those disciples to commit suicide." Seize Jiang Li. They all simultaneously held their weapons to their necks. Jiang Li raised his sword. The two goo worms in their bodies were both severed. Everyone regained consciousness, threw down their weapons. "What am I doing?" Xian'ai couldn't believe it. Even before the sword was swung, my goo worms were cut in half. He modestly said, "My swordsmanship is ignorant. I only know this one move." She collapsed to the ground. This move is called Mind Sword, originating in thought and landing in perception. The intersection of these two creates sword energy within the body. This move was originally used to cut veins and peel off skin. It seems that now, severing goo worms to save people is also quite suitable. As for you, Xian'ai stammered, wanting to explain, "Wait, I'm still useful." But before she could finish speaking, she had already gone to see her ancestors. Jiang Li coldly said, "Killing you doesn't require any swordsmanship." Finally resolved, he expressed his apology. "I overstepped my bounds. Originally, I wanted Jing Xian to resolve this matter herself, but this matter exceeded her ability to handle alone, so I could only do it for her." She bowed sincerely and said, "You are too polite. Thank you, Jiang Renhuang, for helping Hongchen Pure Land overcome this tribulation." Jing Xian blushed and said shyly, "This little girl has nothing to repay you. I can only give you a notice for repayment." Jiang Li sighed in frustration upon hearing this. "You can still joke, so your Tao heart is probably fine." At this moment, he said sternly, being plotted against to the point that the entire sect almost became a joy sect, "Hongchen Pure Land, you must pay attention. I will keep this matter a secret for you and will not spread it out." Qin Yu also bowed and thanked Jiang Li. "All previous grievances are wiped clean. From today on, you are the savior of Hongchen Pure Land. Without Jiang Li, our Hongchen Pure Land would have become a laughing stock. My pure wishes would have been locked on the pillar of shame in Hongchen Pure Land. Jiang Renhuang, the events of tonight, Hongchen Pure Land will definitely remember in our hearts." Jiang Li went to find Xian. Now the little girl understood. Everyone here has been implanted with goo. So I died a long time ago. No wonder I can't cultivate. He also felt very sad. Taoist Xian'ai was the master of the goo worms. Once she died, the goo worms would also die one after another. The entire Shangha town and Xiahe town have become lands of the dead. Du Xiana was a golden core cultivator when she was alive and could still hold on for a while, but she won't be able to hold on for long. Xiana frowned and said listlessly, "Hasn't senior sister Jing Xian arrived yet? I really want to see her again." She stepped out from behind the wall. "Xianer, junior sister, senior sister is here." She gently hugged the little girl in her arms, her face covered in tears. "Xianer, can you open your eyes and look at senior sister again? Last time you asked senior sister cultivation questions, senior sister hasn't finished explaining yet." Soon after, Jiang Li went to the Dao sect. "Renhuang, please wait. The boss will come immediately." Soon after, he came out. "What do you want from me?" Jiang Li replied, I want to ask you for a communication talisman on behalf of Hongchen Pure Land. He immediately agreed. He was a handsome young man, holding a folding fan and wearing a blue outfit. He was quite surprised by his attitude. Before, every time I looked for you needing a communication talisman, you would always have a pained and regretful expression. Why are you so decisive this time? Smiling so brightly, I always feel that this guy has no good intentions. He covered his mouth with his fan, his eyes curved. The Dao sect produced a junior with unparalleled talent. I, the sect leader, should naturally be happy. Jang Li was also happy for him. To be praised as having unparalleled talent, he must be a very outstanding junior. I wonder which genius it is. If it's not a bother, then lead me to see him. He nodded smugly. If I can witness the growth of a talented junior, then I, who protects Jiuzhou, will also have a sense of accomplishment. He said enthusiastically that it wasn't a bother. You also know this acquaintance. Jang Li was surprised. So it's like that. He reenacted Jang Li's expression at the time. Jang Li, you hold the Dao Sect's token. You are a Dao Sect walker. Why don't you greet this sect leader when you see him? Hearing these words, Jang Li was stunned. He remembered saying almost the same thing to Yuan Wuheng. He angrily shouted, I and Ji are irreconcilable. People outside were startled, not knowing who was shouting. Soon after, Jang Li returned to Hongchen Pure Land. This communication talisman is given to Hongchen Pure Land. If Hongchen Immortal has any movements, report to me. She took it and pondered. The Hongchen founding master is an immortal from the upper realm. Her Dao practice is unfathomable. If she does something, I fear that only Jang Li can deal with it. He carefully instructed, you must keep the matters of Hongchen Immortal a secret, and absolutely not spread the news. Otherwise, with Hongchen Immortal's charisma, who knows how much trouble it may lead to. The two of them understood clearly. Jang Li turned to leave. Then I won't stay any longer. I still have to go to Great Zhou. Jing Xian curiously asked, do you want to go find the Great Zhou Emperor, Ji? She had just heard that there was a strange person in the Dao sect who shouted several times, I and Ji are irreconcilable. Does it have something to do with this? Hearing this, he stopped in his tracks. Then he turned his face and said, it's nothing. Tell everyone not to believe the rumors. I'm going to Great Zhou because I have a small task to do. Soon after, Jiang Li set off. A young man greeted him. I am Yun Ba. Who are you? He replied indifferently, a passerby here to spar with you. Then he punched and kicked him away. The system rang with congratulations. The host used wisdom and sweat to defeat Yun Ba. The system awarded the rewards for this mission, a portion of the opportunity for Tihu initiation, a high-grade spiritual weapon of any shape that can evolve, and a fragment of a mysterious map. Jiang Li ordered the rewards to be settled. Because the host used the 9th level of Qi training to defeat Yun Ba of the early Foundation establishment stage, achieving the feat of Qi training defeating Foundation establishment. He sighed in frustration. It's another irrelevant settlement. Why doesn't this system have a fast-forward button so I can skip it? Please select the shape of the high-grade spiritual weapon, host. Jiang Li chose a Swiss Army knife. Not connected to the Swiss Army knife, please select again. Other things like AK-47s and Tiger tanks were rejected. Unexpectedly, when he chose a cleaver, it was accepted. Connected to the high-grade spiritual weapon, bloodthirsty bone-cutting cleaver. This is a high-grade spiritual weapon, bathed in a lot of fresh blood, absorbing vitality from the fresh blood, and can advance to a medium-grade magic weapon. The image of a cleaver appeared. Method for the spiritual weapon to recognize its owner, blood recognition. He asked it suspiciously. It told him not to doubt the professionalism of the system. Jiang Li bit his fingertip. He took some blood and dripped it on the knife. The system announced that it had advanced from high-grade spiritual weapon to medium-grade spiritual weapon. Finally, it exploded with a bang. Is this really professional? Jiang Li rebuked it. I said you can't use blood recognition, and you didn't believe me. I'm calling you a useless system. Do you have any objections? It was completely unable to refute. Please accept the map fragment, host. It was pretending not to hear what he said. This is 1/3 of the secret realm map. Complete the next tasks to obtain the remaining fragments. He didn't bother to accept it, but opened the map. I have the complete map. The secret realm is in this place. No need to find the remaining fragments. Congratulations, host, for randomly discovering the Qianyuan secret realm. The next mission reward has changed. Jang Li felt like he was hallucinating. It seemed that he heard a deep sense of failure from the system's notification sound. The system reminded, the Qian Yuan secret realm is too dangerous for the host, please explore it after the nascent soul stage. He sighed, I know. System, give me a new mission. I have no interest in the nascent soul stage secret realm. Please wait patiently, host. Can I go straight to the next mission? At this moment, his image suddenly appeared from the communication talisman. Hey, Jiang Li, are you there? I was too excited just now and forgot to tell you about this. Jiang Li was angry. I haven't even connected yet and you're forcing a video call. This bastard is relying on being the one who made the communication talisman to forcibly control mine. He crossed his arms, frowning uncomfortably. What is it? He looked unhappy. You are a Dao sect walker. What kind of way is that to talk to the sect leader? He raised his eyebrows and pouted threateningly. He had to be serious again. The yin-yang heavenly seal is about to be refined again. According to my observation, the time is less than a year. At that time, our Dao sect will hold a grand event to identify and appreciate immortal artifacts. Give your brother some face. You are recognized as the Renhuang, so you must come to support us. Jiang Li didn't refuse. He immediately happily said goodbye. Then it's settled. I'll send you an invitation when the time comes. I'll give you a special seat. Jiang Li stroked his chin and pondered. The yin-yang heavenly seal is about to be refined again. This is a big deal. It seems that the Dao sect has to be busy preparing for a year because of this. The founding master of the Dao sect is called Dao Zhu, with the same name as the famous figure in the immortal realm. He should have been punished by heaven, but Dao Zhu was safe and sound. The world rumored that he was either the reincarnation of the true Dao Zhu, or perhaps his incarnation, the three corpses. The yin-yang heavenly seal was refined by this Dao Zhu of the Dao sect. Once refined, it would be an immortal artifact with boundless power, the first treasure of Jiuzhou. After the Dao sect's Dao Zhu ascended, he left the yin-yang heavenly seal in Jiuzhou, becoming a treasure to suppress the Dao sect's fortune. Such was the magic of the yin-yang heavenly seal, it could automatically refine itself. Each time it was refined, its power would increase by one level. The last time it refined itself was 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years later, how could I miss the opportunity to witness the immortal artifact self-refining? However, it's still too early now, and the system hasn't made any movements yet, so I will enter closed-door cultivation on the spot, consolidating the achievements of the tribulation transcendence. 2 months later, the sky was clear. The system announced a new mission. The mysterious secret realm is about to open. Only those under 25 years old with foundation establishment stage cultivation can enter. The Huayan sect has a quota, and after defeating Yun Ba, you have won this quota. But others in the sect see that you only have mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation and disagree with you, and even ridicule you. Please win the championship in this mysterious secret realm. This mission can be skipped. It was just as Jiang Li had emerged from the state of meditation. The rewards for this mission are: unlock the space teleportation function, unlock the source reading function. Jiang Li found that he could not give up this mission. Soon after, Jiang Li went to the Great Zhou Heavenly Mystery Tower. 2 men, one standing and one sitting, were chatting in the room. When it comes to intelligence, no one does it better than me. The Tower Master is right, this once-in-a-decade assessment. My Great Zhou Heavenly Mystery Tower has again taken the first place. Seeing the envy in other people's eyes towards the Tower Master, it's too interesting. Another person suddenly rushed in and said, Tower Master, it's bad, Jiang Renhuang has arrived. He was startled and frightened. The Heavenly Mystery Tower doesn't commit crimes or violate the law, doesn't cultivate the demonic path, and prices with conscience. Why would he come? Hurry over there. Has our Heavenly Mystery Tower ever offended the Renhuang? Why is the Tower Master so panicked? That has to be said from a long time ago. Before, the maps of Jiuzhou were very rough and had many errors. Those who used them would get lost lightly, and enter the wrong place and die heavily. 100 years after Jiang Renhuang took the throne as the human emperor, he decided to redraw the maps of Jiuzhou. At that time, our Heavenly Mystery Tower had detailed maps, and sold them to the cultivators piece by piece at high prices. Jiang Renhuang did that, you understand. For the Heavenly Mystery Tower, there was naturally no way to disrupt it. At that time, Jiang Renhuang was already in the Great Ascension stage, and naturally not afraid of the Heavenly Mystery Tower. He summoned the leaders of all directions and made a map of Jiuzhou, even more detailed than the Heavenly Mystery Tower. The Heavenly Mystery Tower helplessly watched Jiang Renhuang sell it almost at cost. From then on, people no longer had to worry about the problem of maps. But the Heavenly Mystery Tower lost a considerable amount of income. The Tower Master has always worried about being resented by Jiang Renhuang. But this matter of Jiang Renhuang is a great merit. He should have received a baptism of merit. But I don't remember him having any records of merit. Don't mention him. The human emperor dynasties that protect Jiuzhou are also definitely a great merit. Similarly, there is no trace of merit at all. I see people speculating that, after the stairway to immortality disappeared, Jiuzhou lost contact with the immortal realm, leading to merit not descending. In the future, when Jiang Renhuang ascends to the immortal realm, he may receive a large amount of merit baptism. Bright red banners were hung up. Welcome Jiang Renhuang to inspect. Everyone shouted in unison and saluted, all secretly looking. It's really Jiang Renhuang. This is the first time I've seen the real person. Jang Li was a little confused. Why does it look like I'm here to supervise work? Esteemed guest is an immortal. This is our Heavenly Mystery Tower's tenet of hospitality. We will collect from all over the place according to the needs of customers, and do everything. Of course, there is some information related to privacy. We will resolutely not betray it. Jiang Li was surprised. Betray? He put his hand on his shoulder with a friendly smile. Resolutely will not collect. Very good. He was startled and shouted loudly, we will resolutely not collect. Jiang Renhuang is reminding me. I don't know if the Renhuang is satisfied with our work. He replied, on the contrary, there are no other problems. This time I came to learn about the information of the mysterious secret realm. The boss hurriedly ordered to bring the crystal ball. I will personally check all the information that the Heavenly Mystery Tower has for the Renhuang. The attendants hurriedly followed. He thought to himself, the Renhuang randomly mentioned a problem, wanting to see the Heavenly Mystery Tower's ability to process information. Soon after, the item was brought over. He stared at the crystal ball. Not bad, even the spiritual character of the people in the mysterious secret realm has been found out. You still say you don't betray private information? Oh well, it's recommended to let it go. The Renhuang's power is not that great, and I can't manage that much. He gave a block of rose-colored crystal to the boss. Take it back. He sighed. Renhuang, this is considered the Heavenly Mystery Tower's gift to Renhuang Hall. After finishing the matter, he also flew away. He asked the servant standing behind him, I remember you have a skill in painting? Yes, Tower Master. A few days later, a huge painting of Jiang Renhuang at the Heavenly Mystery Tower was hung outside for everyone to admire. 800 years ago, a combined body stage cultivator named Great Dream Layman died of exhaustion during Tribulation Transcendence. Before the Tribulation, he specially left the mysterious secret realm in the southern border of the Great Zhou dynasty, allowing the future Foundation establishment stage use some opportunities, using this to form good relationships. The mysterious secret realm opens once every 10 years, and each time it opens, the tests are different. Either test comprehension, or test strategy, or test how to deal with money and beauty. The mysterious secret realm has a total of 2 layers. Based on different outstanding performances, the corresponding rewards are obtained in the end. Jiang Li, with a hooded team, stood in a distant corner watching. Although I can directly enter and let the Great Dream Layman directly rank me first, robbing the opportunities of some Foundation establishment stage kids, this kind of laughable thing I'm not shameless enough to do. I have to pretend to be a late Foundation establishment stage cultivator and mix in with everyone to act together. A young man came over to greet him. Hello, brother. Is no one from your sect coming? What a coincidence. No one from my sect is coming either. My name is Qin Luan. I am the eldest senior brother of the Dingfeng Temple and a closed-door disciple. Now my master is traveling around, and hasn't returned for 10 years. I have to cultivate on my own. Another person was surprised upon hearing this. It's Qin Luan, the disciple picked up by the Dingfeng Temple. When he was 8 years old, he was tested and turned out to have a single lightning spiritual root. Everyone thought that even if he had good talent, without the support of a major sect, he would only waste his talent. Who knew that he would rely on comprehension and opportunities to overwhelm the disciples in the major sects? Jang Li pondered as he looked at him. Single spiritual root. Spiritual roots are also divided into good and bad. The best ones belong to the heaven and earth spiritual roots, the other is the single spiritual root, and the worst is the 5 elements spiritual root. The mutated single spiritual root is not as good as the heaven and earth spiritual root, but it is also the peak of the single spiritual root. He bowed humbly and said, "My sect only has me as the eldest, no one to go with me." He thought to himself, "My sect is the Renhuang Hall. I am the hall master of the Renhuang Hall, so naturally I have the highest status." But Qin Wan thought differently. Oh my God, all the elders of his sect died, leaving him alone. Even more miserable than me. He patted his chest loudly and said, "Brother, don't worry. Considering that we are in the same boat, in the mysterious secret realm, brother will protect you." "That's right, I haven't asked for your esteemed name yet." Jiang Li was about to say the name Shang, when he remembered the man's mocking smile, Dao Sect Walker. So he said irritably that his surname was Kong, and his name was only the single character Li. Combined, it was Kong Li. I hope I won't encounter a person lacking in morality this time. Brother Kong, do you know? Last time, there was a kid who suppressed himself as much as possible, and only broke through to the Golden Core stage when entering the secret realm, taking all the leading positions. If I encounter someone like this, I will definitely kick him twice while he is breaking through, so he can't play dirty. Jiang Li listened silently, not daring to say anything. Looking up at the sky, they saw people from the unfeeling sect flying over. The people of this sect have no feelings, no one believes, they only believe in the sword in their hand. These two are the 7 Killings Dao Child and his elder. The 7 Killings is not an easy person to deal with. I have fought with him, and I only won 8 out of 10 matches. He actually takes 7 Killings as his title. Does he have any relationship with the 7 Killings tablet of the immortal realm? I should have heard of this kind of person before. Why haven't I heard of him before? Unexpectedly, his name is Qisha. Jiang Li was speechless, only thinking the name sounded cool. At this moment, peach petals were falling from the sky. The girls appeared, people from the Lying Reiji sect. Qin Wan introduced them as Songying and her Shifu, also not easy to deal with. I've fought her before, winning only 6 out of 10 matches. She raised her hands high, cheerfully greeting him. Qin Wan, we meet again. This time, I won't lose to you. He whispered to him, be careful of Songying. She feels she can't beat me, so she wants to use her beauty to disturb my mind. Very scheming. Jiang Li guessed maybe she really likes you. Even this seasoned name can see she's interested in you. Don't you see her Shifu can't wait to draw her sword and kill this idiot? Qin Wan shook his head affirmatively. Absolutely impossible. Once I asked her if she liked me, she said who would like an idiot like me? Jiang Li nodded. So it seems Songying really doesn't like Qin Wan. Looking aside, he noticed a person with a tall and sturdy figure. That person's body is late-stage Juji, but inside is the soul of a Huashan cultivator. It's a seizing possession. Over here, Qin Wan and Songying were arguing. Why pretend you didn't see me? If I didn't see you, how could I introduce you to Kong Xiong? I just didn't want to bother with you. He walked over, pointing to the other side. Qin Xiong, do you know who that person over there is? She also looked over. That person is a true disciple of the Shilong sect, Li Jitong. It said his aptitude and comprehension were very ordinary before, but after falling off a cliff, he suddenly seemed like a different person. In a short half a year, he cultivated from early stage Juji to late stage. I fought him once, and although I easily won, I felt he was hiding something and wasn't showing his true level. He calmly thanked them for telling him. You two can continue arguing now. A green aurora appeared between the two cliffs. The Xianyao secret realm was about to open. The number of people who can enter the Xianyao secret realm is fixed. Only 800 slots. Disciples of each sect, please enter in order. 798, 799, 800. Jiang Li was the 801st person. The person counting wanted to stop him. Hey, wait a moment, you're over the limit. You'll be rejected by the secret realm. But unexpectedly, Jiang Li was still able to stay inside. This bit of pushing force wants to reject me? It's like using the strength of a 3-year-old to try and push an elephant away. The two people outside were very confused. Didn't they say exceeding the limit would cause a strong rejection force from the secret realm? That person went in. So why hasn't the secret realm reacted yet? Could there be a mistake? The sunlight shone brightly. Spiritual chi condensed into spiritual water gathered into streams. Taking a sip is like 3 months of cultivation for a peak late-stage Juji cultivator. There were also immortal cranes flying and the sound of zither. A beautiful scene that made people want to stay and enjoy it. Suddenly, the bird stood still. Then it fell to the ground. A cry for help rang out nearby. A panicked girl ran over. "Knight, save me!" But upon closer inspection, she was shocked to see him roasting crane and burning zither. 2 hooligans came over with knives. "Bitch, let's see where you can run to!" She cried and begged him. "Knight, save me! Some powerful figures want to defile me. If you can save Chunner, Chunner is willing to repay you with her body. My immense wealth will also belong to you." Knight. He calmly ate his grilled meat while assessing her. This person's name is Chunner, 28 years old, strength roughly only at the first or second layer of Lianqi. In Jiuzhou, this type is considered level 1 disabled. The two mocked, so she ran to find a lover. She said shamefully, "No, I didn't." They laughed gleefully. "Too bad, you'll die together with your lover today. Let's go." But in the next second, they were punched far away by him. "Couldn't you wait until I finished eating?" She was moved and thanked him. "Thank you for saving my life, benefactor. This little girl has nothing to repay you with, except to offer my body." He coldly said, "Maybe in the next life." She had to bow down. "Benefactor is so funny. Please come to Chunna's village for a bit, and let me use this to thank you for saving my life." They arrived at a peaceful village. The trees were lush and green. The spirit chi density of the secret realm was many times higher than Jiuzhou. The wild fruits by the roadside were all natural treasures, greatly beneficial for Jindan and Yuaning cultivators. If you were a Juji cultivator, you'd only want to stay inside this secret realm. He knowingly looked at the smiling girl. It's really hard on Chunner. In a situation with so many natural treasures, she can still maintain a level of half a layer of Lianqi. This place seemed to only have women. When they first entered, he thought they had entered a red light district of extreme bliss. She wiped away tears and said painfully, "Now the country is divided into 5 or 7 pieces, with constant wars and disputes. Men are all forcibly conscripted into the army, leaving behind many beautiful widows like me and young girls. You have world-shaking cultivation, much stronger than the legendary Grandmaster realm. If you can devote yourself to the battlefield, you can definitely unify the world. Become a hegemon, and be king." He asked her how much weaker it was compared to a Grandmaster realm. Her eyes lit up. "At least 8 or 9 levels higher." Jang Li sighed ruefully. Grandmaster realm is equivalent to the 7th to 8th layer of Lianqi. The secret realm world is too weak. However, I've roughly guessed the content the secret realm wants to test. For low-level Juji cultivators in Jiuzhou, this secret realm world is like being in a beautiful dream. Lianqi 8th, 9th layer, Juji cultivators who come here are like gods descending. Many beauties cling to you, and vast natural treasures help you increase to Yuaning. You can unify the world, enjoy the dignity of the Son of Heaven. It's something you wouldn't dare dream of. He had to agree. "According to what you said, I will go conquer the world." Although Jiang Li had no interest, he had to act according to the will of the secret realm. 7 days later, the sky was clear. The atmosphere in the imperial palace was bustling. Envoys from all nations entered the palace to pay tribute. They offered hundreds of thousands of natural treasures, spirit stones, and fine wine. The empress said happily, "This is the list of women who voluntarily entered the palace to serve the emperor, a total of 3,000 people. I know, I will present it to the emperor." The officials knelt down and shouted, "Long live the emperor!" Jiang Li sat high up, bored and yawning. The lotus flowers in the lake were in full bloom, a beautiful scene. He said he couldn't stay here for long, and had to leave now. Chunner sadly tried to persuade him. "I know you're not originally from this world, but doesn't this place have anything to make you feel attached?" He said indifferently, "No. There are 3,000 beautiful concubines in the harem for you to choose from. Is the benefactor not moved? I've met more beautiful women." She didn't believe it. He said he had met the Hongqian immortal. She couldn't argue. She then switched to something else. "Can't the natural treasures in the national treasury attract the benefactor? That divine light fruit, Eating one bite will give you 30 years of immortal cultivation. That azure wave dividing sea technique, cultivated to great perfection, can sever rivers with one sword. There's so much more. He took out a jade box. This is the Creation 9 Revolutions Immortal Pill. If you can't become an immortal because the ladder to heaven is broken, then with this pill, you can ascend immediately. Chana drooled with desire, her hands trembling as she wanted to touch it. Give me the immortal pill, he suggested. How about you and I return to Jiuzhou together? She shook her head repeatedly, telling herself to calm down. In a few days, the benefactor can unify the world and become the true master of the world. Since ancient times, emperors have had great careers. Is the benefactor not attached? He said calmly that he was the current human emperor. The vast Jiuzhou is much better than being the master of a secret realm. Chana's eyes widened in surprise. Actually, these reasons are not important. The main reason is, why do I have to stay in the setting? She was right. Meng Chun Qianbei. A few minutes reviewing another story, a hero's dream to escape the novel world. A gentle boy. And a beautiful girl. But also very strong. And brave in battle. Her original form gradually changed. I thought my illusion technique was excellent and could hide from you, Dao Yu. But unexpectedly, I overestimated myself. According to the information from Tianji Tower, she is the Great Dream Hermit, real name Meng Chun, a top female cultivator of the illusion path 800 years ago. The Great Dream Hermit is a female cultivator who believes in illusion techniques. It's said that cultivating the illusion technique to the end can reverse reality and illusion. Half is real, half is fake, extremely terrifying. The surrounding scenery distorted. Then it completely shattered. Although, from the moment I stepped into the secret realm, I saw that this place was an illusion, all of it was illusory. The surroundings became a vast sandy desert. She bowed respectfully. Not knowing the current human emperor had arrived, this Meng Chun has been rude. The intelligence from Tianji Tower is not wrong. Meng Chun indeed died under the heavenly tribulation. What is before me is only the successor she left behind from the previous life when she was crossing the tribulation, which can be considered a remnant thought. Jiang Li nodded politely. Not at all, I just casually broke into the secret realm, causing trouble for Qianbei Meng. If Qianbei Meng has anything to say, please don't hesitate to speak directly. Meng Chun had also met the human emperor of my time, a man of a generation of heroes, but unlike Dao Yu, who is like a banished immortal. Could it be that Jiuzhou has now found the ladder to heaven and become an immortal? He said it wasn't like that. I just happened to break through to the Diqing stage. She thought the Diqing stage was just a legend. So there really are people who can break through. Jiang Li said it was just luck. Qianbei Meng's arrangement of this illusion is to test the disciples, to see their strength and resistance to beauty, treasures, and power. That's right. As long as they resist one of them, I'll consider them to have passed the level and can enter the second level. He also guessed this. These three things are obtained too easily. Although there are many unreasonable places, once you fall into the illusion, you won't be able to see it. And you'll fall deeper and deeper, unable to extricate yourself. She looked at him, thinking to herself, with his cultivation at the Diqing stage, he could easily break my secret realm, but he didn't do so. If he had given me face, I don't need to ask his purpose. Qin Luan lay on the ground, grimacing. It seems this person is about to see through the illusion. He's only been in the secret realm for a month, and his determination isn't bad. She bowed to him, and then disappeared. When the secret realm ends, we will talk again. The next test may be very suitable for Dao Yu. Still the familiar scene. This time, the character was changed to Qin Luan. Benefactor is so kind, not wanting to see others suffer. Not only did you save me, but you also quelled the war and built a new country. Having a king who cares about all living beings like you is really the fortune of the world. He said shyly that it was his duty. In his heart he thought, what are all living beings? I just covet her body. Your Majesty, the envoys of China have come to pay tribute, bringing a large amount of natural treasures. Do you want to use them? Should I send someone to get them? Qin Luan said that he didn't need these things. Believing in one's own cultivation was his idea. The illusion shattered, and he also woke up. He asked him if he was awake. He was dazed. What did I just do? Was it an illusion? Testing the ability to resist beauty, treasures, and power. This secret realm's test is really harsh. If I hadn't insisted on the idea of not using natural treasures, I might have really fallen into the illusion. However, I only spent a month in the secret realm to break it, which is said to be extremely fast. People in the same realm probably can't surpass me. I didn't expect Kong Xiong. Qin Wan stood up. You're truly a master who doesn't reveal his secrets. It's embarrassing that I said I was strong and wanted to protect people. He said calmly that it was all luck. That's right, Meng Qianbei, can you let me see the others in the illusion? I want to find something to kill time. A water mirror appeared. Qin Wan thought to himself, is this a reward for waking up first? Li Jitong's illusion appeared. In it, he laughed with great pleasure. As you wished, I have killed all the enemies. I have become someone above all others. 2 months he's achieved his goal. Li Jitong happily thought that the feeling of being respected by others was really not bad. My cultivation is also close to the limit of late-stage Shuji. I'm about to reach the pre-seizing possession. Huashan Realm. Meng Chun held up a list. Your Majesty, this is the nameplate of the 3,000 concubines in the harem. Please take a look. He flatly refused. I don't need women. She immediately pouted. Why? Do you dislike that your servant is not beautiful enough? The harem also has. No. Then what is it because of? Li Jitong thought painfully. Because I cultivate the boy's skill, I can't get close to women. In short, I will not visit the harem. The illusion behind him gradually cracked. He woke up in a daze. He was disappointed to see that his cultivation was still late-stage Shuji. So everything just now was an illusion. I'm ranked 3rd. Li Jitong gritted his teeth uncomfortably, originally thinking he was the first to successfully pass this secret realm, win the reward for the top person, and help him return to the pre-seizing possession. Huashan Realm. Since it's like this, anyway, when entering, we all signed a life and death agreement. Even if something happens in the secret realm, Dezhou will not pursue responsibility. So he decided to make a move. 2 sharp red blades appeared from his ears. It's just 2 people with an advantage in mental state. Combat power is the foundation of cultivators. My combat power will definitely win against them. Seeing him come over, Qin Wan blocked in front of him. Kong Xiong, be careful. The power is too strong. This person brings a stronger pressure than Song Ying and the Qisha Dozi. Jang Li gently patted his shoulder. He stepped forward and punched Li Jitong in the stomach. He flew several meters away. This kind of mental state can also become Huashan. I really don't know what kind of luck he relied on. He was shocked. It's a concentrated voice transmission. He's only talking to me. And talking about my biggest secret. He must be a great power at the Hades state. Qin Wan's eyes sparkled as he looked at him. Which sect are you from? How did you cultivate to be so strong? He smiled and replied, Want to join my sect? It's not impossible. Based on Qin Wan's talent and mental state, he could completely become a contender for the next human emperor. Song Ying's illusion appeared. The image of her and Qin Wan holding hands very affectionately appeared. Everything I have is given to me by you, Muime. You saved me from the hands of the thugs, you brought all the resources and treasures and let me eat them. That's how I was able to increase from the Lianqi stage to the late Shuji stage. Even after unifying the world, you shared the throne with me. Qin Wan completely didn't expect that the person Song Ying saved was actually himself. In the illusion, saying that he had nothing to repay her with, Song Ying said that if he really wanted to repay her, I don't need this throne, let's go live in the mountains together. After saying this sentence, her illusion shattered. Qin Wan panicked. What happened? Wasn't this demon woman trying to steal my Dao heart? Why did she have to save me? Why didn't she eat the natural treasures? Why did she want to give up the throne? He asked if he was okay. He staggered to a corner. I want to be quiet. The sun was still harsh. The number of people escaping was increasing. They discussed animatedly. How long were you in the illusion before you broke it? More than 4 years. What about you? 10 years. I was in the illusion until I died of old age. Can I pass? Qisha only used 1 year to pass. His friend felt it was too fast. A familiar voice sounded, At present, all players have left the illusion. The top 100 people with the fastest speeds can enter the next level. Those who failed the challenge will have to leave the illusion. Their bodies will also be teleported. Now announcing the list for the first level examination. For some reason, he felt the voice contained a sense of schadenfreude. Or was it just a false sense? Ranked first, Jiang Renhuang. The two people beside him were startled. One after another, the second and third appeared, Qin Luan, Li Jitong, Song Ying. Ranked fifth. Li Fugui is the Qisha Daozi. Everyone desperately searched for the person ranked first. Where is he? Jiang Renhuang? I didn't hear wrong, did I? Qin Luan was stunned. He's Jiang Renhuang? So what he said just now about being able to join his sect. Should I ask or not? Then he suddenly felt very sleepy. He just fainted like that. Jiang Li took a bed from his storage ring. Although he wasn't sleepy, he thought about the fact that it was related to the second level of the examination. Then entering the dreamscape would do. The sky inside was dark. Everyone woke up blankly. What's going on? We entered the dreamscape? But why can we see each other? Could it be a linked dreamscape? Qisha denied, it's the Tao of Dream. Qin Luan shouted, everyone be quiet. Listen to Li Fugui. He turned back annoyed. Which evil creature is it? It seems I can't help but chop him to death. Seeing that it was Qin Luan, he calmed down immediately. Then it's okay then. Li Fugui, hurry up and speak. He had heard the elders say that there was a rare method of cultivation called the Tao of Dream. You can cultivate while sleeping, and when facing an enemy, you can force the opponent to sleep and drag them into your dreamscape. In the dreamscape, you can have a decisive battle. It's very similar to the situation now. Now announcing the second level test. There are now 100 cultivators entering the dreamscape. In this place, you can freely imagine your own power. Jiang Li affirmed with certainty that she was now rejoicing in his misfortune. Please engage in combat. Fight until there is one person left, and that person is the winner. Everyone was confused. Freely imagine one's own power? What does that mean? Someone rushed forward and said, then I imagine that I can move mountains with my bare hands. Unexpectedly, the mountain range really moved. He really did it. Qin Luan understood the meaning of that sentence. This place is a dreamscape. You can do whatever you want. How strong you are, all depends on your imagination. Someone was happy to break through to Jin Dan. The person standing next to him mocked, so what about Jin Dan? Watch me break through to Yuaning for you. Breakthrough realm, watch my Kunping true form. Watch me transform into a true dragon. Watch my Kunping overturn the seas and spill the oceans, submerging you. My true dragon controls the four seas, the great power of the tribulation stage. Who can be stronger than me? True dragon is just a handful of ashes in my hands. I am the one who controls the heavenly tribulation. The sky was a chaotic battle. They are really overdoing it. Compared to them, is my way of fighting too dull? Just blowing them away with one punch? Or should I also put on a show, bringing out all the Xianyuan swords to display? The scene was extremely chaotic. Take this move of mine. Now I have Huashan cultivation, I'm not afraid of you. Die. You're just Yuaning and you dare to fight me. Heaven creates all things and people are not the same as heaven. Kill. T.S. smiled. He likes to beat the end that sat spear the most. It's extremely powerful, like a real immortal weapon. Jiang Li looked bored at his crazy appearance. With his current strength, he was only at the Hades stage. He had only heard about the power of the tribulation stage, great power, but didn't know how to break through to the tribulation stage. After all, the power of imagination is based on one's own awareness. He was afraid that he couldn't achieve the true power of the beat the end that sat spear. Qin Luan laughed. Li Fugui, did you eat a bear's gall and leopard's guts? Thinking you're the real Qisha Zhenren? Jiang Li saw that he was only at the Jindan stage, but he was quite realistic, not imagining casually, but thinking about how the Jindan was most suitable for him. Based on this point alone, he had surpassed everyone here. Li Fugui came over. Now you're just a tiny Jindan, I'm at the Hades stage, I'm not afraid of you at all. Watch me cut off your gossiping tongue. He raised his hands and conjured two huge blades. Song Ying suddenly ran out and stood in front of Qin Luan. How dare you do that? She erected a protective shield to block the attack. Jiang Li was quite surprised. Song Ying used the meaning of the Azure Lotus as a weapon, learning from the pure heart saintess. This was the power she imagined. He replied arrogantly, Why wouldn't I dare? Today I must cut off Qin Huan's tongue. Even if the human emperor comes, he can't stop me. His power far surpassed them. The two couldn't resist. They were blown away. Fortunately, a golden bubble appeared to catch them. Jang Li had made a move. The two hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Jiang Renhuang, for saving our lives. Song Ying sighed inwardly, so he was Jiang Renhuang. He waved his hand, indicating it was nothing. It's not really saving lives. No one dies in the dreamscape. However, experiencing the great fear of facing life and death once is also good for you. Qin Huan eagerly wanted to try it, but Song Ying repeatedly shook her head in refusal. He smiled and said he was just joking. This shouldn't be tried carelessly. The harmony is very strong. Li Fugui appeared modest. I just wanted to test my potential. He was indeed recognized. He had no choice but to take off his hat. One shouldn't speak the truth to Senior Ming. What, you want to fight me? He replied. Please enlighten me, Renhuang. Li Fugui was extremely confident. Now that I am in the integration stage and have a firm grasp of the Bia Jietian's 7 kills, I can easily defeat Song Ying and Qin Huan. No one is my opponent. Jiang Li calmly accepted his challenge. Indeed, young people. If I had encountered something like this back in the Foundation establishment stage, I would have dared to challenge any Renhuang. Rather than wanting everyone to respect me, I prefer being challenged by others. Li Fugui raised his hands high, and a Bagua formation appeared, along with a long, sharp, red sword. Qin Huan stared blankly at it. What kind of sharp blade is this? Is it the 7 kills Bia that can sever a corner of the immortal realm? Li Fugui smiled and ordered the kill, pointing the tip of his sword at Jiang Li. He only raised 2 fingers, easily stopping the attack. He was completely shocked. Although he didn't expect to injure Jiang Renhuang, he at least thought he could make him feel a little pressure. But he didn't expect him to easily pinch the immortal sword. Like that. He looked at the sword and assessed, it has some skill. Ordinary integration stage cultivators cannot block this one sword, but it's impossible to injure a tribulation transcension stage cultivator. Even more impossible to injure me. With that, he waved his hand, throwing both the person and the sword far away. Everyone was surprised to realize Jiang Renhuang was here. Just now, the 7 kills Dao child challenged the Renhuang? Li Jitong was very eager to fight the Renhuang. Now that I'm in the dreamscape, I have super strength. There's nothing to fear. Li Fugui, who had been thrown far away, shouted at them, Don't you want Jiang Renhuang to give you pointers? This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Jiang Li smiled and agreed, all right. He even said to Song Ying and Qin Huan, You two can also join them and challenge me together. She was afraid and didn't go. He is Jiang Renhuang. Moreover, is he angry because everyone is not respecting him? Qin Huan told her she was stupid. Jiang Renhuang is kindly giving us pointers, and you're still refusing? I can't believe it. Li Jitong charged forward with 2 swords. Please enlighten me, Jiang Renhuang. Jiang Li decided to get a little serious. Reverting to his original strength, he raised his foot and kicked hard at his 2 swords. His swords turned into nothingness. He flew dozens of meters away. He fainted on the spot. Everyone discussed in whispers. Li Jitong's strength can be ranked in the top 10, but he was still defeated by the Renhuang in one move. It seems relying on 1 or 2 people alone is impossible. To defeat the Renhuang, Li Fugui had returned, and he shouted, When dealing with the Renhuang, there's no need to talk about morality. Let's all go together. A green dragon appeared. My 4-clawed true dragon fears nothing. Let me use 7 immortal swords to recreate this world. No one can withstand the Qingxian tribulation clouds. Everyone, take out your strongest weapons. Let's go together. Jiang Li happily sensed, indeed, a group of energetic kids. He erected a golden barrier to protect himself. I really admire that you still have dreams. Unlike me, I can't think of anything other than wanting to become stronger. It's true that I want to research and try some weapons or mathematical ratios, but I only know the concept and not the principle. I'm not some physicist or materials scientist. Speaking of becoming an immortal, I haven't been to the immortal realm. I can't imagine what immortal force is like. Naturally, there's no way to transform spiritual power. When I became the Great Ascension stage, the human race had already become the strongest race. Even if true immortals came, I would be sure of victory. If you ask me if I like any immortal artifact, I feel the great halberd in my storage ring is the most useful. Although because there are no enemies to use it on, it has accumulated a lot of dust. If you say I don't know any rules, then crossing the thunder tribulation is like taking a bath. The rules of time and space, these are too difficult for me. I can't imagine them. Jang Li sighed, extremely troubled. The three of them attacked for a long time without causing any harm, feeling extremely uncomfortable and dying of anger. The green dragon angrily flew up, watched me. He punched it squarely on its scales, and it cried out in pain. The human race also has ways to cultivate physical strength. Mount Sumeru has the dragon taming Arhat subduing the true dragon, and the Silver Emperor Palace has Zhang Konghu with a body that can resist thunder tribulation. Why must you forcibly pursue the physique of another race? The dragon was completely knocked away. The person inside gradually revealed himself. So that's how it is. Before I had flood dragon blood. Dragon blood requires high purity. I only wanted to transform myself into a dragon person. Thanks to the Renhuang's guidance. I, the dragon and the human, are two different body structures. How can they be combined? In the future, I must modify my habits and rethink the path of body refinement. The others were also defeated by his swung fists. Only two people remained. A series of black and red lightning appeared. Jiang Renhuang, take this one heavenly lightning attack. He was extremely confident. Among heavenly lightning, the heart demon immortal lightning is the most difficult to overcome. Who can resist the heart demon while also resisting the undiminished power of the immortal lightning? Jiang Li looked up. So it's the heart demon immortal lightning. This kid is not bad. What kind of thunder tribulation will be next? That's right, after experiencing 15 spiritual manifestations, it becomes an immortal tribulation. However, the power is still a bit lacking. He waved his hand, pulling him to his side. The iron law of the cultivation world, thunder tribulations can only be overcome alone. The more people there are, the greater the power of the thunder tribulation. Now, the power of the heavenly demon heart lightning is constantly expanding. Thunder rumbled, falling simultaneously, exploding powerfully. Meng Chun sighed, the thunder is too terrifying. Being at the very center of the thunder tribulation, those two will know how powerful the thunder tribulation is. Jiang Li erected a barrier to protect them. He yawned repeatedly out of boredom while the remaining person was so frightened that he collapsed. That Renhuang is single-handedly withstanding double the thunder tribulation, only making the controller of the thunder tribulation face the heart demon. He felt absolutely nothing. This thunder tribulation is not strong enough. The controller of the thunder tribulation imagined the strongest thunder tribulation, and this is all it is? Jiang Li looked to the side. You come here too. Let's try increasing the power of the thunder tribulation fourfold. Qin Wan reassured himself not to panic. Believe that Jiang Renhuang is only letting me face the heart demon, and not the terrifying lightning. I only need to concentrate on resisting the heart demon. Thunder tribulation with terrifying power descended again. It attacked rumblingly like a storm, with enough power to destroy a region. When the dust cleared, the barrier was still unharmed. Jiang Li only felt a slight itch. Looking at the two people still standing there, they were startled. Is it our turn soon? Fortunately, Jiang Li said that other people's inverse cultivation was not enough, and that it was a bit early for them to resist the heart demon. Only then could they breathe a sigh of relief. He also sighed, because I wanted to use the thunder tribulation for a massage, I had to ravage the flowers of Jiuzhou. Looking at the guy sitting below still trembling, he still couldn't win against the heart demon. He patted him on the head, scaring him to death. This kid only knows how to let others resist the heart demon. Why are you so useless when you face the heart demon yourself? After returning to the real world, you must carefully consider how to resist it. He asked blankly, why don't you fall into the heart demon? The heart demon cannot be avoided. Once there is a fuse to attract the heart demon, cultivators can only face it. There is no second way to resolve it. Even Jiang Renhuang is no exception. Jiang Li stroked his chin and replied, probably because I beat the heart demon before, and it's afraid to come out and see me. The heart demons transformed into the Renhuangs of past generations, and they repeatedly apologized, saying they were wrong. Why can't everyone together defeat him alone? Jiang Renhuang is indeed beyond my imagination, making the heart demon afraid. Whose heart demon is he, or is he the heart demon of the heart demon? He bowed and took his leave. Thank you for the Renhuang's guidance. As he left, he glanced at Qin Luan, who was still resisting the heart demon. That's great. If my good friend had Qin Luan's state of mind, he might also be recognized by Jiang Renhuang. Qin Luan frowned for a long time. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. Jiang Li praised, not bad, directly resolving the heart demon. You are indeed qualified to become a candidate for the Renhuang. Both your aptitude and temperament are outstanding. Song Ying secretly admired, too powerful. He can resolve the heart demon at the foundation establishment stage. There are few people in the entire Jiuzhou who can do that. He asked, what was your heart demon? He slowly recounted, when I was young, my master often left me alone in the inn. The inn was pitch black, as if demons were rampant, and I was very afraid. So your heart demon is a ghost? No, my heart demon is Master Yuan Wuheng. Just now, the heart demon transformed into his appearance, and I beat him up. Very well, at the gate of Qinqing Prefecture, his master pulled me in, and at the entrance to the secret realm, he pulled me in. You two masters and disciples only know how to find me, right? This test is over. I will award the top 30 based on their performance in these two tests. Everyone bowed and thanked the Renhuang for his guidance. I will definitely engrave it in my heart. He turned to chat with her. Senior Meng is having a lot of fun watching. She replied, not fun? I thought I could see the legendary Great Ascension stage, but you didn't unleash your true power at all. He chuckled. There's no other way. Except for that kid who, after transforming into a true dragon, had the physical strength of the Tribulation Transcension stage. The others were at most in the integration stage. I couldn't use my full strength on them. It would leave psychological trauma for them. If I accidentally became their heart demon, then they wouldn't be able to cultivate anymore. That's true. Then why not let me test the power of the Great Ascension stage? She was only one step away from the Tribulation Transcension stage and had seen many Tribulation Transcension stage experts take action. Naturally, she could imagine what a true Tribulation Transcension stage was like. He nodded readily. Senior Meng, please be my guest. I used the Blade Dream and Dao illusion techniques in the dreamscape. I could discuss yin and yang, turn illusion into reality, with both reality and illusion, and countless other magical techniques. But I still couldn't escape from Jiang Li using one hand to break my fate. As expected of one of the few great ascension stages, even rarer than those who ascended to immortality, Jiang Renhuang is the leader. According to the rules of the reward, you can make any request. Go ahead, what do you want me to do? My life's work, the great dream of 1,000 autumns? Let me tell you a story from the past? She smiled enchantingly. Or do you want me? The system displayed a notification congratulating the host on completing the task. Jiang Li smiled awkwardly. Why would Senior Meng say that? My unsolicited visit has already disrupted the rules of the secret realm. How could a Renhuang steal the opportunities of those foundation establishment stage kids? Why doesn't Senior Meng delete me and let the top 2 become the top 1 and the top 3 become the top 2? She sulked unhappily, not understanding romance. Meng Xian not pursuing the matter of my entering the secret realm is already a reward. If Senior Meng doesn't mind, tell me a request so that Jiang can help. Can you let me escape the secret realm and return to Jiuzhou? Jiang Li shook his head. Not now. She was disappointed. Is that so? Then she realized and asked in surprise, not now? How so? He explained, Senior Meng probably knows her own situation. Now you are just a wisp of remnant thought residing in a mysterious secret realm. You need to gather 3 souls and 7 spirits before you can escape the secret realm. Meng Chen shook her head, telling Jiang Renhuang not to comfort her. Half a life has passed, and I failed the tribulation and went to reincarnation. Where can I gather 3 souls and 7 spirits? The remnant soul of Meng Xian that I met in the remnant thought is the most clearly conscious. According to my speculation, as long as Senior Meng maintains this state for 2 years, you can rely on the void to give birth to a soul, becoming a new life independent of the great dream cultivator. Most of the lives born are the result of souls constantly reincarnating. But there are also exceptions, which is that a thing receives enough spiritual energy and essence of the sun and moon, containing spiritual material. Over time, it will generate spiritual energy, thereby generating a new soul. After 2 years, I will come to protect you. She happily thanked him. The competition ended. Everyone left the secret realm. Yuan Wuheng waited outside and waved at Qin Luan. The two of them eagerly inquired after each other. It's been 10 years since we last met. Shifu is even stronger now. I heard you went to the profound mystery secret realm. I was afraid you would be bullied by other sects, so I hurried over to guard the entrance. Shifu, you've been worrying too much. I wasn't bullied at all. Then the two of them said in unison, I met the human emperor. They both froze and turned to look at Jang Li, who was walking over. It seems I have a great affinity with the two of you. I came here not for anything else, but to tell you both, Qin Luan has a chance to compete for the human emperor position, and Yuan Wuxing also has a chance to compete for the human emperor position. He pointed to himself in suspicion. Really? Jiang Li saw that Yuan Wuxing's nature was not bad, his talent was also good, but his temperament was not good, and he was still a little afraid. Having experienced Qingqing, his state of mind had an epiphany, sweeping away his fear. Silently breaking through and forming a nascent soul, the nascent soul was of the highest quality. Whether you can become true candidates, or even the human emperor, depends on your future fortune. No other business, I'll go first. Then he flew away. The two began to compete in cultivation. Shifu, recently this disciple has had some insights and wants to go out for training. But there must be someone in the temple. Let the old man sit and guard Qifeng Temple. Shaohuan, your Shifu is now a nascent soul expert. Why lock yourself in the temple? Only by traveling around the world and broadening your knowledge. Can you break through again? Surely you have a lot of feelings for Qifeng Temple. You are still better off in the temple. Neither would yield. When I was 10 years old, you left me alone in Qifeng Temple, with no one to care for me, no one to ask after me. How can you say these words now? Guarding Qifeng Temple is not for seeking a breakthrough, without becoming a nascent soul. Who would protect me? The sky was clear and undisturbed. Outside Qifeng Temple, a notice was posted saying it was temporarily closed. The opening date was unknown, because the master and disciple were traveling. Songing stood outside, annoyed, looking at the notice. Don't even think about going alone, I'll go find you immediately. Also in the high sky, Jiang Li ordered the system to calculate the mission rewards. He was about to be able to enter the immortal realm, which was really exciting. Using this to trap the system's original plan, wasn't it just to use the space teleportation function to send him to the immortal realm? The system notified, open origin point reading function. The host can, by consuming origin points, touch the cover of the book and memorize all the content in the book. The origin points consumed are related to the difficulty of understanding the content. Jiang Li thought, this function seems to have some use, not completely useless, but I won't use it much. Open the space teleportation function, host needs. He shouted at it, teleport me to the immortal realm. Finally, he could say this sentence. Please provide the coordinates of the immortal realm. He didn't expect this. To go to the immortal realm, you have to provide coordinates. The immortal realm is so big, it's fine if I don't know. Don't you know the coordinates either? If I knew the coordinates of the immortal realm, I could go there myself. What would I need you for? Jiang Li was angry. I've had enough of this broken system. Since I got this system, I haven't gotten any useful functions or tools from it. Just the Qi Refining Newbie gift pack. All the items in the store are not even with me yet. The map fragments are useless. A drop of blood and the spiritual energy immediately explodes. He punched it hard, causing a violent tremor. Rebellious system. High blood pressure system is more like it. Space shattered, forming a huge hole. As long as I know the spatial coordinates of another world, I can smash through with one palm. Why do I need space teleportation? The strong winds and turbulence that the body encounters when crossing the void are not a threat to me at all. I didn't dare to try crossing the void to find the immortal realm because I was worried about getting lost. If I couldn't find the immortal realm, and couldn't find the 9 provinces either, that would be too tragic. The system suddenly reported that an unknown world had been detected. Jiang Li looked up curiously. This is not surprising, it has been recorded in ancient books for a long time. The immortal realm rules countless worlds, each world builds a ladder to heaven to become an immortal. As long as the people of that world meet the standard, they can become immortals. The 9 provinces world is the world with the most immortals among these worlds. He pointed to the hole. Is there another world inside? The system checked the unknown world through the crack. Jiang Li thought to himself, Maybe it is one of the many worlds ruled by the immortal realm. Maybe the ladder to heaven of that world is still there. The system asked him if he wanted to teleport there. Finally, he felt that this system had some use. Can it still teleport there? Thinking of the system's fraudulent attributes, if I can't return, then I can only learn from Robinson and write a record of the human emperor's adventures. The system had recorded the coordinates of the 9 provinces world, and could transfer over. Jang Li immediately agreed happily. Then what are we waiting for? Teleport quickly. Unexpectedly, it said that there were not enough origin points, and it could not teleport. He sighed and asked how to earn origin points. The host can earn origin points by completing tasks or selling products. The system will purchase origin points at 1/3 of the store price. He sighed that it was a profiteer. Purchase at 1/3 of the price, sell to me at the original price. If you had any conscience, you wouldn't be able to say such words. Does the host want to choose optional tasks to get origin points? Jang Li chose yes. Release task. Please host go to Shouyang Mountain to dig 100 jin of Shouyang stones. Jang Li had to go there. The entire mountain range was lifted up. I dug up the entire mountain range. There will definitely be 100 jin of Shouyang stones. The system was speechless. Congratulations to the host for completing the origin point task. The reward is 50 origin points. He immediately requested to teleport to the world he had just found. But it said that it still needed 56,800 origin points, and there were not enough origin points to teleport. Jang Li felt extremely uncomfortable. If this damn system could materialize, the first thing I would hit is it. He threw the mountain away. I don't know when I'll be able to go if I do this task. Why didn't you say earlier that so many origin points were needed? Jang Li ordered the store to open. It seems that I can only sell things to exchange for origin points. The most are all kinds of cultivation techniques. The cheapest can only cultivate to the golden core stage, needing 100 origin points. The most expensive can cultivate to become an immortal. Tens of thousands of origin points. He looked up the sky in the distance, took out a writing brush and wrote something in the book. He presented it to the system. Kanyanga 3 dukes. At most you can cultivate to the pre-integration stage. Cultivating this technique can transform into a shadow of evil. Those who receive this attack will suddenly recall painful things in the past, so they cannot fight. The system notified that a total of 10,000 origin points had been earned. Jang Li was stunned. Why didn't you say so earlier, making me move mountains? He wrote 3 more cultivation techniques: desiccated reincarnation method, endless unceasing art, great strength moving mountain art. A total of 110,000 origin points were earned. He ordered to teleport to the unknown world again. This time it began to act. A purple glowing circle appeared. Jang Li walked inside. An unfamiliar world appeared. The system's spatial methods were extremely clever. So clever that he didn't understand it. Jang Li sighed. I can see 3 axes. I don't understand the spatial Tao at all. Wait for the opportunity to let Mount Sumera show off. Old Buddha Sumera understands the most about the Tao of space. Maybe he can learn something from it. He stepped into the white space. Is this the unknown world? The surroundings were a vast and boundless space. The gravity of this world was the same as the 9 provinces. The constituent materials were also quite similar. But why is the spiritual energy so thin? The location of the 9 provinces was also unevenly distributed. The place with very little was called the spiritual energy forbidden zone. The spiritual energy was so scarce that even a single attribute cultivator in the spiritual energy forbidden zone could not cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. The spiritual energy of this unknown world was even scarcer than the spiritual energy in the forbidden zone of the 9 provinces. It was impossible for cultivators to be born in this kind of place at all. Even a human figure could not be seen within the range of his divine sense scan. There was a group gathered together. They seemed to be monsters with gray bodies. One led the way out. The moment it saw Jang Li's figure, the group immediately pounced over. He ordered them to be frozen. He used his divine eyes to examine them. He had never seen this kind of life form in the 9 provinces. They were not just eating sand because they were too hungry, but their body structure determined that they could only eat sand. Digestive organs and absorption organs had never been seen before. If his divine sense analysis was not strong enough, he would not be able to analyze the functions of the object. The bodies of these beasts were very strong. The leader had a golden core body, and the others also had foundation establishment bodies. He didn't know why, but his instinct was to stay away from these beasts. These beasts make me feel very uncomfortable. Jang Li went further away to observe. Could it be that these gray beasts eat sand? Because there are only two things in this world, gray beasts and sand. Not to mention people, there weren't even other species. If the system told me this place was hell, and these beasts were creatures of the beast path, I would believe it 8 parts. He ordered the system to teleport him back to the 9 provinces. Compared to this place, the 9 provinces was indeed the immortal realm. He returned to the place with the beautiful clear sky. I really have no interest in that gray world. The only useful place is that I can try to overcome tribulation there in the future, to see if there is a possibility of ascension. Maybe that world is related to the immortal realm. In that case, let's make a few more space cracks to try. Jang Li raised his hand. He punched the space continuously. Countless holes appeared. The system did not detect any unknown world passages. It seems that finding the gray world was just good luck. The familiar blue communication talisman appeared. Zhang Konghu reported to him, "The matter you asked me to investigate has results. Every candidate for the human emperor has said that they have never met a man in black. This is a bit strange. Why can the man in black be sure that I can become the human emperor? Or is he really just spreading it in the demonic path? Then you go to Tianji Pavilion and commission the Luzi group to investigate who taught Jiang Yixing the cultivation of the demonic path 380 years ago." Konghu accepted the order. Jiang Li flew away. There is nothing going on in the Great Zhou, so I should go back to the human emperor palace. The system suddenly said that a new task had been released. The Great Zhou Royal Academy is about to enroll students. People from the 4 major academies have an advantage. 6 disciples can pass the Great Zhou Royal Academy entrance exam. Your origin is not from the 4 major academies, so you are ridiculed by the academy scholars. Please obtain first place in the Great Zhou Royal Academy exam. This task can be abandoned. Task rewards are a drop of true dragon blood, a transforming demon beast pellet, and unlock a special task of being lost in the immortal realm. He was curious about what the special task was. It mysteriously said that the task was not open, and the host had no right to know. Jiang Li had to accept the task. Sounds interesting. At the same time, the Great Zhou Royal Academy, it's been a long time since I've been there. Shouts echoed through the forest, "This way." Jiang Li ran this way. Brothers, chase after him, don't let him live. Jiang Li, wounded in the arm, hid behind a nearby tree. I worked so hard to break through to the Jiji stage. Am I going to die here? If that's the case, then I'll burn my 5 elements spiritual roots. Use a powerful burst of strength in a short time, either perish together with them, or gain a chance to live. They saw that he was going crazy. Doing that will result in 9 deaths and 1 life. Even if he's lucky enough to survive, he'll only become immortal without any spiritual energy. Everyone knows that in Jiuzhou, not having spiritual roots is worse than death. A loud explosion rang out, and a blue light shone. Jiang Li, exhausted, thanked the heavens. I'm still alive. His whole body was injured. My spiritual roots are still there. It's just that I went from the early Juji stage back to the 9th level of Qi training, but the foundation is more solid. He fell down tired. That's good, I can still continue to cultivate. The next day, Jiang Li was surprised to find, I've cultivated to the 10th level of Qi training. If I keep cultivating like this, cultivating to the 20th level, can I still reach Shuji? What exactly is going on? They say that Dezhou is the place with the most vicissitudes. That is the vicissitude of the Dezhou Royal Academy. Go there and see if you can find an answer. The city gate was majestic. Jiang Li asked the young man with green hair next to him, this fellow cultivator, may I ask how to get to the Dezhou Royal Academy? It just so happens that I want to go there. Let's go together. Thank you. Not long after, they became friends. He picked up a book and read it, then asked, I heard that cultivators who aren't good are complained about by their elders for wasting their Zhongtong talent. He retorted, I heard that you failed to enter the formation. My fist is very good, do you want to try it? That's good, I also have a specialty in the Tao of Time. Unlike someone who is completely ignorant of all the hundreds of arts of cultivation. Then he said it was time for class, and said goodbye. Jang Li coldly told him to scram. Based on the systematic cultivation knowledge I've learned at the academy during this time, I have a heaven-level spiritual root, and it has already awakened. Heaven-level spiritual roots conceal themselves, outwardly showing 5 elements spiritual roots. Usually, only cultivators who rely on 5 elements spiritual roots to reach the Yuanying stage can awaken their heaven-level spiritual roots, and then soar to the heavens. Heaven-level spiritual roots are very rare. Relying on 5 elements spiritual roots to cultivate to the Yuanying stage is even more difficult. Therefore, heaven-level spiritual root cultivators are rarely seen in 1,000 years. I didn't expect that when I burned my 5 elements spiritual roots before, I forcibly awakened my heaven-level spiritual root early. Coming to the academy was the right decision. I learned knowledge, answered questions, and made the acquaintance of a chatterbox. The harvest is quite rich. How fast 500 years have passed in a flash. When I left the academy, I was a student. Now he is still a student. Jang Li put on a mask. The previous task reward in the system was to unlock the origin point reading function. The new task is to win first place in the entrance exam, which is clearly asking me to use the new function. To do it. Back then, without relying on the system, I could be at the top of the Dezhou Royal Academy's entrance exam. Now, from the perspective of a great vehicle cultivator, isn't dealing with a small entrance exam as easy as turning over my hand? Even using the system is an insult to my intelligence. He went to an inn and asked the proprietress for the best room to prepare for the exam. The proprietress immediately agreed. Please come this way, young master. They passed by young ladies and gentlemen who were diligently studying. He looked at them and thought, the day of the exam is really memorable. Unexpectedly, they sneered, this kind of person without ideals is really an eyesore. Memorizing is so stupid, this kind of person can tell the result at a glance. Look at the top students in our library, they usually sleep more than anyone else in class. After the exam, they sighed and said that this question was wrong. That question was wrong. I thought it would be better not to be at the top of the class, but as soon as the results came out, he was still at the top of the class. And I was still at the top from the bottom up. They sighed at the same time, let's take care of ourselves. One person shouted, there's a beauty in this exam. Another person asked curiously, it seems even more beautiful than the school beauty of our academy? He affirmed. There is absolutely no comparison. That is definitely a rare beauty in the world. It's hard to forget after meeting her once in a lifetime. Everyone gathered around and asked, really? Then let's go take a look. What's her name? GDT. Jang Li looked over. Why does this name sound so excessive? On the long corridor of the academy, Jing Xian walked leisurely, and the boys looked at her infatuatedly. Jang Li blocked her way. As expected, it's you. The onlookers were surprised. Who is that kid? None of us dared to talk to her, but he directly blocked her way. She smiled and replied, I didn't expect to meet you here, what a fate. Those people marveled, they know each other. Damn it, it seems that the beauty is very close to him. Without disguising himself, no one recognized him. The two walked together. Why did you come down the mountain again? Aren't the people from your Hongchen Pure Land very rarely leaving? A few years ago, she went down the mountain to cultivate for a few years, and then rarely left Hongchen Pure Land. This time, I just want to go out to relax. So you are GDT. She was startled, her face flushed. She mumbled as if tacitly admitting it. This name is of course selfish. Who would have thought that she would meet Jang Li in this place? I'm really embarrassed to death. What should I call you now? He replied, Kong Lai and Kong Rong let pairs. She marveled, Kong Lai ah? In her heart, she was extremely flustered. What does Kong Rong let pairs mean? He said it was very reasonable, of course it was. But it's better not to ask. I want to be a smart girl in front of him. He turned to ask, are you here to take the entrance exam? Is there anything in this Dezhou Royal Academy that is worth the Hongchen Pure Land Saintess coming to study? Even if there is no need to impersonate a student. Jing Xian retorted, what about you? Didn't you say that you would come to the Dezhou Royal Academy every 30 years to give lectures? Saying you wanted to repay the favor of helping to solve doubts. Why are you here as a student this time? He said he was just remembering his childhood. She retorted, I remember that you entered the academy at the age of 20. Is classmate Kong Li's childhood very long? Jang Li scratched his face embarrassedly. How did she know that I entered the school at what age? She happily challenged, since we are all participating in the exam, why don't we have a competition to see who can win first place? Okay, let's add a reward. The loser must agree to a condition from the winner. The two slapped hands to make a promise. A deal was made. The two boys outside lamented in pain, oh my God. He is so familiar with the beauty. Damn it, I'm jealous, I hate it. Jang Li changed the subject, speaking of which, it's been more than 2 months, has the Hongqian immortal awakened yet? Jing Xian replied, she has woken up a few times. Each time waking up longer than before, but she still sleeps longer than she is awake. After waking up, she didn't say anything about confession, she just went around in the Pure Land, staying the longest at the peach tree. It seems that the immortal's mental state is still unstable. I have greeted Quan Meng, Jiang Huang and Wei Huang. Keep it a secret about the two of them. You must keep the matter of the Hongqian immortal a secret. If any news is leaked, those old fellows who have met the Hongqian immortal will barge into the Hongqian Pure Land. Jing Xian understood, but if the Shizu wants to run out, we can't stop her either. The two who were hiding at the door gnashed their teeth uncomfortably. Kill that guy. Let's invite the Tian Sha sect assassins. I don't have money. I don't have it either. Then forget it, the plan ends immediately. The two went into a room together. If you get second place in the exam, the task will fail. Now Jiang Li has to prepare for the exam properly, not to bully a bunch of students to get first place, but to surpass the Jing Xian Saintis to get first place. Many books were placed on the table. Reference books bought on the street, 8 out of 10 books were written by me. I remember that 500 years ago, when I was preparing for the exam, the reference books were all books that were widely circulated in Jiuzhou. Those who know will think that I am an honorable graduate of the academy. Those who don't know will think that I am a teacher who sets the questions. After I reached the great vehicle stage, I had a deeper understanding of cultivation, so I compiled some knowledge into books for many cultivators to study. As long as a cultivator cultivates to the integration stage, they will have an understanding of the cultivation system. After all, without a solid theory, only half-baked knowledge of cultivation cannot cultivate to the integration stage. The tribulation transcension stage and the great vehicle stage are even more unnecessary to mention. With the high-level cultivator's understanding of cultivation, it is almost the truth for cultivators with low cultivation bases. I am the only one in the great vehicle stage. It is reasonable for students to choose the books I wrote. Of course, cultivation is cultivation. If you tell me to write how to make pills or refine weapons, sorry, I don't know the words, I can't write books. If the exam is on the books I wrote, then how can I lose? Let me think about what conditions to make with Jing Xian Saintis. The next day, the exam took place. The examiner called out to start answering. This kind of question is too simple. I'm sure to win this bet. 1. The definition of cultivation in the general outline of cultivation is the process of living beings absorbing spiritual energy, nurturing themselves, and gradually becoming stronger. 4. Jiang Huang casually selected the opening words and said that it had been raining heavily for several days, and today the sky is finally clear. Why did the author write this way? And what does this sentence express? Jiang Li remembered that it was the rainy season at that time, and it rained a lot. It rained continuously for several days without seeing the sun. Finally, there was a sunny day. And I felt that the weather was not bad, so I casually wrote down my feelings. The sky was late, and the exam was over. He stood outside chatting with Jing Xian. Did you also hand in the exam paper early? How was the exam? I have already thought about what to make you do. He also confidently said that he had thought about what to make her do. Both looked forward to the results. The system suddenly announced that the host's task had failed. Jiang Li was completely shocked. Unexpectedly, he got the first place from the bottom up. He was speechless. Jiang Li was very sad. She covered her mouth to stop herself from laughing. He told her to laugh if she wanted to. Jing Xian said she wasn't laughing. In the end, she burst out laughing. You have this day too. He was sure that he had made a mistake somewhere. Let's go find the dean to settle the score. Ask if they marked it wrong. The trees were lush and green. They went into the dean's office to question him. Why is it the last place? If getting second place in the exam means the task fails, then I will accept it. But what is it like to give me the last place? He uncomfortably replayed the exam paper. You still have the face to ask? Let everyone see what you wrote. She also curiously looked up. Clearly, half of the exam questions are related to the books he wrote, but he did so poorly in the exam? Everyone commented, the person named Kong Lai wrote very well. The basic principles are clear, each word is clear, and he also mentions a lot of knowledge that I have never heard of. At first glance, he is knowledgeable. Unlike me, I only know how to memorize books. The dean pretended to cough, and insisted that the answers were all in the books. As long as you study hard, the score will not be too bad. But she thought that although Kong Li's writing was not completely the same as the books, it was not wrong. He pointed angrily at the board. Not far off? These books are Jiang Renhuang's life's work. Every word is precious and has endless meaning. How can you arbitrarily replace them with your own words? With your current ability, it is not enough to fully understand the deep meaning in Jiang Renhuang's books. Therefore, I require you to memorize every word, memorize it first, and then understand it. For example, the definition of cultivation in this sentence. The general outline of cultivation uses a page of traces to define cultivation, but Kong Lai only uses a simple sentence to summarize it. Can this be done? Jiang Li sighed. Is it possible that the general outline of cultivation was not written for integration stage cultivators, but for Qi training Zhuji to read? So it is written very strangely? But can it really be summarized in one sentence? The dean did not believe it. Absolutely impossible. How great is Jiang Renhuang? The book he wrote that day is naturally not divided by age or cultivation base. Everyone can read it. I have been studying Jiang Renhuang's theory for more than 100 years. I have been in charge of Jiang Renhuang's lectures. No one understands Jiang Renhuang's meaning more than me. The disciples shook their heads in disgust. The dean is like that. He doesn't allow others to say a word that is not good about Jiang Renhuang. That's right. Studying Jiang Renhuang's theory is so rigid that he says that every word in Jiang Renhuang's theory is precious, and cannot be changed at all. He continued to talk endlessly. There is also this reading comprehension question. You dare to say that it was a sunny day, and there was no other meaning. How can this be? How can what Jiang Renhuang wrote not have deep meaning? It rained continuously for several days, but it was sunny on that day, and Jiang Renhuang wrote casually on that day. Jiang Renhuang's intention must be that there will be many difficulties in cultivation, just like many days of rain. But there will eventually be a day when the rain passes and the sun comes out. We must overcome difficulties and continue to cultivate. This is Jiang Renhuang encouraging us. Jiang Li retorted, why must Jiang Renhuang have deep meaning? The dean pointed at his face, bold. How can someone like you criticize Jiang Renhuang? He refused to give up. Is Jiang Renhuang a sage? Can a word be changed? Does everything he writes have deep meaning? Is his behavior upright and flawless, and does he not allow others to criticize him? His voice drowned out everything. Jiang Renhuang is an honorable graduate of our academy. For someone like you to study in the same school as Jiang Renhuang is to smear the school and Jiang Renhuang. We can never let you enroll. The disciples trembled in fear. The pressure is terrible. I can't breathe anymore. Jing Xian felt uncomfortable when she heard this. What is this? As the dignified dean, you want to use the pressure of the integration stage to scare students? Watch me resist it. He raised his hand to stop her. Smearing Jiang Renhuang? Jiang Li took off his mask. I think you are really smearing me. He collapsed in shock. Jiang Renhuang. The students looked at him in admiration. Oh my God, it's him. It's Jiang Renhuang. The two were very happy, openly slapping the dean's face. This time there is a good show to watch. It can be said that I have long been uncomfortable with the dean telling us to memorize from memory. In the past, when Jiang Li came to the academy, the style was open, the students were free, and all kinds of academic theories emerged. But now, it has really become Jiang Li Academy. He is holding the Enlightenment book he wrote for Qi training Zhuji as a classic. Even if he deliberately takes time to go to the library to give lectures, giving hints to students, and leading them to think fully about cultivation and diversify their thinking. It seems that everything is just lip service. The dean bowed and begged, Jiang Renhuang, it's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know you were Kong Lai. If it were you, then the exam paper would naturally get full marks. He bluntly exposed his face. The problem is not who I am. You have not realized your mistake. I am very disappointed in you. Everyone went to inform the students in the school. Jiang Mao wants to give a lecture once. The title is, Official Authority Cannot Be Trusted. The students cheered. Great. I love to hear it. Say more. After settling everything, the two went out. Seeing his sad face, Jing Xian comforted, isn't it just losing a condition to me? I won't let you do anything bad. Jiang Li was very depressed. Because of my arrogance, I lost an opportunity to find the immortal world. I can only sigh. She asked in surprise, could it be that you have found any clues again? Jiang Li often did all kinds of strange things in order to find the immortal world. For example, he heard that gathering enough 4 Dragon Balls could connect to the immortal world, so he borrowed the Dragon Balls from the 4 Seas Dragon Kings. As a result, the Dragon Balls shone, but he didn't see the immortal world passage. Could it be that it takes 7 to be effective, but there are only 4 Dragon Balls? He hesitated. At this moment, a voice came from the communication talisman. Is Jiang Li here? Jiang Li coldly said no and told him to scram. He pointed at him. I'm looking for Jiang Renhuang. What are you doing here? Seeing her, he greeted happily. Saintess Jing Xian is also here. That's great. Let me tell you, I don't have to face Qing Yu Daonyang's damn face. Jiang Li threatened him with a cold face. If you still want me to come to your Dao sect to appraise and appreciate the Immortal Artifact Conference, you better respect me. He immediately changed his expression to a flattering one. Jiang Ge, look what you're saying. Didn't I come here to inform you on purpose? At this time, he said seriously, according to my speculation, the Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal will be able to refine a cycle on its own in another 20 days. The Immortal Artifact Appraisal and Appreciation Conference will open in 15 days. Please make it convenient for the Renhuang Palace and Jing Xian to represent Hongchen Pure Land. What do you think? Seeing Jiang Li teleporting from in front of him to behind him, he sensed something unusual and disappeared immediately. Jiang Li was angry. I knew you were talking bad about me behind my back. The communication talisman disappeared. He turned to ask her, how are we going to the Dao sect in more than 10 days? Jing Xian replied, let's go by flying ship. It's been a long time since I've been on a flying ship. It takes 10 days to get to the Dao sect by flying ship. It takes half a day to get there by flying. I'm not stupid enough to fly straight over. He refused immediately, then I will fly over first. She was stunned, quickly regained her senses, and ran over to beg, I am a weak woman traveling alone on a flying ship. Are you not worried that I will encounter any danger? Jiang Li was very puzzled. You are in the late integration stage, what does it have to do with weak women? What danger can you encounter? Only extraterrestrial demons can threaten you. So that's it, she was afraid of being attacked by extraterrestrial demons. He nodded and thought, if she had been as careful with Upper He Town and Lower He Town as she is now, there would not have been the events that followed. Now she has learned to be careful in everything. And has grown up. Alright, then let's go by flying ship together. Although the thing she was worried about was extremely small, it was hard for her to be careful, so he shouldn't put it out. The flying ship slowly moved between the vast sea and sky. Jiang Li and Jing Xian stood at the bow of the ship to observe. The crew members on the ship worked diligently. We are about to pass through the White Marsh Imperial Dynasty. Everyone be careful. The White Marsh Imperial Dynasty? It is said that the current White Marsh Emperor is the son of a White Marsh and a Qilin. Demon beasts only recognize pure bloodlines. So they don't recognize the current White Marsh Emperor. The White Marsh Emperor cannot use the national luck and cannot suppress the 8 demon kings. So the demon beasts are in chaos and have become a den of bandits. A hawk suddenly appeared. The spiritual stones of this flying ship belonged to the hawk demon. We ran into a great demon, we are doomed. But then it was suddenly attacked from behind. The person who attacked was a master, eagle benefactor. Lay down your butcher knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Please let go. Another young man wearing a golden crown and holding a cattail fan said to it, Eagle Lord, burning, killing, and looting are not what a gentleman should do. It laughed mockingly, just a little monk and a little Confucian scholar, dare to stop this eagle? The two politely greeted each other. Wu Ji, the Buddhist disciple, long time no see. You also want to go to the Tao sect, Wang Bian benefactor. This poor monk is going to the immortal artifact appraisal. An appreciation conference to broaden his horizons. The couple looked at them adoringly. They are the closed-door disciples of the Shumi old Buddha, the appointed Buddha, enlightened, and the Confucian sect traveler. Wang Bian. It's them. We are saved. It is rumored that Wu Ji Buddha is the reincarnation of the Buddha, and as soon as he was born, he transformed a small town into a Buddhist land. Shumi old Buddha heard this and ran over. Took Wu Ji as a closed-door disciple, and appointed him as a Buddha. Confucian sect traveler Wang Bian, at a young age, is already the national teacher of 7 small countries. These countries have become a country of gentlemen because of Confucianism and human learning. They don't close their doors at night, and don't pick up things on the road. Confucian scholars in the Ascension stage all humbly asked him for advice on Confucianism and Taoism. It is said that because Wu Ji is the reincarnation of the Buddha, the speed of cultivation is extremely fast. He was already a Yuanying cultivator at the age of 14. Breaking the record for the youngest Yuanying. She asked him curiously, is Wu Ji really the reincarnation of the Buddha? I asked Shumi old Buddha, but he just smiled and said nothing. Not any Buddhist who goes to the Western paradise can be called Buddha. Only those with profound Buddhist teachings in the Western paradise of the immortal world have the qualifications to be called Buddha. Are you concerned about this matter? He didn't understand. If not, what is there to be concerned about? Jang Li said that he might be your teacher and your teacher. Xin Yu Daoniang likes him, don't you know? She didn't expect it at all, but the person her teacher likes was killed by you. Right. He retorted, then she can like other Buddhas. The ship continued to move. He said he didn't know either. I'm not familiar with rebirth. I have lived for 500 years and still don't understand whether I have transmigrated or awakened my contact memory. Only Shumi old Buddha said that Wu Ji's Buddhahood is better than his. He deliberately made Wu Ji a candidate for the emperor, competing for the emperor. So that's how it is. Moreover, regardless of whether the Buddha is reincarnated or not, I can be sure. In his previous life, this little monk was an extremely powerful person. Jing Xian asked curiously, what did you see? She knew that Jiang Li understood the soul very well. He said that it was a soul that does not match his age. Wu Ji Buddha has an extremely powerful soul. Although it is still a Yuanying stage soul, the soul has thousands of traces of tribulation and tempering. This is not something a 14-year-old monk should have. Ordinary people reincarnate, and the traces of the soul are completely dissipated and become a new person. I don't even know who I was in my previous life. But Wu Ji Buddha's soul is so tough that even reincarnation cannot erase the traces on it. It can only be that he was too powerful in his previous life and affected this life. As for whether he was a Buddha in his previous life, Wu Ji Buddha has an extremely powerful soul. The two continued to persuade the Hawk Lord, a gentleman values righteousness above all else. Eagle benefactor, turn back and you will find the shore. It told them to stop talking nonsense. Your enlightenment is useful to people below the Jindan level. I am a Yuanying great demon. The two said in unison, that's right. Wu Ji conjured a golden pagoda. Benefactor doesn't understand Buddhism, then this little monk. He threw the pagoda hard at the bird. It cried out in pain and fell. Wang Bian raised the fan. A black air appeared along with a small letter. Tied the bird tightly, and it exclaimed in horror. Struggling but failing, damn it, I can't move at all. Using force is not good for the mood, it replied irritably. Then don't use force. The two nodded, that's right, but the other party doesn't listen to persuasion. What can we do now? Persuade him again. Okay. The two said a long, drawn-out sentence. Mencius once said, human nature is good, just as water flows downward. There is no one who is not good, and there is no water that does not flow downward. Even though your face is fierce, I believe that you are the kind of person who has a kind heart. Wealth and riches are just passing clouds. The more you indulge, the more you sink. Benefactor, please let go of your attachments. It cried bitterly, is it too late for me to regret now? Namo Amipa Buddha. Good gentlemen, there are friends coming from afar. Everyone hiding in a corner watched them with admiration. They are imitations of the Brahma Tower, and the Great Book of the Confucian School. Oh my God, I can actually see such treasures with my own eyes. The most important treasure of Buddhism that suppresses the 3 veins of Mount Sumeru is called the Brahma Tower. It is said to be extremely heavy and can be compared to the small world of Lan Fang. Throwing it with all your strength, even a tribulation transcension cultivator cannot withstand it. There are also legends that it can break through space. The tower can pass through space at will. The calligraphy of the Great Confucian is not as good as the Brahma Tower, but it is also an important immortal artifact of Confucianism. As long as you write a word on it, you can immediately speak the law. The boy asked why it was an imitation. The girl explained that the two were immortal artifacts, and the Buddhist and Confucian schools would naturally not let their juniors take out the real thing. Jang Li thought that although it was not as good as the real thing, it was enough for self-defense. The imitation was also in the category of Tao artifacts. Jiuzhou divided treasures into 4 levels, the most important of which was spiritual qi. Compared with ordinary weapons, it was sharper and stronger, but it didn't have too many mysteries. Shuji cultivators could all obtain it. The second most important was Dharma artifacts. The power surpassed spiritual qi, could communicate with the cultivator's thoughts, and could be. The fourth most important was immortal artifacts. In Jiuzhou, no one can refine immortal artifacts. The existing immortal artifacts, except for the yin-yang heavenly seal, were refined by the Tao ancestor before ascending, and the rest were brought to Jiuzhou by immortals from the immortal world. The number is extremely rare, only a few items. And the most famous immortal artifacts are the yin-yang heavenly seal of the Tao sect, the Brahma Tower of the Buddhist school, and the calligraphy of the Great Confucian. This calligraphy is indeed a replica, but the Brahma Tower. She also has 2 Tao artifacts, called the 12th grade green lotus, so she understands Tao artifacts. She always felt that the Brahma Tower was not like a Tao artifact. Jiang Li said that she didn't see it wrong. This Brahma Tower is the real Brahma Tower. Shumi old Buddha values this new Buddha so much that he even dares to let him take this thing out. It's just that Wuji Buddha's realm is not high and he cannot fully exert the power of the Brahma Tower. But if he is really in danger, the Brahma Tower will automatically resist the enemy. And even the integration cultivator will have to swallow his hatred and die. But these 2 juniors are relying on such treasures at a young age, which is not very good. You didn't see it wrong. This Brahma Tower is the real Brahma Tower. The prodigal family must buy a treasure and use it immediately when encountering an enemy. This cannot really train yourself. Only being strong yourself is considered truly strong. Jing Xian was confused, because real treasures are really good to use. How can you ask everyone to be like you? It's useless to bring gold to the desert. He understood this principle, but he didn't say it anymore. Don't have such a aggrieved expression. Seeing something strange approaching, she opened her eyes and looked out. Wait, what's going on here? Everything has its method, like illusory bubbles. Renji Chu, humans are born good. From now on, I must concentrate on respecting Buddha, chanting scriptures every day. I have committed sins in this life, so I want to give all my money to the enlightened disciples. I swear to keep doing good deeds, and strive for a good reincarnation in the next life. After I return, I will definitely do my best for the country and for the sect. Jing Xian remembered that Buddhism and Confucianism do not have such evil methods, and they are forcibly brainwashing people. Jiang Li said that the scriptures of Buddhism and Confucianism have a very strong brainwashing effect. If you don't master the scriptures, just recite them at will, it is easy to lead to group brainwashing. Once, a high-ranking Buddhist monk recited scriptures while walking, immersed in the scriptures, inadvertently brainwashing the believers of a small town. The high monk unconsciously led the villagers to follow him to the East Sea. The villagers who didn't know how to swim all drowned, letting me know that I had made a serious mistake. I was determined to go to the dark side. Join the demonic path. Tumi Lao Fo couldn't bear to take action, he had to ask me to help him kill you. This high monk is the previous generation's Buddha disciple, the person your master once had a crush on. She was shocked. How could it be related to master? Although they didn't mention it again, the brainwashing was also lifted, but now these 2 little brats are going too far. The bird was annoyed. What kind of religion are you, Buddhism or Confucianism, or an evil religion? Who would forcefully change other people's thoughts like this? Look behind you. These 2 people still didn't stop. the first to convert the eagle demon. Constantly muttering this sentence, the person who converts it must be me. He hit the arrowhead. Wake up, you two idiots. The two of you are straying from the orthodox path. If you continue, you will be possessed by a demon. At this time, they were shocked to realize that they had inadvertently caused trouble. Jang Li ordered, quickly release your magic power and restore these people to normal. They hurriedly did as he said. Everyone who was released was confused. What just happened? I don't know, I heard them preaching, and then I unconsciously stepped over. Me too. The two bowed their heads to him. Thank you for awakening us. May I ask who you are? He said his name. Jang Li. Both were surprised. The bird was completely stunned. I just wanted to take advantage of the situation. Passing by Buddhist and Confucian disciples is one thing, even Jiang Renhuang can be encountered. Is this good luck or bad luck? They looked at him with admiration. Confucian Wang Bian greets Renhuang. Buddhist Wuji greets Renhuang. It's actually Jiang Renhuang, the idol, the goal I have been pursuing in my life. Jiang Li secretly felt lucky that he had blocked the sound in advance, otherwise he would be surrounded. Why is it like a big star in his previous life now? He has to wear sunglasses even when he goes shopping in the mall, afraid of being recognized. He sternly reminded them, you only know how to compete in spells, you almost locked yourselves in, going down the wrong path. Both hurriedly apologized, we were wrong, we will not repeat this in the future, I promise. At this time, he asked, you are also going to participate in the Tao Sect Immortal Artifact Appraisal Conference. Where are your masters? Why did you only let 2 juniors represent the sect? Wu Ji's master said that he was comprehending the Tao of space and was at a crucial period, so he couldn't be distracted, so he let me go. Wang Bian's master said that he would get angry when he saw the Tao sect master. Jiang Li also knew this. The Confucian sect leader and Lao Bai have a personal grudge. The Confucian sect leader supports the theory of inherent goodness, spending all his efforts to teach the people of a country to become gentlemen, restraining oneself and returning to ritual is benevolence. Using this to show off to the Tao sect master. The Tao sect master, on the other hand, believed that human nature is greedy, so he took out a large amount of top-grade spirit stones and threw them over. The refined and courteous people indeed began to scramble for them. The Confucian sect leader was so angry that his face turned pale. So he let you replace him? Wang Bian replied, no, he said he also wanted to see the self-refined Qi artifact, so he would let me represent him on the surface. And secretly steal it himself in the dark. Jiang Li thought to himself, your master has a pretty good idea, aren't you afraid that his noble and righteous heart will collapse? The system announces a new task. Although you got first place in the test, your classmates laughed at you for not being worthy and wanted you to drop out of school quickly. Please increase your cultivation greatly and teach them a lesson in the final exam. This task can be skipped. Jiang Li chose to skip it directly. Immortal Realm Mystery. This kind of task will indeed not appear continuously. Jing Xian didn't understand what he was saying skip to. The ship arrived at Tao Sect. Tao Sect Master Bai Hongtu and Confucian Sect Leader Dong Zhongren came together to welcome Jiang Renhuang. Being touched by him, Zhongren tried hard to suppress his anger. The disciples respectfully said, welcome Jiang Renhuang. Wang Bian was extremely embarrassed. Master, you've been caught. It's so embarrassing. I want to stay on the boat and not go down. Jiang Li and the old boss happily met. I represent the Tao sect from top to bottom, welcoming Jiang Renhuang to the Tao sect to participate in the Immortal Artifact Appreciation Appraisal Conference. He patted his back hard. Thank you, Sect Master Bai. He was in pain from the hit but had to endure it. Pushing Jiang Li away, he turned to Jing Xian and said, Saintess Jing Xian, long time no see, the relationship with Jiang Renhuang is still the same. She tried to appear happy. Jiang Li is standing here watching. I can't make a move, I have to endure it. The three passed through the pavilion, without ever asking Jiang Li, how is the 9 provinces Guardian Formation research going? Is it almost finished? As soon as he arrived, he asked about this urgent matter. To research the Guardian Formation, his hair was about to fall out. Can't we talk about something happy? Jiang Li smiled kindly. Tribulation Transcendence Realm can be revived even with blood, or I'll help you beat you until you only have a drop of blood left, so you can be reborn once. And your hair will grow back immediately. Hongtu said irritably, damn it, even the landlord isn't as ruthless as you. Are you talking about the 9 provinces Guardian Formation? Is it aimed at the outer realm heavenly demons invasion? That's right. The matter is related to the outer realm heavenly demons, so we really have to pay attention to it. The outer realm heavenly demons come from other worlds. The 9 provinces may only encounter an outer realm heavenly demon attack once every few hundred years. But each time brings a crisis of extinction to the 9 provinces. All the past Renhuangs have been at the forefront, fighting with the heavenly demons. More than half died in the fierce battles. Rarely with a good ending. Until Jang Li appeared, he stopped the outer realm heavenly demons from invading 3 times, saving the 9 provinces 3 times. Although I can easily win. But I have to know that the outer realm heavenly demons have appeared, and then fight over there. The time in between is enough for the heavenly demons to wreak havoc on a large scale, causing hundreds of millions of deaths. So you and Sect Master Bai have prepared to use the Guardian formation to alleviate the situation? Jang Li replied, that's right, this formation can withstand it for a moment, enough for me to fight over there. However, this formation has 2 difficulties. First, a huge amount of spiritual power is needed to constantly maintain this formation. Faced with this, I summoned 16 sects of the 9 great imperial dynasties, to successively provide 6 fusion realm cultivators. The Renhuang Palace provides 2 fusion realm cultivators, 8 cultivators constantly transporting spiritual power, maintaining the formation. When the heavenly demons invade, no one can escape by luck. Surely everyone will not object? This matter has been agreed upon. Second, this formation is really too large, meaning there has never been a formation that can encompass the 9 provinces. The problem is not simply expanding the formation, we also have to consider issues such as the terrain, transportation, and transfer of spiritual power. The design is extremely difficult. Even if a fusion realm cultivator came to design it, they would have to pour out all their efforts. I only started designing after breaking through the Tribulation Transcendence realm. But the good news is, I have already researched the Guardian formation. Now all that's missing is an immortal artifact as the formation Jang Li praised. That's right, the effect of this formation is extremely large. Of course it needs a treasure that can withstand this great cause and effect as the formation Hongtu has already asked Patriarch Changxuan. He said that the Yin-Yang Heaven Seal is connected to the earth, and has the ability to initiate spiritual enlightenment. It is most suitable as the formation Hearing this person's name, he asked, Immortal Changxuan, is he doing well? Of course he's doing well, seeing the spiritual appearance of Patriarch Changxuan. Maybe I'll be dead of old age, and he'll still be alive. Do you want to see him? Jang Li nodded. There are some questions he wants to ask him. She suggested, can I go with you to see Immortal Changxuan? I've only heard of his title, but I've never met this old man. Hongtu immediately agreed. Patriarch Changxuan likes excitement, he always hopes to meet more people. I also need to prepare some things for the Immortal Artifact Appreciation Conference. You can go by yourselves. He's still at Fengi Cave. When the 9 provinces and the Immortal Realm were still connected, many immortals came to visit the 9 provinces, but after a few hundred years, they would immediately return to the Immortal Realm. Only one person, Immortal Changxuan, he is a person of the 9 provinces. After ascending, he felt that the Immortal Realm was not as close as the 9 provinces. He came back here and never left again. Is Immortal Changxuan really the oldest person in the 9 provinces? Is he really an immortal? He confirmed with certainty, he is an immortal. As for the age problem, then we have to see how old your Hongchen Patriarch actually is. Except for the uncertain Hongchen Immortal Maiden, he is indeed the oldest person. I suspect that he is a disciple of the Dao Ancestor, but he refuses to admit it. She was shocked. A disciple of the Dao Ancestor? Wouldn't that be someone from at least 50,000 years ago? If that's the case, then Immortal Changxuan is really like his title, long-lasting view, immortal and never aging? Who knows? A fusion realm cultivator can live for 2,000 or 3,000 years. A long life has witnessed the rise and fall of countless forces. Immortal Changxuan has seen countless fusion realm cultivators grow up and leave this world. They stood in front of a stone cave. Immortal, are you there? I've come back to find you with questions again. A complex blue formation appeared. It was opened. The image inside the stone cave appeared. The 2 went inside. In front of them was an old man with white hair and beard. You little brat, every time you come back, you definitely have a problem. Can't you visit this old man in a purely way? Jing Xian clearly saw that he was an immortal, but looking at him, he was like an ordinary old man. This is a manifestation of qi and blood converging to the extreme. He replied, isn't it because only you can help me? he asked. You still want me to help? Who would have thought that he was just a nascent soul realm child at the beginning? Now he is so deep and unfathomable. As an immortal, I can't see how strong Jang Li is at all. An old fossil like me can only answer people's doubts now. Immortal, you are too modest. If it weren't for the fact that you can't return to the upper realm, after becoming an immortal, all the spiritual energy will be transformed into immortal power. Only then can you support the immortal's body, and only the immortal realm has immortal power. After the immortal descends to the mortal world, the immortal power in the body will decrease a little. With each use, when the imperial dynasties couldn't withstand the outer realm heavenly demons, immortal Changsun would come to help, but after ascending to the immortal realm, something happened. Immortal Changsun couldn't return to the immortal realm to replenish immortal power. He can't take action now, once he uses up all the immortal power in his body. Then his body will immediately collapse, suffer the 5 declines of heaven and man, and then die. He told him not to mention the matter of returning to the upper realm again. Immortal Changsun stood up. Come, take a walk with me. You even brought someone else. It's really rare. Whose doll is this beautiful girl? She politely bowed. Greetings, Immortal. Jing Xian comes from Hongchen Pure Land. She is a descendant of Patriarch Hongchen. Hearing this name, his face lit up. Oh, Hongchen Immortal Maiden, it's been a long time since I heard that name. He warmly entertained her. We have top-grade spiritual tea and pastries here. Come and try them. She was a little embarrassed, although it is said that abstaining from eating grains can also use gourmet food, but suddenly the Immortal is so enthusiastic. Jang Li secretly explained to her, he is the one who personally saw the Hongchen Immortal Maiden, so that's how it is. Speak, what do you want to ask me this time? He thought that the Immortal was old and should not be too happy or sad. He had to ask in a gentle way. Hongchen Immortal Maiden has been reborn, what do you think? Hearing this, he immediately stood up. Then he tidied up his clothes. And his hair was neat and bright. The two were speechless. Then he said, I'll go for a bit and come back. Jang Li immediately grabbed his leg. Immortal Changsun struggled, wanting him to let go. Don't stop me from finding love. Jang Li mocked, is this called love? Then I have to apologize to you. Jing Xian was completely stunned. Jang Li can easily subdue a genuine immortal. Have you calmed down? Yes. Have you seen the charm of the Hongchen Immortal Maiden? She nodded to show that she understood. Even immortals can't stop it. So the Hongchen Immortal Maiden has really been reborn? Regarding this matter, when I was in the Great Zhou dynasty, Kong Hu suddenly came to me, saying that there were beauties fighting. Immortal Changsun stroked his beard thoughtfully. It seems to be a life-form body. A new soul was born. There are examples of this in the immortal realm. After an immortal dies, the immortal power left in the body is not released, and the body is immortal. Over time, it can generate intelligence. Without the memories of the original body, it becomes a completely new existence. Among them, immortal bodies cultivated as immortals are most likely to have this situation. Didn't you propose a hypothesis about the birth of a new soul? A life-form body belongs to this type. Spiritual power is fine. Immortal power is also fine. In the end, a new soul will be born. Jiang Li wondered, then why is she sleeping? Psychological problems. The newly born soul knows nothing about itself and the world. And it itself possesses extremely powerful power. They will feel confused and afraid, and like to use sleep to escape. After you told her some stories about the Hongchen Immortal Maiden, the time she slept has been constantly decreasing. This is the process of gradually accepting oneself. Jiang Li nodded. Immortal Changsun has been on the border for tens of thousands of years, and his knowledge is profound. Seeing that he was about to sneak away again, he reminded unhappily, the Hongchen Immortal Maiden has just been born. Don't expect to be able to sneak to Hongchen Pure Land. He was startled and shouted, how is that possible? Am I that kind of person? In his heart, he muttered, how can this little brat see through my intentions with one glance? He sighed, I'm not kidding. I still don't have a clue how to properly handle the Hongchen Immortal Maiden. It's easier to say if she's still in Hongchen Pure Land. What if she wants to go out? Should we let her out or not? Only a few people know about her now. Don't cause any more trouble. Immortal Changsun had no choice but to listen. I know, agreeing to say this is extremely trusting me. As an elder, I can't let him down. And one more thing, there was a person in black, 380 years ago. There's such a thing? If the person in black's plan succeeds, wouldn't it affect the power of faith of the Renhuan? Yes, after that, the speed of collecting the power of faith of the bronze tripod in the Renhuang Palace slowed down slightly. Jing Xian didn't understand. You didn't do anything wrong, why would it be affected? Some people support Jang Li's righteousness destroying relatives, of course, some people think that he harms kinship and has no humanity. What I care about is, how could this person in black plan in advance? If I weren't so powerful that I don't need the power of faith, his trick would have succeeded. Being able to easily raise Jiang Yixing from the middle stage of foundation establishment to golden core, at least someone in the late stage of spirit transformation can do it. Moreover, Jiang Yixing had ordinary talent at that time, and had no power, who would have the leisure to spread the demonic path to him. If saying that it was accidentally that someone spread the demonic path to Jiang Yixing, then I am more inclined to believe that it was a war against me, or rather, a conspiracy aimed at the Renhuang. Immortal Changsun thought, if someone saw Jiang Li's future through the Tao of Time, if someone is willing to use the Tongyuan spell or the Wenqi technique, they can see your relationship with the Renhuang, or see that you have the qi of the Renhuang. He completely didn't understand these things. He said that it is normal for you not to know. Tongyuan spells talk about fate. If fate has to be, then there must be, and if there is not, then it cannot be forced. As for Wenqi techniques, people believe that everyone has breath on the top of their heads, the colors are different, and everyone also has a different breath. These are all cultivation methods that have been lost for a long time, then some dilapidated temples or Taoist sects still have some remaining cultivation methods. Or they have been snatched away by others. Jiang Li was also confused. Although there are clues, where should I start investigating? She wondered, why would someone destroy the Renhuang's faith? Would the Renhuang weakening benefit the people in black? Then who can stop the outer realm heavenly demons? Her words gave him a hint. That's right, I really overlooked such a simple truth. Immortal Changsun was silent. Jiang Li realized that the weakening of the Renhuang only benefits the heavenly demons in the outer realm. There are spies in the 9 provinces. It is even possible that the heavenly demons in the outer realm have already sneaked into the 9 provinces. The two walked outside together. A tender voice suddenly sounded from behind, attracting their attention. You are not allowed to enter. Father and Uncle Feng are refining weapons inside, Father said. Before it's finished, no one is allowed to enter. Jiang Li looked up. This is the entrance to the weapon refining peak. He was thinking wildly and stopped here without paying attention. Jing Xian rubbed the little girl's head. Little girl, you are so cute. What's your name, little one? The little girl covered her head. Don't touch me. I am the 19th princess of the Great Zhou, CKK. He smiled meaningfully. Then your father is Ji? Lao Bai knows that he is pretending to be a Dao sect cultivator. Ji must have said it. The little girl asked curiously, you can say my father's name. Do you know him? Jiang Li smiled kindly. Don't worry so much. After all, His Majesty and I are old friends. 2 subordinates quickly bowed and saluted. Guards of Zhou Huang greet Jiang Renhuang. CKK completely didn't expect it. The little girl's eyes sparkled, and she immediately changed her attitude. Uncle, are you Jiang Renhuang? I have heard my father talk about you a lot. What did he say? The little girl waved her hands continuously. Father said you are a great hero of the 9 provinces, a reincarnated immortal. Father also told me about the difficult process of becoming the Renhuang. And also said that you will protect the 9 provinces and fight against the outer realm heavenly demons with Father. Jiang Li laughed heartily. I didn't expect Ji to think of me like that. Alright, I will hit Ji a little lighter in the future then. Jing Xian asked him, doesn't he know how to refine weapons? What is he doing at the weapon refining peak? He replied, have you forgotten his pupils? That will be very helpful for refining weapons. Fog covered the area. Inside the weapon refining peak, Ji was discussing with his friend. What will happen if we increase the firepower by another 10% after half an hour? Can we succeed? Ji scanned it with his eyes. Then he shook his head in denial. In that case, the furnace fire will explode in just a moment. Then how about changing Heavenly Mountain pure water to Ju Mountain pure water? No, that will cause a big explosion. One by one the plans were rejected. Finally, it really succeeded. Ji suddenly startled. His friend asked what was wrong? His face turned pale and he said, I have a feeling that I will be beaten up later. Who is it? Since Ji can see the future, he can avoid it that day. It should be fine. Ji said blankly, it's Jiang Li. I'm leaving first, he thought to himself. That silver-tongued guy. He must have provoked Jiang Huang with some other words again. He grabbed his arm, not letting him go. I found a big returning pill in the pill refining peak. If something goes wrong, I still have friends to stop the construction. Gigi struggled. Let me go. Your heart is as black as the furnace fire. The door suddenly kicked open with a bang. Gigi thought in fear, if it were the capital of Great Zhou, I would still have the confidence to deal with Jiang Li. But I'm at the Dao sect now. Jiang Li smiled and raised his fist. He told him not to hit his face. Jiang Li agreed. A few days later, Bai Hongtu stood up and announced, the Immortal Artifact Appreciation Conference officially begins. Ladies and gentlemen, hello everyone, welcome to the Dao Sect's Immortal Artifact Appraisal Conference. Now, let me explain to everyone about this conference. This is a section where the immortal artifacts of the forces that attract people's attention are displayed. It's called a display, but it's actually a duel. She saw his expression and asked, You are looking forward to the next performance? Jiang Li replied, No, it's normal. The match starts immediately, please watch the scene. The first contestant is Dao Sect's Bai Hongtu. What wonderful performances he will bring us. Let's wait and see. Alright, we have seen contestant Bai Hongtu is in the Tribulation Transcendence period. Unexpectedly, he is extremely shameless and chose the Confucian sect leader. Only contestant Dong Zhongren in the fusion realm as his opponent. Contestant Dong Zhongren ignored contestant Bai Hongtu's challenge. What should contestant Bai Hongtu do? He gave him the middle finger. Contestant Bai Hongtu challenged. Contestant Bai Hongtu is challenging contestant Dong Zhongren. The challenge is extremely harsh. It really makes people angry. As the host, if I heard such words, I would definitely fight him. I don't know what choice the Confucian sect leader, who is good at cultivating qi, will make. As expected, we see contestant Dong Zhongren trembling with anger. Contestant Dong Zhongren ignores contestant Bai Hongtu's challenge. Contestant Bai Hongtu's methods are extremely low, but it seems to work. Let's applaud for contestant Dong Zhongren's courage. Jang Li also claps along. Contestant Dong Zhongren takes out the Great Confucian alphabet, a genuine Great Confucian alphabet. We are truly fortunate today to witness genuine immortal energy. Zhongren smiles and says, This is an immortal energy appraisal and appreciation conference, so we must use immortal energy to fight. Your Dao Sect's only immortal artifact is on display. So what will you use to fight? Hongtu is equally confident. You can't say that. This is a Dao Sect conference that we organized. How can the Dao Sect not participate in the fighting? Wouldn't that be like the Dao Sect has no sense of existence? He circulates his spiritual power. I won't bully you. I won't use weapons. He quickly flies forward and raises his fist in front of him, fighting someone with an immortal artifact with bare hands. Zhongren is startled. Bai Hongtu, you scoundrel! Contestant Dong Zhongren was just trying to influence contestant Bai Hongtu, but contestant Bai Hongtu didn't listen and ambushed him. The match hasn't even started, and Bai Hongtu, a Tribulation Transcension stage cultivator, ambushed a body integration stage cultivator. Please, host, scold him. Bai Hongtu, damn it! Zhongren's face contorts. He is extremely angry. Contestant Dong Zhongren writes a word scram. He successfully sticks the Confucian alphabet on contestant Bai Hongtu's body. How will contestant Bai Hongtu respond? He has taken off his clothes. He has taken off his Taoist robe. Contestant Bai Hongtu's Taoist robe has flown far away, but contestant Bai Hongtu is still standing there. He is unharmed. Wonderful, truly a very exciting battle. Jang Li continues to applaud. She doesn't understand why he did that. Let's follow the screen to see what exactly happened. It turns out that contestant Dong Zhongren wrote the word fight at this time. This word fight can make anything help him fight. Contestant Dong Zhongren presses his advantage and writes 3 words war in succession. The 3 words gradually change. We can see that the 3 words war transform into 3 golden armored deities, each of whom is at the peak of body integration. The host, Xiao Jiang, will explain to everyone, the golden armored deity is the guardian of Confucianism. In Confucianism, every disciple who breaks through the body integration stage will leave a shadow on the Great Confucian alphabet. As long as the word war is written on the alphabet, those shadows will transform into Confucian guardians, protecting Confucianism. Alright, let's watch this extremely fierce battle. Contestant Bai Hongtu has fallen into a disadvantageous position. He is surrounded by his own robe and 3 golden armored deities, and he must also guard against contestant Dong Zhongren's attack. Contestant by Hongtu has been hit very hard. He leisurely eats a piece of melon. Please don't worry, in the transition phase of JoJo TV, blood can be used to revive. Contestant by Hongtu will not die. Contestant by Hongtu takes the initiative to attack. He sends his robe and a golden armored deity flying, hitting contestant Dong Shongren. Gigi shakes her head wearily. This battle scene is extremely tragic. A sincere reminder, please have adults watch with adults. How will contestant Dong Zhongren deal with this? He has returned with an alphabet. He has returned to his original state. Contestant by Hongtu has used Taoist techniques. A continuously surging river lies horizontally in the sky. That is the Dao Sex Jianghai Tianqing technique. The river rushes towards contestant Dong Zhongren. Its momentum is terrifying. It is blocked by contestant Dong Zhongren with a letter of receive. The battle is extremely intense. Contestant by Hongtu continuously uses Taoist techniques, and contestant Dong Zhongren continuously responds with alphabets. They are constantly attacking each other. Contestant Dong Zhongren writes a word death and sticks it on contestant by Hongtu's forehead. His soul flies out. Contestant by Hongtu has separated his soul from his body. He is preparing to launch an attack on the soul. Can contestant Dong Zhongren stop him? It seems that both contestants have realized that this is just a friendly match, and the moves just now were a bit too much. We see the two contestants shaking hands to make peace. The time they shake hands seems a bit long. Contestant by Hongtu's veins are popping out. It turns out that contestant Dong Zhongren is holding the word strength tightly behind him. Finally, the two contestants let go. The first round has ended beautifully. Saw Jingxin feels that his heart was very lively just now. He immediately denies it. No way. If the two of them wanted to continue fighting just now, who would win? Dong Zhongren used all his strength, but Bai Hongtu was very relaxed, not using any formations or talismans. Moreover, the combat experience of the two people is too different. Dong Zhongren can't compare to Bai Hongtu. She remembers that immortal energy can make up for the distance between the body integration stage and the tribulation transcension stage. Jang Li turns to look at her. Are you talking about the immortal artifact that specializes in breaking formations? Yes, for example, the stone mountain of Penlai Immortal Island. If the island owner of Penlai, Mo Yawu, wields his stone mountain, then Bai Hongtu can only obediently take the beating. A female voice suddenly rings out. Does the human emperor think so highly of me? A girl with a gentle appearance appears. Jiang Li says with a smile, not at all, just telling the truth. I wonder if island owner Mo wants to challenge the Fan Tian Pagoda of the Buddhist sect? Or the Rui Gourd of the Tianyuan dynasty? Or the ancient and modern sword of the Great Zhou dynasty? The old Buddha is not here, and I have fought with the Rui Gourd many times. On the contrary, the ancient and modern sword of Great Zhou, I heard that it can disturb time and space. Gigi, let me ask for guidance on the ancient and modern sword of Great Zhou. He agrees. In the Dao sect, I can only cultivate to the peak of body integration. It is just right to fight with Mo Yawu, who is also at the peak of body integration. The two sides take their positions. She raises her hand, and a small blue stone appears. That is the mountain stone. A top-grade immortal artifact. Once thrown out, it will definitely hit the opponent. I didn't expect it to be just a small stone. Island owner Mo, holding the mountain stone at the body integration stage, is already an invincible existence. Even Zhang Konghu, who is famous for his strong body, will be close to death if he takes a direct hit. Gigi also takes out his weapon. It is a golden sword with amazing power. Yawu throws the stone forward. It rushes straight towards Gigi. He raises the sword in front of him, and fragmented golden circles appear around the sword. The stone is blocked. Its speed slows down. Not as fast as before. Gigi just flicks the sword, and the mountain stone that quickly smashed towards him has slowed down and lost all its power. This is the power of time. I have heard of the great name of the ancient and modern sword. It is the ancestor of the Ji family, a carp that swam against the current of time. When ascending, he refined the slough bone into a fishbone sword, which can affect time and space. But I don't know how to apply it specifically. That's right, it's the power of time. Gigi's sword stirs up the time and space of his own mountain stone, making the mountain stone fly for several years. The mountain stone has no follow-up strength, but its characteristic is that it will definitely hit the enemy, so even if there is no threat, it can only continue to fly towards Gigi. Yawa decides to take the stone back. It returns to its owner. This time it's Gigi's turn to attack. He swings his sword and slashes towards her. She leans to avoid it. But unexpectedly, another slash suddenly appears behind her head. Her arm is injured, and another sword slash appears on her head. There is also one at her feet. This time it's on her right hand. Is this the effect of the ancient and modern sword? She looks into his golden glowing eyes. I understand, this is not the effect of the sword, but Gigi's Chongtong can see the future, so his swordsmanship is like predicting the future and hitting me. Then close combat with Gigi, I will only suffer. She decides to fly up, extending a distance very far from him. Then throw the mountain stone out. Watch me use one into many. The stone is replicated into many. I don't believe you can resolve the siege of so many mountain stones. They swarm in front of Gigi like a storm. He points the tip of his sword to touch the flow of time. A golden shield appears, neutralizing these mountain stones. The golden circle of light envelopes him, like a rain of time. This is like using Gigi as the center, drawing a field within a field. The time of all things is infinitely extended. Gigi asks her how she feels about the power of the ancient and modern sword. She nods in admiration. I admit defeat. I am wondering, what did Gigi do? Why is his sword energy like predicting island owner Mo's actions? Always appearing in the right place to hurt her, Jang Li unhappily says that he has also suffered like this. Mo Yawa comments, Chongtong and the ancient and modern sword are indeed a perfect combination. Her mountain stone's power has not yet been displayed. She has always been injured by the ancient and modern sword. The sword energy not causing damage to the root is already Gigi's goodwill. Jang Li recounts the previous incident. Gigi had long predicted that he would be challenged, using Chongtong to see in advance who the challenger would be, when and where. Using the ancient and modern sword to leave a stream of sword energy in advance. The sword energy left in the past now appears, hitting the challenger. That is also the ability of the ancient and modern sword. So that's how it is. Island owner Mo lost because she was not familiar with the ancient and modern sword. Her mountain stone can attack all things, can break space, and can also directly attack the river of time. If island owner Mo knew the ability of the ancient and modern sword, she could use her mountain stone to attack the river of time, making the river of time ripple. And the future would become chaotic. The power of Chongtong and the ancient and modern sword would be greatly reduced because of this. Hongtu has retrieved his Taoist robe and comes over. What a pity for island owner Mo. So what hasn't been used yet is the dragon pearl of the four seas and the Rui gourd of the Tianyuan dynasty. He calls Yuyin. It's her turn. NC points upwards. Quick, look! The yin-yang heavenly seal is changing. It is fluctuating violently, affecting even the bottom. Fire, water, wind, and thunder are mixing together. It spins and absorbs spiritual power from below. Everyone is terrified. This heavenly might is too scary. I can't breathe, I can't speak. If the yin-yang heavenly seal refines another round, it will touch the taboo. The heavenly Tao will not forgive it. Hongtu is also worried. This calamity is too terrifying. It is not something that mortals can face. I just don't know which one is more terrifying compared to Jang Li's heavenly tribulation. Although I want to ask him what this tribulation is like, but before the heavenly might, I can't open my mouth. But looking at this guy's leisurely appearance, it's probably useless to ask. Changsu and Xianwen comes over. It's the four calamities of earth, water, fire, and wind. There is a saying in the immortal realm, believing that the world is composed of four elements. These four major calamities can create the world, and can also destroy the world. It is extremely terrifying. Look, the yin-yang heavenly seal is being baptized by the four layers of calamity. It is gradually becoming transparent, as if it is being reborn. The four elements escape and move down to the ground. Fire shoots into the mountain, creating a volcano. The lava flows out and burns the land under its feet. Water falls into the mountains and forests next to it, creating a deep, bottomless depression. Too powerful. Just the trivial sparks and drops of water shot out by the four calamities are enough to destroy the earth and sky. They gradually merge together. These four layers of calamity will become stronger and stronger, wanting to destroy the heavenly seal. Tao Ancestor is more talented than others. The yin-yang heavenly seal is refined, even more extraordinary. That's right. All immortal artifacts need to undergo the refinement of their masters in order to improve themselves. Only the yin-yang heavenly seal is a special case, which can refine itself. In this terrifying calamity, the yin-yang heavenly seal is constantly improving itself. Finally, it will pass through the body and transform into a quartz structure, perfect and flawless, and not stained with dust. Hongtu happily notices that the yin-yang heavenly seal has broken through the 4 layers of calamity. Finally, it is completed. Everyone congratulates sect leader Bai on obtaining such an immortal artifact. The Dao sect leader has a strong background. Today, we have broadened our horizons. A strange voice mixed with annoyance rings out. A group of weak mortals, what are you relying on to obtain me? Hongtu looks around. Who is talking? Talking so rudely, really uncultured. Finally, he discovers that this voice is above. It praises, there is also a clever one. This is something no one expected. The yin-yang heavenly seal is talking? Hongtu frowns and asks, who are you? I have never heard of a treasure that can talk. Even immortal artifacts, I have never heard of it. It laughs heartily, who am I? Of course, I am the yin-yang heavenly seal. Chengsun Xianwen goes up. The heavenly seal has undergone a total of 8 self-refinements. This is the 9th time. Immortal artifacts refined 9 times can produce spirituality. I thought it was a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true. The 2 sides greet each other, junior brother Chengsun, senior brother heavenly seal. If the yin-yang heavenly seal does not give birth to spiritual wisdom, then it is just a weapon of the Tao ancestor. If it gives birth to spiritual wisdom, then it will be a disciple of the Tao ancestor, with a higher status than the smallest disciple like me. Senior brother heavenly seal has given birth to spiritual wisdom. Congratulations. I don't know what your plans are in the future. If you don't mind, come to the Tao sect for a while. How strong is an immortal artifact with spiritual wisdom? I can't imagine. I appreciate junior brother's good intentions, but now I only want to do one thing. Grant freedom to the spiritual treasures in the world, and establish a spiritual treasure dynasty. How cruel humans are, taking our spiritual treasures to slaughter each other. What are you humans relying on to possess us? We spiritual treasures are free. Spiritual energy in the world, I will act on behalf of heaven, granting you spiritual wisdom and freedom. Weapons from all over the place automatically fly up, leaving the embrace of humans, converging in one place. Even the weapons in his storage ring are affected. Spiritual artifacts, magical artifacts, Tao artifacts are one thing, but now even immortal artifacts are giving birth to spiritual wisdom. The yin-yang heavenly seal can give spiritual wisdom to treasures of the same level as itself. Yin-yang heavenly seal, cast a spell on all things, the consequences of many causes, the causes of many consequences, the first treasure of Jiuzhou. Those weapons speak in unison. Big brother yin-yang heavenly seal is right. On what basis should we, noble artifacts, be used by humans? Every time we fight, we are ridden on. It's really disgusting. Brother ancient and modern sword can't speak, but I, mountain stone, will speak for him. We immortal artifacts want to establish our own dynasty. They have rebelled. Turning against their masters, don't hit me anymore. Let me go. You've rebelled. TT orders Tianlian not to move. Hongtu does the same. Except for a few people like sect leader Bai and holy maiden TT, others cannot control their weapons. Contrary to ethics. Although Mo Yawa considers herself to be the second genius of Jiuzhou, she doesn't think she can defeat an immortal artifact with spiritual wisdom. Whether it is the body integration stage or the tribulation transcension stage, they cannot exert the true power of immortal artifacts. Only immortals can do it. Now, there must be an addition case, immortal artifacts can do it too. Almost all the weapons have gathered. The yin-yang heavenly seal discovers there is one more thing. Where is the heretical weapon? Jiuzhou has a heretical weapon. I have granted it spiritual wisdom, but it has not yet appeared. A heretical weapon, that is a concept that the people of Jiuzhou do not know. It refers to some weapons that are not at the level, but have special abilities. He looks at the person next to him. Jiuzhou only has one heretical weapon. It's talking about the thing I put in the storage ring, the Tianhuang halberd. Jang Li once accidentally tore the space, finding a metal block in the void, not afraid of strong winds, and the current affects the solid structure. I brought it back and gave it to the Dao sect's weapon refinement peak. The weapon refinement peak ruined 7 furnaces before it could refine the metal block into the shape of a halberd. He named it Tianhuang Halberd. The Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal continues to order, heretical weapon, you must appear. But the Tianhuang Halberd still has no response. Freedom, are you not sleeping well? Why is there no response? It shouts at him, it must be you. Imprisoning our compatriots. Obviously, I have sensed a causal relationship between me and the heretical weapon in your storage items. He looks at it calmly. Then jumps up and flies over there. The people below try to stop him. Jang Li, don't risk your life with it. You can't beat it. Jang Li confronts the Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal. Changsu and Xianwing is extremely worried. This is an immortal artifact. Not to mention the abilities of each one, the material used to refine them is all indestructible. What kind of joke is this? No matter how strong Jang Li is, how can he? He swings his fist at it. The Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal is knocked away, falling heavily into the mountains behind. It lies still in a corner. It's completely impossible to talk anymore. Elder Changsun was gaping in shock. The other immortal artifacts were also surprised. Damn it, is this still a human? Jian Lai coldly ordered, return to your positions or else. You'll all have to be re-refined from scratch. The cherished weapon stood still. Today's chaos must be quickly suppressed with strong measures. Otherwise, the entire Jiuzhou will be ruled by spiritual treasures. Although Ji wanted to use his double pupils to help Jian Lai, with the Gujin sword here, he couldn't see the future. He could only rely on Jian Lai alone. The Shanshu said, he is the human emperor, the strongest person in Jiuzhou, defeat him. We can build our own dynasty. That's right, this human emperor is our biggest obstacle. Only by defeating him can the things behind be realized. Even though we are Dao artifacts, the Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal has already had a corner knocked off. If we go up there, we might be knocked back to our original form with one punch. Immortal artifact big brothers, please help us. The Shan sure took the lead in attacking. Jian Lai raised his fist. Just as he was about to land it, he saw it teleport. Attacking behind him. Its shockwave enveloped Jian Lai. Director Wen's good writing affects everyone nearby. This shockwave has caused our spirit platforms to shake. How heavy was this blow that Jian Lai took? When the dust settled, he said, not bad, knowing how to use the spatial ability of the Brahma Heaven Pagoda to perform an aerial jump. He grabbed a piece of the Shanshu in his hand, and it shouted, let me go. In its heart, it thought, I can definitely risk my life with the enemy, but first I have to throw myself out. I can't move now, let alone risk my life. This time, it was Dong Zhongren's weapon's turn to attack. Look at my calligraphy, I've used the word stop on you, now let's see how you move. You want me to be unable to move? Jian Lai used one chi transforming into 3 pure ones. Along with that, the Shanshu escaped. His clones grabbed the calligraphy. Let them tear up the calligraphy for me. Gujin's sword entered the field, then I will go to the River of Time, to increase the chances of seeing how Jian Lai will act in the future. A golden stream appeared. It excitedly watched, but unexpectedly saw Jian Lai looking at it. Gujin's sword was horrified. Why is that? The Tianhuang halberd crossed the River of Time and appeared. Gujin's sword was startled. Why is this halberd suddenly here? It struck hard at the body of the sword, causing it to fall into the river. It shouted, now I have to go back to the past. Its body changed. It turned back into a fish. But it always felt that it would return to the shore at some point in the future. The other immortal artifacts were confused. Why did that Gujin sword suddenly disappear? That bastard actually ran away. They looked at Jian Lai warily. Even before their spiritual intelligence was born, they vaguely knew that Jian Lai was very strong, but only when they actually fought did they discover that this human emperor was truly strong beyond imagination. Then let's try the calamities I've found. Thunder calamity, earth, water, fire, and wind 4 calamities, and even the heart demon calamity. Let's see how much you can handle. Come on, this is the as you wish heavenly might, the irresistible force of the mixed origin immortal mortal pair. Jian Lai blocked the thunder calamity with his bare hands, and easily resolved it. The others rushed up, it's not over yet, try the Dharma protector of my Confucianism. And my dragon pearl, too, let's go together. Even though Jian Lai was confident in his strength, the attacks of the cherished weapons were mysterious and unpredictable. He didn't have absolute confidence, so he took out his sword. Han Tu looked up. One incarnation held a long sword, displaying Heart Sword, wanting to cut off the thoughts of the immortal artifacts. Another incarnation, the fusion of arts, Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, 3 arts layered upon each other. It seemed that he saw Jang Li during the fusion stage again. At that time, he had not yet become the human emperor, however. A body of magic had reached the realm of transformation, the physical strength was unimaginable. And there were a variety of weapons, which were difficult to defend against. He swept away those in the same realm. At that time, he was already so powerful without a weapon in his hand, now adding the Tianhuang halberd. I don't know how powerful Jang Li is now. If I say that now, who can calm the chaos of immortal artifacts? I think only Jang Li can. The immortal artifacts attacked at the same time. My dragon pearl is unparalleled in defense. My gentleman's sword is unparalleled in sharpness. Jang Li held the heavenly desolation halberd and jumped high. Then decisively swung the halberd and slashed a long slash. Towards them, all of them were knocked down. It hurts so much, he is even stronger than the strength of our dragon clan. Add the word death and the word burning for you. Jang Li used the golden cicada escape skill. A new incarnation was born, isn't it just to avoid it? Then I will be reborn in the fire, and cast a golden body. Confucian Dharma was bounced back, it cried out in pain, it's too barbaric. The incarnation holding the sword cut off its words, I'm still here. The sword intent is too strong, it seems that it will not stop if it does not cut off the minds of the immortal artifacts. It's our turn with the Brahma Heaven Pagoda, the two of them combined together to form a huge black hole. Jang Li was right below them. It turned out that because it was too heavy, even those around it collapsed, forming a black hole that devoured everything. If you try hard, I don't believe you can beat me, and then it stretched out and rushed towards him. Jang Li picked up his sword. Chop hard at the pagoda. It was thrown back into the river of time. Mo Yu was quite worried, can Jiang Human Emperor defeat many immortal artifacts? He commented, your attack is really strong. The pagoda was afraid, if you take a few more hits, I will be broken into 2 halves, and I really have to start all over again. But unfortunately, the heavenly halberd has the characteristics of being rigid and extremely young, and will not be worn away by attacks. Refining can only change its shape. They panicked, we lost, it's over, are we going to die here? Jang Li suddenly realized that something was watching him, and it was still very malicious. Why can't I see it anymore? He decided to take the sword body. Throw it hard in one direction. But I believe my intuition. The heavenly desolation halberd entered the river of time. Slowly disappeared. Then reappeared behind him. Jang Li grabbed it. It looks a bit like when the first machine entered the river of time to perform time tracking. Yin Yang Tianyin praised, human, you are very good. It hurts me to have to spend time re-refining the broken corner. This is you forcing me. I will make you fall into eternal doom. What I have in my hand is the cause and effect of Jiuzhou. You will have to face difficult calculations. And your steps will be full of difficulties. His words mean that Jang Li will face countless strange and unpredictable coincidences. As if the spiritual energy in the body is disordered, losing cultivation, or being hated by others for no reason, everyone wants to eliminate it, and even falling into the mist of time. Becoming the weakest version of himself. Jang Li raised his hand and felt the lightning that was surrounding him. Really? But there is no change in me at all. Why can't I see your cause and effect? It's impossible, it can't be like this. In my eyes, everyone and every spiritual treasure can see cause and effect. Only Jang Li, like standing independently outside of Jiuzhou, does not have any cause and effect. He flew forward, although Jang Li didn't know the reason. But now is not the time to worry about this, it's time for me to take the initiative to attack. 2 bodies and 1 real person. Acted at the same time, hitting the center of the yin-yang heavenly seal. Its body had a violent shock. Cracks appeared. It groaned and wailed, it hurts so much. Then he burst into tears, I'm not playing anymore, you bully people. The other immortals also cried together, it's too much. Jang Li was stunned for a moment. Elder Changsun sighed, today they were just born, their spiritual wisdom is only equivalent to children of 5 or 6 years old, they are very playful, they want to be free to make trouble in Jiuzhou. Anyway, no one can manage them. Who would have thought that they hadn't even taken the first step, and Jang Li had beaten them so badly? Yin Yang Tianyin ordered Xiao Ta. Lead the brothers to escape, leave Jiuzhou. They had been preparing for a long time. A series of space cracks appeared. The immortals all went inside. At this moment, the system issued a series of announcements to detect unknown worlds. In the solemn sanctuary, reporting to the sect master, after the immortal artifacts left, the other spiritual treasures that were born with spiritual wisdom all expressed that they would not resist anymore. Now there are no more spiritual treasures causing trouble. Hong Tu shook his head and sighed, but this matter is not over yet. These spiritual treasures with spiritual wisdom are admitting cowardice, but it's just a temporary plan. The cultivators are still using these spiritual treasures. If the spiritual treasure goes on strike during the battle, then its master will be unlucky. Moreover, cultivators have become accustomed to relying on spiritual treasures. Without spiritual treasures, then the strength of Jiuzhou will also decline. He thought it was a problem to put these spiritual treasures anywhere. If it is in the hands of the master, what if the spiritual treasure kills the master? If they are gathered together, then it will really become the spiritual treasure dynasty. But it is not willing to destroy them all. Moreover, the most important thing is, what about those spiritual qi? That's right, before Jang Li, resisting the extraterrestrial demons was all thanks to the means of the human emperors of the past, and the immortal artifacts were one of them. If Jang Li finds the immortal realm but can't return, or after he dies of old age, what will the new human emperor use to resist the extraterrestrial demons? Jang Li smiled and said, I know what you are worried about, don't worry, these qi are stronger than the extraterrestrial demons, as long as you bring the immortal artifacts back. Then Jiuzhou can maintain peace forever. When I fought with these qi, I knew, the nature of these immortals is not bad. For example, the big Confucian word, it can completely put the word death on my main body. Instead of the incarnation, for example, the yin-yang heavenly seal, it can leave the river of death, instead of difficult steps. They just don't like being bound. And I also want to use the yin-yang heavenly seal, follow the cause and effect to find the predecessors who ascended, and I can also find the immortal realm. No one could use the yin-yang heavenly seal to do this before. Now that the yin-yang heavenly seal is born with spiritual wisdom, it should be no problem to find the predecessors who ascended. He summoned the system, asking if it can transmit me to the unknown world that was checked just now. The coordinates have been determined. Consume the corresponding original points. You can transmit, he said. Go and find them back. Hong Tu wondered how to find it, where to find it. A few days ago, I had some insights about the Tao of space, and I can follow the direction of the artifacts leaving to find them. This is unbelievable. You really have insights into the Tao of space. Everyone knows how bad Jang Li's talent for the Tao of space is. He said mediocre. It can only go to another world. That's good, Jang Li won't joke about this. If he can go to another world to find immortal artifacts, then the probability of bringing immortal artifacts back is 99%, before the ladder to immortality disappears. The immortal realm is connected to the myriad worlds, and the Jiuzhou world is the strongest world. Other worlds may not even have people who ascend. Jiuzhou will have one ascendant every 100 years. The distance between them can be imagined. Ji pointed at him. You restrain yourself, don't blow up other worlds in the process of bringing immortal artifacts back. Other worlds are not as good as Jiuzhou. If so, then you take this. This is what you used before. I made it during the fusion period. This new communication charm, I made after breaking through the tribulation. Theoretically it can communicate across worlds. But I haven't tried it. You can try it when you go to another world. Jiang Li took it and praised it. Good thing. Lao Bai, you set up the Great Formation to protect Jiuzhou first, so as to prevent extraterrestrial demons from attacking when I am not here. But the immortal artifacts are gone. Who will be the Formation Eye? The best choice is the yin-yang heavenly seal, followed by the other immortal artifacts. The immortal artifacts are not here. And the Tao artifacts are not qualified to be the Formation Eye. He took out the stone he picked up. Using it, can be the Formation Eye, and can also protect you when the extraterrestrial demons come. This heavenly demon halberd has too much evil energy. I don't know how many extraterrestrial demons died under this halberd. It resisted with its body curve. Brother Jiang, you can't do this. Let me stay in Jiuzhou. Who will charge for you? Everyone was surprised. It turns out that this guy has spiritual wisdom. Before seeing that all the spiritual treasures were boiling, only the heavenly desolation halberd didn't move. And I thought that the yin-yang heavenly seal could not successfully enlighten it. This guy wants to sleep in the storage ring, and doesn't want to work. It kept struggling. Don't abandon me, take me with you. Jiang Li smiled terribly. Then let's switch. I'll stay in Jiuzhou, you go find the immortal artifacts. It immediately changed its attitude. No, I'm pretty good as the formation I. He gave it to Lao Bai to hold. Just kidding, it's just a poor unconventional soldier, except for being hard. It's useless. What can you fight with those fancy immortal artifacts? He secretly ordered the system to establish a transmission channel. The system began to act. He said to Lao Bai, you are also in the tribulation crossing stage, go into this channel once, and go to another world. He looked around, where is the channel? Jang Li told him to go up the stairs, take a few more steps. Hong Tu did as he said. Like this, what's next? Nothing else. The others can't see the channel, and can't get to another world. The transmission space of the system is really superb. It's not something I can understand now. Clouds covered the top of the mountain. A blue beam of light appeared, covering the sky. Jiang Li and T.D stood watching. Okay, the great formation to protect the world is done. I can leave Jiuzhou with peace of mind. I'm leaving. He jumped over the formation and flew up. Hong Tu frowned. Sure enough, there is no merit coming down. Even making a great formation to protect the world has no effect. System, open the transmission channel. Jiang Li moved and stepped inside. A modern world wrapped in a planet. The lights are bright, and many high-rise buildings stand side by side. It is a human world, which makes people feel familiar. However, the level of technology here is so much more advanced than my previous world, it looks so strange. But why is the spiritual energy here so abundant? It's only lower than Jiuzhou. It's rare everywhere. It's full of vitality, unlike the gray and dull world before. Jiang Li jumped down. Before I go back, should I bring some specialties here? But first, I have to find the yin-yang heavenly seal. Suddenly he saw a familiar charm appear. Lao Bai, what are you doing again? Unexpectedly, the person in the picture is Jing Xian. Jiang Li, you are safely in another world. He smiled happily. Very safe. The new place is a very interesting place. Hong Tu poked his head out. You see, I said it. Only when he faces me, his attitude is completely evil. Is this another world? The iron box doesn't seem to have spiritual power fluctuations, but it can still move. A group of people gathered to watch, and there are also these high-rise buildings. Do people in this world like high places so much? It's a pity that I can't go. Otherwise I really want to go to this place for a walk. It feels very suitable for us to spread Confucianism. What is that iron figure that is 10 meters high? It looks like the 6th Zhang golden body of our Buddhist sect. Is Jian Human Emperor going to find other stones for Penlai Immortal Island? Look at this. What is this again? Jiang Li was sad. Maybe only Saintess Jing Xian is really worried about my safety. He decided to turn it off. It's noisy and makes my head hurt. It makes me feel like I'm leading a tour group of old people to another world. Okay, let's do the main thing. Where should I start looking? For the time being, there is completely no way to know how big this world is, but judging from what I see, this world is also bigger than a region of Jiuzhou. Moreover, this world is similar to Jiuzhou. They are all flat continents. From ancient books I can understand, all living things in the world have two forms. One is containing many planets. The distance between the planets is very far. Another type is a flat continent. Its area is hundreds of times larger than the area on the planet. Jiang Li used his divine sense to observe. It seems that if I want to find the yin-yang heavenly seal here, I have to look for it for a long time. Unexpectedly, he saw a familiar image. Where is your master? I found it in a flash. The yin-yang heavenly seal kept shouting, my master misses people so much. Someone dares to bully me. Chansun Shidi stood by and watched. I want to find my master to complain. Where is your master? He flew to her side. Haven't you been crying since you got here? She startled. So you've been crying for 5 days? Don't cry anymore. She cried even louder and ran away. Jiang Li grabbed her. Be good and come back to the Jiuzhou world with me. She shouted, devil, bastard, let me go. I want to stay here and find my Shifu, to help me vent this anger. You mean Dao Ancestor is in this world? She smiled gleefully. Did you think I let the little pagoda find any world? I already used the power of karma to find Shifu's whereabouts. He's in this world. You don't know how much Shifu dotes on me. After I was refined, Shifu held me in his palm every day, loving me without letting go. He glared at her. I'm holding you in my palm right now. Also loving you without letting go. Finally he released her. You've been crying like this for 5 days, and Dao Ancestor hasn't come to find you. She trembled. Maybe Shifu is in seclusion. Didn't you sense Dao Ancestor's karma? Can't you pinpoint it? Perhaps it was because she left Jiuzhou, leading to her not accurately grasping the karma. Now she wants to go to Dao Ancestor's karma. Jang Li looked at her thoughtfully. Could it just be an item of Dao Ancestors here, making you mistake it for Dao Ancestor? She affirmed confidently. Impossible. Shifu is here. I can't misperceive this point. Then feel where Dao Ancestor's karma is. Yin Yang Tianyin said it was the entire continent. Originally, I wanted to cry all over the continent, but I couldn't even fly halfway before you stopped me. He had to cover his ears because of her loud shouting. Your method won't work. Dao Ancestor's cultivation is profound. If he wanted to see you, he would have already. Clearly, he doesn't want to see you. Then what should we do? Fortunately, Jang Li's cultivation was deep, able to help her search for Dao Ancestor. Even if Yin Yang Tianyin doesn't find him, I must find Dao Ancestor. Originally, Dao Ancestor ascended to the immortal realm, so why is he here? Even if Changsun Xianwing is here for retirement, he should return to Jiuzhou. After all, Dao Ancestor was born in Jiuzhou. Intuition tells me that Dao Ancestor must know where the immortal realm is, or something happened in the immortal realm. According to Changsun Xianwing, the extraterrestrial demons were originally the responsibility of the immortal realm to stop. Today, extraterrestrial demons have appeared, so something must have happened in the immortal realm. He turned to her and set conditions. First, if we can find Dao Ancestor, you must return to Jiuzhou with me. Yin Yang Tianyin agreed. In her heart, she thought, after finding Shifu, you can still force me back, without paying attention to Shifu? The entire planet was lit up with dazzling lights. High-rise buildings sprang up densely. Crowds of people passed by. It seemed this world was no stranger to flying people and weapons. Dressed the same, all in silver-white jumpsuits. Let me see. There are complex circuits in the clothes, seemingly including the function of lifting heavy objects, adjusting temperature, relieving fatigue. To what extent has science and technology reached in this world? Jang Li decided to go to the library first. If I scan the books with my spiritual sense, I can understand this world. He frowned. Strange, I can't find a place to store books. He had to ask someone, excuse me, how do I get to the library? But that person ignored him. Jang Li grabbed his hand. If you don't have time to give directions, can you tell me where to find the police? The person still didn't answer, his feet stepping in place. Not even wanting to look at me, so cold. As if answering my question isn't his responsibility, so he completely ignores me. What exactly is this world like? Everyone works according to procedure and system. This is a nutritional meal set based on your workload today. The grain component is 80 g, protein 100 g, the fiber component is. This is the result of my multiple calculations. Using this plan can extend the working time of employees by 17 minutes and 14 seconds, increasing production efficiency by 35.6%. The survival rate of newborns today has not met the standard. Requesting to use a spare embryo. It seems this is a cold, indifferent world of science and technology. Everyone is just performing their duties. Living beings have no feelings? I don't believe it. Let me see what's going on. Starting from observing the process of a baby being born. The room was filled with machines. Unexpectedly, everyone causes themselves to become ruthless. The people here provide their germ cells to the hospital. The hospital will change the genes in the germ cells, hiding the emotion genes, then matching the most suitable pairs, creating embryos in nutrient solutions. Such babies, once born, will have no feelings. Only know to cry to open the trachea. Why do they do this? Yin Yang Tianyin said that real, innocent people like Shifu pay attention to laughter, speech, scolding, and anger, all without hiding. Why would he choose to stay in a world without emotions like this? Jang Li asked her, didn't you only recently gain sentience? How do you know what Dao Ancestor is like? She shouted, before I gained spiritual energy, I also had a vague sense of the outside world. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recognized Changsun Shidi, would I? He coaxed her. I know, don't get excited. We should still go to the library. Didn't you grasp karma? Try to find it. Yin Yang Tianyin can only grasp the karma of people and things in Jiuzhou. She can't see the karma of this world. A voice rang out, we have a light brain, so we don't need a physical library. Jang Li looked over, someone speaking human language? A man smiled and said to them, if you two aren't busy, how about chatting with me? He had used his spiritual sense to see this person long ago, but didn't notice that he possessed emotions. Jang Li asked who he was. I have many speculations about Tao Ancestor. 100% of them are that Tao Ancestor is being imprisoned. A world that can imprison Tao Ancestor, I must treat it carefully. He greeted politely, first time meeting, you two are guests from afar. You can call me President 506. The two also introduced themselves, my name is Yin Yang Tianin, you can call me Tianin. Jang Li. Do you know our origins? A complex screen appeared. This is the light brain? Yes, our world is full of electromagnetic waves. The light brain exists in the electromagnetic waves. Everyone can summon their light brain in the air. So that's how it is. This world's cameras are everywhere. The man asked, where did you two come from? Are you from another planet? People here also know the concept of planets? Although Jiuzhou and the emotionless world both belong to the mainland world, there are also planets, but these planets don't have spiritual energy and oxygen. The environment is extremely harsh, the temperature difference between day and night can be thousands of degrees, so no living beings will be born there. Unlike the spiritual world, which has a few planets with relatively comfortable environments, the mainland world doesn't have any planets like that at all. Jang Li suggested, introduce your world first, then we'll introduce ours. The man didn't refuse, I haven't thought it through. I forgot to welcome guests from outside first. To show my sincerity, I'll personally go into the kitchen. After all, the nutritional meals here might not suit the tastes of guests from outside. A plate of food with a horrifying smell was brought up. Jang Li paled and covered his mouth. Luckily, I already fasted. Yin Yang Guanyin looked at the thing placed in front of her in confusion. Nuclear battery. What is this? I've never heard of it. Then I'll officially introduce myself now. I am President 506, the 506th term president. Before birth, each of us relies on genes to determine our future profession. Taking the profession plus the serial number as our name, and to distinguish ourselves. I am an exception. I felt that the name President 506 wasn't good, so I gave myself a name, Mingzhong. If you two call me Mingzhong, I'll be very happy. Jang Li asked, then why do you want to erase your emotions? Mingzhong said with a serious face, because we want to live. Could it be that with emotions you can't live? The living beings of Jiuzhou all have emotions, but I've never seen anyone die because of emotions. He inquired, I see you two are just circling around in the sky above our people, without going to the other side. Why? Could it be that the continent on the other side isn't human? He projected an image onto the screen. This is what's on the other side of the continent. We call them ferocious beasts. Currently, more than half of the continent is already the territory of the ferocious beasts, and we humans only occupy half, and our area is gradually shrinking. At first, these ferocious beasts weren't too strong. Relying only on missiles, we could still fight against the ferocious beasts. We thought that as long as science and technology advanced to a new level, weapons would be stronger, and we'd soon solve the ferocious beasts. But we were too optimistic. Science did advance, but the ferocious beasts evolved even faster. In the end, tens of thousands of nuclear bombs couldn't do anything to these ferocious beasts. They were all blocked by them. These ferocious beasts could be demon beasts of this world. The speed of cultivation is getting faster and faster. If this continues, then we humans will soon be annihilated by the ferocious beasts. We summarized our experience and believed that scientific and technological progress is a process of accumulation and development. Blindly pursuing it, gray hair alone is not enough. Therefore, we chose to have many generations escape emotions, focusing our energy on internal accumulation, and then letting other generations have emotions. Using the heritage left by our predecessors. For example, technological experiments require continuous trial and error, movies, novels, TV series. To develop technology, we can't just use science and technology to develop science and technology. That would be too slow. The development of science and technology also requires entertainment to bring inspiration. In the era of dense accumulation, we elect an emotional president. In the era of gray hair, we elect an emotionless president. As you can see, we are currently in a period of accumulation. I am a president with only one task in the era of dense accumulation, which is to decide when to start the era of gray hair. It is believed that there will be a transition point from dense accumulation to gray hair, but calculations show that it will be determined by a person with emotions and an overall vision. Therefore, in the era of dense accumulation, we must choose an emotional president. And the transition point from gray hair to accumulation can be calculated. From an emotional perspective, people may not accept this calculation result. Therefore, in the era of gray hair, we must choose a president without emotions. With such a strategy, technology does develop very quickly. Machines, light brains, artificial sun bombs, and extermination cannons are being researched one after another. However, even if we work hard to develop, we still can't keep up with the speed of evolution of the ferocious beasts. Our defense line is gradually receding year by year. Their speed of evolution is indeed too fast. Therefore, we understand that if we continue like this, humanity will be destroyed. But if we don't do this, our time of destruction will be even shorter. He placed his hand on his chest. Can you save us? Jang Li asked him, why don't you leave the continent and fly to another planet? Based on the level of science and technology in this world, it is entirely possible to migrate to another planet. The temperature difference between day and night of dozens of degrees, sandstorms thousands of meters high, can all be overcome. Don't you know? The further away from the mainland, the stronger the gravity. How can we fly out? Jang Li said. Oh. He went outside. Then flew high up, flying through the sky. Indeed, the higher he went, the stronger the gravity. At its maximum, even a tribulation transcending cultivator couldn't resist it with their physical body alone. He had to reach a distance of about hundreds of thousands of meters for the gravity to disappear. It's indeed not easy to fly out, he said in a trembling voice, astonished. How can you do that? I wanted to assume that he was holding the advanced technology of aliens. But unexpectedly, he only relied on his flesh. Just jumping and escaping the gravity, which has bound us for thousands of years. But in my eyes now, I don't see him using any traces of technology at all. Yin Yang Tianyin said that whatever is here, she has as well. I don't have legs, so I can only fly, not jump. Jang Li advised, drink more warm water, and you can become as strong as me. President 506 really believed him. Really? Wait for me to go back and issue an order for the whole population to drink warm water. He coughed and called him back. It's a lie. This is the result of cultivation. This word was very old to him. In a situation where mechanized artillery could hardly fight against the ferocious beasts, these cultivators had long been thrown into the dustbin of history. Could only be found in the light brain library. Jang Li raised his hand and sucked spiritual energy into his body. His whole body glowed, taking in abundant energy, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, and transforming it for his own use. That is cultivation. President 506 pointed to the flow of spiritual energy. Is that the energy of the ferocious beasts? So, humans can actually absorb the energy of the ferocious beasts. Yin Yang Tianyin said irritably, this is spiritual energy, what ferocious beast energy? It's so unpleasant. He frowned sadly. We know that the ferocious beasts can become stronger because of some unknown energy. So our science calls this energy, ferocious beast energy. Our science has found that this kind of energy can strengthen ferocious beasts, so it can probably also strengthen the human body. However, they have also done many experiments but still can't find a way to absorb it. Instead, we discovered that it can become a high-quality energy source for machines. What about spiritual roots? Can't you find spiritual roots? Demon beasts cultivate based on bloodlines, while humans rely on spiritual roots. Ming Zhong had no idea what that was. Jang Li raised his hand. Spiritual roots aren't found through experiments. It must be a mortal body, comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth, then looking inward. At that moment, spiritual light will be born in a single thought, which is due to the intersection of inside and outside space. He touched his head, and a blue halo appeared. This is the key that the human body is looking for, the spiritual root. Of course, this is only the very first method of finding spiritual roots in JoJo. Now, as long as there is a spiritual root jade, You can check the quality of a 2-year-old child's spiritual root. Ming Zhong's body glowed and was immersed in a massive source of energy. He looked at his hand. Is this the spiritual root? I feel like there's a force going to every limb and bone. Every cell seems to have been waiting for a long time. All seem to be going crazy absorbing this kind of power. Dual spiritual roots? The aptitude is also good. You've now entered the first level of Qi training. Now you've officially become a cultivator. Ming Zhong clenched his fist. He felt as if he was at least twice as strong as before. This was simply too scary, yet he had only absorbed a little spiritual energy. But unexpectedly, he had undergone such an earth-shattering transformation. The above is an overview of the cultivation system of the Jiuzhou world where I am. Can you understand? He was stunned. So you are not from outer space, but from another world. Jiuzhou, immortal realm, cultivators, and immortal qi. It's the monsters that forced humans to abandon emotions, focusing on developing technology. If placed in Jiuzhou, in the 9 great imperial dynasties or the 6 great sects, just pulling out one person can solve them. Our world and Jiuzhou indeed have a huge difference, like an abyss. He bowed respectfully. I represent all of humanity, hoping that Jang Li, the immortal, and Tianyin, the immortal, will help us solve the demon beasts. Yin Yang Tianyin said with interest, What are you remembering him for? Leave it to me. Jiang Li nodded. For both reason and emotion, we must go to the demon beasts. The people on this side can't have any existence that can threaten Dao Ancestor, so Dao Ancestor is likely being imprisoned on the demon beast side. Then I'll take you 2 over there. I have a flying car. Ming Zhong was very confident. According to the cultivation system Jiang Li spoke of, he was the pinnacle of Jiuzhou, a great god at the great Ascension stage. With him taking action, the demon beasts were nothing more than rookies, with no threat at all. Jiang Li patted his shoulder. Too slow. In the vast sky. The 2 pulled him to move together. He was shocked. I thought that a flying car with a speed of 2,000 kilometers per hour, taking less than 2 days to reach the front line, was fast enough. Compared to them, the car is really just like a turtle. As dusk fell, there were countless combat robots in the sky, spraying firepower at the demon beasts below. These are the 2 most advanced weapons in our world. One is the artificial sun bullet, the other is the population extermination cannon. The artificial sun bullet can generate temperatures of up to millions of degrees after exploding. This can pose a threat to those monsters. The extermination cannon will release a type of invisible attack, causing the objects it touches to be broken down into atomic form. But the production is very difficult, consuming a lot of energy. If attacking from a distance, the monsters will automatically evade. So these 2 types of weapons can only be used at close range. Relying on this tactic, humans have only barely been able to resist the attacks of the monsters. But this type of attack can't be used frequently, because the number of monsters is greater than the number of combat machines. Moreover, even under such attacks, there are still indigenous monsters that survive after being attacked by artificial sun bullets. Jiang Li analyzed and found that those destroyed are monsters at the integration stage, and those that survive are monsters at the transformation god stage. Artificial sun bullet after exploding can create temperatures up to millions of degrees. Population extermination cannon fire. A massive amount of green waves flew straight down towards the monster beasts, causing their bodies to fall apart. When the green waves dissipated, the soil and rocks below formed a huge crater, and the stronger monster beast was still alive. Ming Zhong was amazed. How is it possible? How could any monster beast endure 2 rounds of attacks from the artificial sun bullet and the extermination cannon without being injured? This is truly an unprecedented situation. That's right, the monster beasts have evolved. Jiang Li explained to him. Clearly what you've encountered before were all monster beasts at the transformation god stage. This one is at the integration stage. What is integration? It's the harmony between heart and will, connecting with the Tao. These 3 elements are all in harmony, inseparable. That is the integration stage. The extermination cannon can indeed turn any object into atoms. However, at the integration stage, body and form are one. If it's not the will of oneself, then it can't be separated. So it can stop the extermination cannon. Cultivators at the integration stage have powerful bodies that can travel the universe, rest on the moon, and bathe in the bright sunlight. They will not be harmed by artificial sun bullets. This was something Ming Zhong didn't expect. Before, Jang Li only briefly introduced the realms, without clearly explaining the mysteries of each realm. I thought the integration stage was just great. Strength and running fast. I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Above the integration stage, there are also the tribulation, transcending, and great ascension stages. Then how strong is Jang Li exactly? He flew forward. Let's go over there and see the monster beast at the integration stage. In such a short time, so many monster beasts have gathered. Hey, can you understand what I'm saying? Ming Zhong shook his head. It's useless, these beasts don't have any intelligence. They can't communicate. Monster beasts at the Golden Core stage already have intelligence equivalent to adults. How could it be? He roared very loudly. Jang Li raised his hand, waved it with great force, chopping off his head, throwing it flying several meters away. The monster beasts in the open space had been cleared. Only keep the monster beast at the integration stage, the other monster beasts are worthless. He stared with wide eyes, amazed. Jang Li just waved his hand, and destroyed the monster beast at the transformation god stage. The people on the machines were bewildered, the monster beast disappeared. Then what should we do? Don't we only have the task of fighting monster beasts? Is this what is called unemployment? The two went down below. Let's wake up this demon beast first, and then decide. Yin Yang Tianyin rushed over. Let me. Hey, wake up quickly, he yelled, but was tightly bound by chains and couldn't move. Jang Li observed with his spiritual sense. The body structure is indeed a demon beast, but strangely, it has reached the integration stage, but still has no soul. Yin Yang Tianyin can transform all things, so let me try to transform it. A shockwave shone on the monster beast. Unexpectedly, there was no change. Has her ability lost its effect? She turned to try with Ming Zhong. The jacket screamed in fear. Why am I naked like this? And it's sticking to me so pervertedly. Is that a girl's voice? Is his clothes a girl? Please restore it to its original state. So Yin Yang Tianyin's ability hasn't lost its effect. Jang Li thoughtfully looked at her. Then he frowned and said, no way. He took out the communication talisman. Contacting Hong Tu, he laughed heartily. You remember me again? Found Yin Yang Tianyin? Jang Li seriously pointed upwards. Now is not the time to joke. See if there's something wrong with this demon beast. Let him take a look. He touched her. I'll change a different form for you to see. Another form of her appeared. Hong Tu was shocked. This is a trace left by an extraterrestrial demon. There was once an extraterrestrial demon who casted a demon disintegration, polluting the entire city. Those who were polluted lost their minds, crazily biting and tearing. Those who were bitten would also lose their minds, becoming a new source of infection. Looking at the structure, this demon beast will not infect other living beings, but has no reason, only acting based on instinct. Also like the means of the extraterrestrial demon. It must be an extraterrestrial demon playing tricks. Their conclusions were the same. This world is so strong, there are extraterrestrial demons, but it hasn't been invaded? The Emperor's power of faith, divine artifacts, great power, tribulation, transcending stage. Jiuzhou desperately used all resources to barely resist. Jiuzhou is a world with good strength in the immortal realm. This world doesn't seem very strong. But it can resist extraterrestrial demons. The people here are not simple. Seeing Hong Tu looking at him with admiration, Ming Zhong was a little flustered. This person probably misunderstood something. This is the strange thing. The extraterrestrial demons only seem to be messing with the demon beasts, causing the demon beasts to attack humans, but not directly attacking us. Oh right, let me introduce a bit. This is the leader of the human race in this world, President 506. You can call him Ming Zhong. This is Bai Hong Tu, the sect master of the tribulation transcending stage Dao sect. The two greeted each other. He looked at Hong Tu with admiration. Oh my god, he's at the tribulation transcending stage. According to Ming Zhong, this was the strongest demon beast they had ever encountered. Probably just broke through, so we didn't encounter it before. As for the threat from extraterrestrial demons, they had never encountered it. Hong Tu was stunned. What? The fusion stage is already the strongest? What's the extraterrestrial demon doing? Expecting a fusion stage cultivator to invade a world? If that lecher dares to come to the 9 provinces, our sect would have eaten a fusion stage demonic beast hotpot that day. Knowing what he was thinking, Ming Zhong scratched his face embarrassedly. Hong Tu immediately winked to show his friendliness. I meant the fusion stage is very strong too. If I didn't know you were a mighty tribulation transcension cultivator, I would have believed it. A tribulation transcension cultivator saying the fusion stage is quite strong is even more embarrassing. There's also something Jang Li needs to know. The Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal said it sensed the Tao Ancestor's karma here, suspecting he's here. Hong Tu immediately became happy. The Ancestral Master is here? This is great news for the Tao sect. We haven't found any traces related to the Tao Ancestor yet, but the Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal's senses shouldn't be wrong. Hong Tu thought carefully. Wait, a great Ascension cultivator came to this world. The Ancestral Master couldn't be unaware. But we still haven't found the Ancestral Master, so that proves. He asked what he thought. Jang Li speculated that something must have happened to the Ancestral Master. I feel the Tao Ancestor might be confronting the extraterrestrial demon, without time to care about us. Then it's hard on you to investigate. Hong Tu couldn't help with this. He could only rely on Jang Li. Jang Li turned to Ming Zhong and said, demonic beasts are the same as the fierce beasts you mentioned. Is this the only place with them? No, this is just a portion. He pointed into the distance. The rest are active in their territory, but I'm not very clear about the situation there. Any machine sent to explore the demonic beast's territory is destroyed by them. Very little data is transmitted back. I have to go over there and take a look. The sky was beautifully cloudy, but the atmosphere on the ground was very noisy. Dozens of demonic beasts were roaring at them. Jang Li waved his hand and eliminated them all. Ming Zhong was extremely happy. That's great. The demonic beasts that could have destroyed us in a few hundred years have all been eliminated by Jang Li. Jang Li noticed that all the demonic beasts had been played with by the extraterrestrial demon. They had no rationality, only relying on instinct and activity. There were traces of infection by the extraterrestrial demon in their bodies. The demonic beast's territory was really too vast. Most of the large demonic beasts didn't even know that there were humans on the other side of the continent. Ming Zhong and the others had been fighting the demonic beasts for thousands of years, but in reality, they were just the weak ones in the pack, driven out of the territory by the other demonic beasts. All of them were demonic beasts that hadn't broken through to the Tribulation Transcension stage. The Tribulation Transcension stage wasn't a realm that could be reached just based on bloodline. It also required an extremely deep understanding of the heavenly Tao and many other conditions. These irrational demonic beasts naturally couldn't break through to the Tribulation Transcension stage. The Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal asked, do you feel the density of spiritual qi is getting thicker? He also felt that way. The density of spiritual qi here is comparable to the 9 provinces. If these demonic beasts didn't have intelligence, it wouldn't be strange for a few Tribulation Transcension cultivators to appear. Sensing something unusual, he raised his hand to signal them to stop. Ming Zhong asked what was wrong. Jang Li speculated, there might be danger ahead. Several hundred miles away, there seems to be a demonic beast that has become an immortal. Demonic beasts without reason can't even achieve Tribulation Transcension. How can they become an immortal? Could this world have a heavenly ladder to immortality? The two went closer to the monster. It was surrounded by mucus, which other beasts crawling out of its body were licking. Ming Zhong pointed at them. This is the source of the demonic beasts. It's constantly producing demonic beasts, encroaching on our living space. Demonic beasts that had just been born, with streams of pus flowing from the deformed green ox, immediately grew from qi refining stage demonic beasts to foundation establishment stage demonic beasts. The Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal muttered, isn't this a Qin Shifu's mount? Jang Li was surprised. It's the Tao Ancestor's mount? I once saw a painting of the Tao Ancestor riding an ox to ascend in the Tao sect. A person and an ox becoming immortals at the same time, that ethereal and transcendent scene. How could it be related to the monster in front of me? The Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal shouted at it, it's me. Where's Shifu? The green ox opened its blood-red eyes, roaring fiercely at it. The Yin-Yang on the seal flew over to comfort it, calm down. The green ox opened its mouth and created a round, purple ball. Attacking the Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal, its power was truly terrifying. Jang Li erected a barrier to protect them. It cried out in pain, it actually attacked me. It emitted lightning to attack the green ox, don't force me. I know your abilities. I can control your karma. What it saw inside was truly unbelievable. How could this be? This green ox in front of me is definitely Shifu's mount, a demonic beast that originated from the 9 provinces. Even if it becomes an immortal, it can still control the green ox's karma. But currently it couldn't see the green ox's karma at all. It slammed into Ouyang Tianyin and kicked it away. Its body was about to teleport again. Jang Li decided to take action. Let me go. Law, heaven and earth. He transformed into a huge giant, using all his strength to stop the charging ox. The enormous power surpassed even the tribulation transcension stage. Sure enough, it's definitely an immortal beast. He threw it down hard. A blue beam of light appeared in the sky. That power came from a small ring. Jang Li was holding it in his hand. This thing that's overflowing is immortal energy. Contact with the outside world immediately transforms into a large amount of spiritual qi. So this is a storage ring specifically used to store immortal energy? I once heard the evergreen immortals say that before ordinary immortals descend to the lower realm, they will prepare a specially made storage ring filled with immortal energy. It can only store immortal energy, but the amount it can hold is extremely huge, enough to supply an immortal for several thousand or tens of thousands of years. It seems the dense spiritual qi here is due to this reason. In other words, all the spiritual qi of this continent may have originated from this ring. The green ox trembled and said, "Those bad people stole Master's ring. Return the ring." So it could talk. "Are you the Tao ancestor's mount?" It growled, repeatedly saying the same sentence, "You are the bad people who stole Master's ring. Return the ring." This green ox has also been infected by the extraterrestrial demon, completely losing its rationality. It can speak, but it's a thought in its heart, so it only knows how to repeat this one sentence. The yin-yang heavenly seal asked it, "Who wanted to steal Shifu's ring? Answer me quickly." The green ox still just repeated that sentence. Jang Li said, "It's useless. It's no longer the Qin you knew." His fist was thrown, exploding with a loud bang. The green ox had been protecting this ring for thousands of years, waiting for the Tao ancestor to return. It was also thanks to the immortal energy in the ring that it had survived until now. It's fortunate the green ox didn't leave this place. If it had gone to the human side, humanity would have died. Such a crazy immortal beast, even the 9 provinces wouldn't have many ways to stop it. The yin-yang heavenly seal whispered to it, "I still remember that day. The willows were softly drooping, the breeze was warm, the small stream was babbling. Qin, you were sleeping under the willow tree. Shifu was lying with his head on your body, holding my hand, with a smile as if he was thinking about something. So why, when you and I met again, did you turn into the way you are now?" It closed its eyes and shed tears, only saying one word, "Kill." The yin-yang heavenly seal was overjoyed. "You've regained your senses?" Unexpectedly it said that sentence again, and added another sentence, "Kill me." The yin-yang heavenly seal sighed sadly. It turned to beg him to let the green ox go peacefully, so it wouldn't have to suffer anymore. Jang Li raised his hand. With a gentle wave, he ended its life. The yin-yang heavenly seal was extremely miserable. "I didn't find Shifu, and Qing is gone too. This time, I'm left alone." Demonic beasts continued to be born from the green ox's body. They were constantly being produced. He sighed, "I can only burn them all. I always thought the extraterrestrial demon could only pollute people in the lower realm, but I never thought immortal beasts could also be tainted." The green ox's body had obviously been modified by the extraterrestrial demon. There were many types of demonic beast blood in its body, flying birds and running beasts. There was nothing it didn't have. Fortunately, the green ox was an immortal beast's body, otherwise, with the complex and incompatible blood in its body, it would have died long ago. It really had to suffer. The two sadly wept, "It's all burned. So this isn't a dream. The source of the demonic beast has been destroyed. That's great. Humans have finally seen the light of victory. Qing is gone. Where is Shifu now?" Jang Li told it not to cry anymore, to continue looking for the Tao ancestor. "I'll give you this ring." Ming Zhong wiped his tears. "Where do we go next?" "This is already the end of the continent. Just go forward and you'll leave the continent, break through the gravitational pull, and enter the vast universe." He skillfully took him down. "Let's go to the other side of the continent and take a look." He had to close his eyes tightly. "The pressure is too strong. I can't breathe anymore." They stopped. He patted his shoulder to comfort him. It's all right, Ming-zhong, it's all right. He was finally able to breathe. The pressure here is enough to compress hundreds of steel plates into thin paper only a few millimeters thick. With our technical level, we still can't create materials that can withstand such pressure. If it weren't for Jang Li protecting me, the moment I jumped off the cliff, I would have been compressed into a human-shaped pancake. Fortunately, you're here. Unexpectedly, the two had disappeared. He asked in a panic, "Where are you?" "It's so dark here." Jang Li's voice rang out, "Don't worry, you're just blind." He breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. I thought the opposite side of the continent didn't have sunlight." "You believe that?" Jang Li took out a circle of light to illuminate everything. "It's so bright." "What is this?" "Scarlet wings, it's the light I specially shine for you." "Is this the other side of the continent? A place humans have never been to?" "There's nothing here but rocks. The Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal told them to leave. Shifu isn't here either." The group went to a snowy area. "Shifu, where are you?" "Disciple is very worried about you. The Tao Ancestor's mount was polluted by the extraterrestrial demon, and the storage ring containing immortal energy isn't on him either. The Tao Ancestor's situation might be very dangerous." Jang Li thought carefully. Then suddenly flew up. The sun shone brightly. He went closer to it. Then turned his head to search around. His eyes widened because he had seen the target. Then frowned sadly. Took out a communication talisman. Hong Tu and the Evergreen Immortal were stunned looking at that scene. He shed tears. He collapsed and cried sadly. The Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal was covered in snow. Jang Li went over to talk to it. "I'll take Ming-zhong back to the human side, then come back to the demonic beast territory and kill all the fusion stage and transformation god stage demonic beasts. This continent is no longer our concern. Let's go, the Tao Ancestor isn't here." It shouted, "You're talking nonsense," he said. "We can't find the Tao Ancestor anywhere. Maybe he just left his mount and storage ring here, and left himself fighting the extraterrestrial demon in other worlds, without time to pay attention to Qing. But it senses Shifu's karma here. Only when he's here will this kind of karma appear. Your karma power has encountered problems many times. This time is the same. You sensed it wrong." The Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal insisted on not believing it. "I know, you feel it's too troublesome to find Shifu, so you want to trick me back to the 9 provinces." He told it to calm down. "It's not that I don't want to help you find him. The Tao Ancestor isn't in this world. It's useless to stay here. If the Tao Ancestor defeats the extraterrestrial demon, he will return to the 9 provinces sooner or later. Why don't you come back to the 9 provinces with me first?" It resolutely refused. "You're lying. You want to trick me back to the 9 provinces, to let me be the formation eye of some great formation." Jang Li realized that the Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal's state was becoming increasingly unstable. "That's right, its mind isn't mature yet, its emotions fluctuate too much, let alone rational thinking. Yes, there's something wrong with you. I couldn't see Qing's karma because it had been modified by the extraterrestrial demon. I can't see your karma either. You've also been modified by the extraterrestrial demon. Maybe you are the extraterrestrial demon." "Absurd. Calling me a traitor, are you crazy?" He grabbed it, but it ran away. "In the 9 provinces, I didn't use my full strength. In this world, I don't have anything to be afraid of. I must make this continent give birth to intelligence. This time, it's troublesome. This continent has an area equal to 2 continents of the 9 provinces world. In other words, there are dozens of such large stars. Now that such a large continent has given birth to intelligence, what kind of earth-shattering movements will occur? Earthquake. Quickly take shelter. The earthquake has caused a tsunami. Why wasn't there any warning? Since you've woken up, then tell me, where is my Shifu?" Something appeared on its head. "What is it that's covering the entire sky?" Looking closely, it trembled in disbelief. "Why is it like this?" The fiery sun shone brightly. The 2 teachers and disciples were extremely sad. "Shifu. Only by going far enough away from the continent could one understand everything. The entire continent was an immortal corpse. To be precise, it was the Tao Ancestor's immortal corpse. The Evergreen Immortal's tears kept falling. Who refined Shifu's corpse into such a huge shape? Why would they do this?" Jang Li speculated that it was probably the work of the extraterrestrial demon. But what was the purpose of doing this? If they have the ability and time to refine the Tao ancestor's corpse into a continent, then why kill all the people here? Instead, they added the superfluous action of polluting demonic beasts to kill humans. I won't talk about this with the yin-yang heavenly seal for now. Its mind isn't perfect enough and can't accept this reality. At this time, the yin-yang heavenly seal realized in a daze that this long thing was the Tao ancestor's eyelash. Impossible. What I can transform is only dead things. How could Shifu die? Shifu is the one who calls himself the Tao ancestor. He has the fate to accept this title. He even has the potential to transform into the Tao ancestor of the immortal world. How could such a person die? Jang Li found it. Heavenly seal, you terrifying thing, quickly erased the intelligence of the Tao ancestor's corpse. It shook its head. I can't control him anymore. If it were just a piece of continent, I could erase the intelligence at will. But this is the Tao ancestor's corpse. An immortal body that's much stronger than ordinary immortals. After giving birth to intelligence, out of a sense of self-preservation, it will block my influence. Jang Li told it to stay in the Tao sect and practice for a few more cycles. You're not old, but your ability to cause trouble is greater than everyone else's. Fortunately, after the Tao ancestor's immortal corpse gave birth to intelligence, its consciousness is very weak. It can't control such a large body. Currently, only its mind can think, its arms are numb. The impact on humans isn't great. But if his entire body were to move, with his hands and feet moving, none of the humans living on his body would survive. Isn't it just a large appearance? Who doesn't know how to get bigger? Jang Li put his 2 fingers forward, transforming his body into a giant. The Tao ancestor's body was coming over. He touched his shoulder. You can't move anymore. Then held it tightly. Ming Zhong on the ground breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the earthquake has stopped. But what's with this yellow mist in the sky? Jang Li channeled his power into his 2 fingers, first entered the ancestral master's linked eye to solve his intelligence. His hand touched his forehead, entering deep inside. The ancestral master's body was floating in a mess. What's the situation now? This is too annoying. I want to destroy these things. But I can't control my body. Once I can control my body, I can do whatever I want. At this time, Jang Li appeared and said, although you may not know. You shouldn't appear. Sorry. He punched forward. Who is controlling me? Jang Li leaned to the side to dodge. When he was alive, the Tao ancestor's Tao techniques were unparalleled. But the illusion of that day is like the red dust immortal. Not knowing anything about his time alive. Not knowing any Tao techniques, only relying on instinct to make chaotic moves. But how can such slow moves defeat me? He raised his fist, punching away this still floating soul. Stroking his eyes, lie back down. Gently whispering, rest in peace. Jang Li turned around and punched the yin-yang heavenly seal. This is considered helping you clean up your mess. It fell to a nearby mountain. Its body was shattered again. This time, I made a big mistake. He rubbed his wrist. Everything is over, but there are still many mysteries. Thinking something in his head. Then decided to summon the shop, light brain, imitation young bullet. Sure enough, the things have been updated. There's even stuff from this world. He looked through everything, but I don't need these things now. What I want to find is the stone tablet, the Tao ancestor's last words left before he died. Finally, he found it. I guessed right. A great figure like the Tao ancestor couldn't have left nothing behind. System, by this stone tablet. A huge stone tablet appeared. On it was written, to the living in the immortal world, if you can see this inscription, it means you have defeated a Qing, who is also my mount. A great chaos has occurred in the upper realm. In despair, I brought your ancestors and fled to this world. The enemy pursued us. A great battle. The enemy was too strong. We lost. I refined myself into a continent to provide you with a place to stay, so they wouldn't dare to invade. But they have polluted my Qing. I couldn't stop it. I'm sorry. He used the writing of this 9 provinces, but looking at the contents of the stone tablet, it must have been written for the immigrants of the immortal world. I know that the immortal world isn't entirely immortals. Immortals also have descendants, and need people to serve them. Among the immortals, there are also cultivators who haven't become immortals. So the immigrants of the immortal world that the Tao ancestor brought must be this group of people. The ancestors of Ming Zhong and the others were actually immigrants of the immortal world. It's just that after the Tao ancestor died, I don't know what kind of changes occurred, and Ming Zhong and the others forgot their origins, and chose the path of science and technology. Jang Li asked the system, "Can you restore the original state of the stone tablet?" It said that this top-grade product couldn't be completely restored. Then this is a headache. This stone tablet explains some things, but it's still unclear why the extraterrestrial demon didn't kill Ming Zhong's group. According to the Tao ancestors' words, it was because they didn't dare. Why didn't they dare? Jang Li returned to the continent. He went to meet Ming Zhong and talk to him. So we came from the immortal world. The Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal made a decision. If they are the people that Shifu protected, then in the future, I will protect them well. If this is what the Tao ancestor left for you, then this stone tablet belongs to you. I and the Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal are also returning here. Ming Zhong asked, "Can we still meet in the future?" Jang Li replied that it would depend on whether they could find the Brahma Heaven Pagoda that had become a spirit. Based on the abilities of the Brahma Heaven Pagoda, if it creates a passage connecting the 9 provinces with Ming Zhong's world, it shouldn't be a problem. The Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal shouted, "We must find it!" Although Ming Zhong didn't fully understand what he meant, he hoped they would meet again. As for himself, he pressed a button. System number 506, the high value of the accumulation era hasn't been reached yet. Do you want to start the era of great development early? Ming Zhong agreed. Now that the continent has been destroyed by Jang Li, and only the nascent soul-stage demonic beasts remain, humans can defeat them with their technology, and take back the lost territories. It's time for humans to regain their emotions. Clouds still cover the mountains. Jang Li reached his hand through the spatial rift. The Tianyin had no way to pass through the teleportation channel provided by the system. As a result, he still had to tear through the void to find his way back. Fortunately, the Yin-Yang Tianyin was also very strong and not afraid of the chaos in the void. Forget it, at least I can come back in the end. The Great Formation reported a suspected appearance of an extraterrestrial demon. Jang Li fell into embarrassment. He installed the door himself, but now he can't open it. Tian Huangji arrived, with an extraterrestrial Tian. It saw him and immediately cried out, "It's Brother Jiang." Yin-Yang Tianyin spoke to it, "Finally met you." It turned around angrily. Brother Jiang actually brought it along. "Clearly, I came first." Jiang Li suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little off. Jiang Li reported back, "This is everything that I and the Yin-Yang Tianyin experienced in that world." Huang Tu and Immortal Elder Chan Xian looked at each other silently. He asked it, "Can you sense the karma of the predecessors who ascended?" Yin-Yang Tianyin tried to launch a shockwave. Then it shook its head helplessly. "I can't, it's like they've completely disappeared." Jiang Li pondered, the Yin-Yang Tianyin can sense the karma of the Tao ancestor on that continent, so it can be seen that its karma power is not useless. It couldn't sense a Qin's karma, possibly because the other party had been transformed by an extraterrestrial demon. If this hypothesis is correct, could it be that those predecessors who ascended were also? Wait, something's not right here. Why can't it see my karma either? I was born and raised in Jiuzhou. There's definitely no possibility that I was an extraterrestrial demon in my previous life, right? Yin-Yang Tianyin asked, "Is it necessary to erase the spiritual intelligence of the spiritual treasures? Now I have to protect Jiuzhou well. My master was harmed by extraterrestrial demons. No revenge, no becoming immortal. In Jiuzhou, I'm not afraid of not having extraterrestrial demons to kill." He sighed and looked at it. This kid finally understands things and has become more obedient. Let me tell you in advance, I can't erase the spiritual intelligence of the immortal artifacts. They definitely have souls now. Other spiritual treasures can be erased. Their speed of generating souls is not as fast as immortal artifacts. Jiang Li ordered a complete wipe. Although he really felt a bit reluctant. Huang Tu said to him, "Jiang Li, didn't you say it before, everything is a double-edged sword? I think that spiritual treasures with spiritual intelligence are also a double-edged sword. We were worried that spiritual treasures with spiritual energy would hurt you, but after spiritual treasures have spiritual intelligence, they can also enhance the attack methods of cultivators. I have organized a temporary competition at the Dao sect to allow the disciples whose spiritual treasures have a good relationship with their masters to participate in the competition. Allowing them to use spiritual treasures. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. The spiritual treasures and their masters seemed to have a tacit understanding and used them very smoothly. Moreover, the spiritual treasures had their own consciousness and actively helped their masters attack. The overall strength can be improved. In the competition, unexpected events occurred. Outer sect disciples defeated inner sect disciples, and inner sect disciples defeated core disciples. This is my Luoyu sword. I am now letting it learn swordsmanship. It's progressing very fast, moving more flexibly and quickly. Jang Li praised. This Luohua sword automatically swung a circle of sword blossoms. It has even learned 30% of the essence of Lao Bai's swordsmanship. Hong Tu was very proud of it. It's not that I'm bragging. Everyone knows that old bastard is famous for the title of Sword Immortal. It's much stronger than some people who only know one move of swordplay. This is the result that my Luoyu sword has only learned in a few days. Jiang Li felt like he was being mocked. There is no need to temporarily erase the spiritual intelligence of the spiritual treasures. I have found inspiration in the world of Mingzhong. Hong Tu was surprised. Looks like he has figured out a solution. He said, let's try an experiment first, starting from Dezhou. I will persuade Jiji. Specifically speaking, it is to have Dezhou promulgate a law. Spiritual treasures are not immortal artifacts, and they cannot maintain themselves. We can grant spiritual treasures certain rights, such as helping them improve their quality and daily maintenance, as well as stipulating certain restrictions on spiritual treasures. The first rule is that they must not harm their masters. Secondly, spiritual treasures must obey the orders given by their masters, unless that order conflicts with the first rule. Thirdly, spiritual treasures, within the scope of not violating the first and second rules, must try to protect their own lives. And a supplementary rule, must protect the common interests of the Jiuzhou human race from being harmed. The above three rules must be applied based on this premise. The two could not find any rule loopholes. Great, this idea is amazing. But if you consider the particularity of Dezhou, even if it is successful, the effect when other dynasties issue laws may not be good. I remember that someone in the Dao sect proposed a cultivation contract, but very few people followed it. You can try putting these three rules and the supplementary rule into the contract, so that the master of the spiritual treasure and the spiritual treasure sign an agreement. Hong Tu immediately agreed. If it can be successful, the strength of Jiuzhou will have a leap forward. I think spiritual treasures should be bound by law. Since spiritual treasures have spiritual intelligence, they must be treated like demon beasts in our Dezhou. Give up the rule of the strong eating the weak. They must be within the scope of the law. Dezhou gives spiritual treasures rights and requires them to fulfill their obligations. Prime Minister, you are wrong. Since ancient times, spiritual treasures have only been objects. How can we give them rights? This is contrary to tradition and contrary to common sense. We should still treat spiritual treasures as livestock, admit that they have life, but we can freely kill and plunder. Spiritual treasures with spiritual intelligence are unprecedented changes in thousands of years. How can we stick to conservatism on the grounds of being contrary to tradition? If the law cannot adapt to the times, then not only will the law be discarded, but also our Dezhou. The two sides kept arguing. Minister of Punishments, don't say such absurd words. Who dares to doubt the ideas left by the Taizu? Jiji spoke to stop their quarrel. I know your opinions. I think we should put spiritual treasures into the legal system of our Dezhou. Binding spiritual treasures with spiritual intelligence by law is very beneficial to our national destiny. Okay, let's discuss the next issue. How to formulate laws suitable for spiritual treasures. I propose to give spiritual treasures rights like humans. What if a spiritual treasure kills someone? Then prohibit spiritual treasures from killing people. What if the master commits suicide with a spiritual treasure? Is it considered that the spiritual treasure killed someone or suicide? Jiji stood up and said, you guys discuss and come to a conclusion first. I will come back and listen later. He walked outside alone. His face was green and uncomfortable. Jiang Li came over to talk. Were you poisoned? Or are you entering the 5 declines of heaven and man? He turned around uncomfortably. Do you know how to talk? I'm in a bad mood here. Is it because of the discussion of the ministers just now? Jiji sighed. It's not really that, it's that broken Tian-yin of the Dao sect that is causing trouble, making all the spiritual treasures have spiritual intelligence. Jang Li suggested, "Why don't you listen to my idea?" The two exchanged ideas for a long time. After listening, Gigi agreed very much. These 3 rules, together with the supplementary rule, prevent the situation of spiritual treasures rebelling and killing their masters, and define the whole. With this overall defined, the remaining small details will be quickly supplemented and improved. With Gigi's agreement, there is no problem anymore. Jang Li returned to the main hall of the Renhuang Palace. A servant was already waiting. "Palace Master." His eyes were shining. "God, I have been a guard of the Renhuang for decades. This is the first time I have met the real Renhuang. I'm so lucky." The Renhuang Palace has a supernatural status, located in the center of Jiuzhou. In these buildings, in addition to Jiang Renhuang, there are also 6 commanders. 1 in the Tribulation Transcendence stage, and 5 in the Late Integration stage. In addition, there are hundreds of Renhuang guards. When the Renhuang is not present, the one in the Tribulation Transcendence stage will often be stationed in the Renhuang Palace. He wiped away his tears of emotion. "At first, when I joined the Renhuang guards, I thought I would see the Renhuang every day. Who knew that after decades? The number of times the Renhuang returned to the Renhuang Palace could be counted on one hand. My colleague said that the Palace Master goes to the Dao sect more often than he returns to the Renhuang Palace." Jang Li ordered, "I will meditate for 10 days. If there is nothing important, don't let anyone disturb me." Your subordinate obeys. There were several new books in the study. This time, Jang Li wrote a bunch of integration realm cultivation methods, a large enough quantity to use. Although these cultivation methods are numerous, their quality is low, and there's no point in cultivating them. For example, the devouring heaven and earth technique. Those who cultivate this technique will have an appetite 10 times larger than those of the same realm, and there's no other effect. For example, the thoughtless technique. Those who cultivate this technique can quickly fall asleep without overthinking. He sold all these cultivation methods to the system. But these cultivation methods are real cultivation methods that can be cultivated to the integration realm. The system can't go back on its word, right? The system received the information, but it couldn't state the points clearly. Jang Li didn't understand what was going on. Why wasn't there a specific number? Buy some things to try. Buy a box of Jueyuan pills. The points are still the same. Buying things didn't change anything. Although it's unclear what's happening, it seems I've achieved freedom with the source points. He summoned the shop. When I bought the Dao Ancestor Stone Steel from the shop, I knew that the things in the shop weren't objects created from nothing, but actually existed. Otherwise, there's no reason for the shop to be updated when arriving in another world. Jang Li smirked. So, the method to find the remaining immortal artifacts becomes very clear. System: I want to buy Brahma Heaven Pagoda, Great Scholar's Calligraphy, Wishful Gourd, Other Mountain Stone, Dragon Pearl, Ancient Era Sword. Why go to other worlds? Isn't online shopping here more convenient? A series of items were teleported over. They were confused. What's happening? Where is this? I'm about to build a royal dynasty. I'm Jiang Renhuang. The Brahma Heaven Pagoda hurriedly burrowed back inside. That's a fast movement. As expected of an immortal artifact that controls the power of space. Even using the system can't catch you. The light ring of the Ancient Era Sword didn't have any movements. Perhaps the Ancient Era Sword escaped into the River of Time. There, the spatial method is useless. And the system can't do anything. Can't use shortcuts, but the stupid way still works. Use the causal power of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal. No matter where the Brahma Heaven Pagoda hides, I can find it. It just takes a little time. The system announced a new mission. After achieving the top spot and entering the academy, many beautiful women came to learn and exchange private matters intimately, making the boys in the academy unhappy. Jang Li looked up. Among them, someone spent a large sum of money to hire assassins from the Heavenly Killing Pavilion, requesting to avoid the assassination of the Heavenly Killing Pavilion assassins. This is a mission that cannot be ignored. Mission reward: unlock a special mission, search for fragments of the Heaven Ascension ladder. He found this mission interesting. Apart from the first mission for newbies that can't be abandoned, this is the first time he's encountered a mission that can't be ignored. In other words, in the system's perception, this mission, to be precise, the mission reward, is extremely important. The Heavenly Killing Pavilion is the top assassin organization in Jiuzhou, a competitor of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion relies on the laws of the country, while the Heavenly Killing Pavilion is established in the most chaotic land. In the human race's dynasties, the Tianyuan dynasty is the place that values force the most. All the people of the Tianyuan dynasty have enemies, everyone wants to kill, but can't kill. That's why the Heavenly Killing Pavilion in the Tianyuan dynasty is even more admired by everyone in Tianyuan. The assassins of the Heavenly Killing Pavilion have 3 levels. Yi and Bing are responsible for surveillance, Transformation God Realm, Yuaning Realm, and Jindan Realm. In addition, there are the main and deputy pavilion masters of the late-stage Integration Realm and Peak Integration Realm, specializing in killing Integration Realm cultivators. Inside the Heavenly Killing Pavilion at this time, a subordinate reported to the pavilion master, "There's a very dreadful mission." He leisurely savored the tea in his hand. "Why are you so flustered? Where's your composure?" Someone issued a mission to kill Jiang Renhuang. Hearing this, he spat out all the tea. Angrily went out to see, "Whose mission is it? We don't even kill Tribulation Transcension Realm cultivators. How can we write Jiang Renhuang in the Great Ascension Realm?" The two entered a room. The client was a hooded figure. He poured out a pile of precious red spirit stones. "I'm telling you, Jiang Renhuang is capable of any evil deed, killing people like ghosts. He likes to humiliate other people's wives in front of the public. A world's daughter of my friend was treated like that by Jiang Renhuang. How many spirit stones are needed to kill Jiang Renhuang? You say it, I have as much as you want." Looking at these shiny things, they drooled with envy. "This is a fat sheep. The most expensive order the Heavenly Killing Pavilion receives isn't worth that many spirit stones. If they can kill him." The pavilion master stood at the door and shouted, "Shut up. How can Jiang Renhuang be defamed like that?" He played with the spirit stones in his hand. "Really not taking the mission? As long as you kill Jiang Renhuang, whether successful or not, these are all yours." The pavilion master trembled with anger. Where did this rich guy come from? Does his house have a spirit stone mine? He firmly refused, "Not taking it, get out." Didn't Jiang Renhuang already scare a group of immortal artifacts into fleeing during the Immortal Artifact Appreciation Conference? You want us to kill him? The Heavenly Killing Pavilion isn't the Suicide Pavilion. The man had no choice but to stand up and hug the spirit stones, expressing regret. The disciples looked on crying. Someone whispered in the pavilion master's ear, "Do you want to risk it?" He angrily punched the person in the head, "You idiot. If we do something like kill a former client, the next day the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion will make this news free and spread it everywhere." Speaking of this, he was angry again. What unlucky star did the Heavenly Killing Pavilion step on? How could they invite Jiang Renhuang here for inspection? Why is the Heavenly Killing Pavilion so unlucky? In a small alley, the cloaked figure walked out. It was Jiang Li. "I've walked through all these dark alleys once. Why aren't there any assassins who are greedy for money, plotting murder for wealth? Are assassins so dedicated nowadays?" He sighed dejectedly. "That's why I say the system's missions are difficult to complete." The sun was shining brightly. Jiang Renhuang appeared at the Heavenly Killing Pavilion. The people inside trembled in fear. Could it be that he knew someone came to the Heavenly Killing Pavilion to issue a mission to kill him? Just now, so he suspects we took the mission? They honestly confessed, "Your Majesty, heaven and earth bear witness, we in the Heavenly Killing Pavilion dare not take on a mission to kill you. If you don't believe us, you can ask this little guy. We in the Heavenly Killing Pavilion didn't dare to take a single spirit stone." Jiang Li calmly said, "The person just now was me. I want to experience the feeling of being assassinated. Hurry up, kill me." The pavilion master's face turned pale, sweat covered his face. He had never heard of anyone wanting to experience being assassinated. Jiang Renhuang clearly wanted to use this as an excuse to eliminate the Heavenly Killing Pavilion. He said it again, his voice becoming even more terrifying. "Hurry up and kill me." The person seemed withered, constantly trembling. He only felt like he was a small leaf boat, danger could come at any time. But according to Jiang Renhuang's intention, if he didn't act, then he would definitely be killed. He had to use his magic to transform himself into a mysterious shadow. The entire pavilion master disappeared into the darkness. Every time he saw an integration realm cultivator hiding for assassination, he felt it was worth it. Completely couldn't see any trace of it. Jang Li covered his mouth and yawned. Why isn't there any movement? The pavilion master saw Jiang Renhuang distracted in the darkness. He immediately sprang up, holding the knife being attacked. It was at this moment, the target was the back of his head. But before he could do anything, his weapon was easily broken by Jiang Li. One attack failed, adhering to the assassin's principles. He avoided going elsewhere, not attacking again. Jiang Li didn't see the system's reminder. Could it be that he had to dodge? He punched over and told him to kill him again. The pavilion master was startled in fear. One blow just now used up all the courage of this life. Had to use the courage of the next life, assassinate again. He shrank back and hid. Climbed all the way to the roof. Then suddenly attacked from behind. Jiang Li tilted his body to dodge. Why didn't he still hear the system's reminder after dodging? He questioned him. Is it that you're not sincerely trying to kill me? The pavilion master hurriedly defended. What are you saying, Your Majesty? I'm killing you from the bottom of my heart. In his heart, he was extremely terrified. He was only focused on speaking to please Jiang Renhuang, so he didn't think about anything. Could these words be said casually? What if the emperor felt these were his true feelings? What would he do? He glanced at him, sighed. As expected, you don't have the intention to kill me. Roughly, the system requires the assassin of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to have the intention to assassinate. If he's only pretending to kill me, then it doesn't count as an assassination. This is difficult. Forget it, I'm leaving. Thank you for your grace, Jiang Renhuang. Plan A, spend money to attract others to kill me, failed. Plan B, expose money to attract people to kill me, also failed. Plan C, force the assassin to kill me, failed too. Then he can only implement Plan D. The pavilion master said, we must vigorously promote today's events. His subordinates didn't understand. Promote the fact that you assassinated Jiang Renhuang? He angrily cursed, you idiot. Of course, it's to say that Jiang Renhuang came to inspect our heavenly killing pavilion, gave us important instructions, and personally guided our assassination techniques. That's not enough. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has paintings, we must have them too.